drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Good morning. What a good way to start the day. Good morning, Kalinda. Bodycam breakdowns. Hell yeah. Love getting that perspective. That might be a little bit later in the show. Obviously, we need to get through, the news, maybe some segments and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, absolutely. We are going to be doing some bodycam breakdowns today. And I'm going to be doing some, they call it A/B experimentation. Okay. Ticking and talking, it says Focus Lady. Well, thanks. I made that silly video myself. So I'm going to be doing some A/B testing, effectively going live at noon. I noticed that there's a lot of other shows that are live, and therefore we might not be reaching as many people as we could. Whereas in the morning, let's face it, you guys are getting your coffee, you're getting your tea, you're getting ready for your work day. I might as well come and join you and get my caffeine and get ready with you, and then, give you the news and break down some segments for you. So we're going to be giving a shot at earlier streams, and I hope you guys are excited to be along for the ride. I'll go ahead and pull my stream over to the side and we'll start breaking down the news. But how are you guys today? How is life? Is my question as I set up this one. Share with audio, get rid of my Twitter, and share. Taking and talking it. All right, well, fair enough. So breaking news as far as what's going on today. One of the good news is that Trump is effectively broken on his economic plan. Of course, it's mercurial and it depends on the day. I'm sure somebody could make fun of him in reference to backtracking on his economic plan. And then as a result, he would go ahead and do something stupid again. But this is at least temporarily good news. Jonah Boy says, good morning. Good morning to you, Jonah Boy. Good to see you. Trump was warned of financial turmoil if he fired Powell. Now his U-turn has stocks roaring high. And this is what we can see over and over again, is effectively the stock market keeps trending down because of the impending tariffs. But every time there's even a modicum of good news, it like spikes up and then it keeps trending down and then it spikes up and then it trends down and then it spikes up. So we'll read at least a few paragraphs of this one. President Donald Trump's recent attacks on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell caused alarm among some of his top advisors, who warned him that any attempt to remove the head of the central bank could cause as much market turmoil as his ongoing trade war. Wow, that's kind of intense to say that firing the head of the central bank, which I don't even know if he has the authority to do, could mess up the market as much as tariffs. That's kind of crazy. The warnings and the market's own volatility this week seem to have broken through. Trump backed down Tuesday from his threats of trying to remove Powell from the job, telling reporters in the Oval Office, "I have no intention of firing him." That prompted sighs of relief on Wall Street, a day after markets boomed on comments from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent that Trump would seek to de-escalate the trade war with China. U.S. markets were set to surge again. Dow futures shot 750 points higher, or 1.9%. Wednesday morning, S&P 500 futures were up 2.6%, and NASDAQ futures rose 3%. Investors bought U.S. Treasury bonds again, sending the benchmark 10-year yield, which trades in the opposite direction from prices, down sharply 4.3%. So this is the thing. Yeah, it's not dumb. It's $9 trillion 3D chess. Yeah, exactly. What's he wiped from the market? Probably around 10 trillion at this point. It's insane. Working Bob says, the morning streams give me interesting things to listen to while at work. Appreciated. Well, good, Working Bob. Happy to see you again. So we'll flow. We'll see how it goes. Just to kind of give you like a vibe. Right now, I'm fairly transparent with what we're doing. So the goal, of course, is to have hundreds, maybe thousands of people watching the stream daily. right now, just because we've only started probably within the past few weeks, we'll peak out at like 50 on Valor, and then as the afternoon wears on, we'll drop down to 30 as other people go live and people move on with their day, et cetera, et cetera. If we do the morning streams though, and there's only like a few options to consume your morning caffeine while getting news and breakdown commentary, then I would expect that to help a lot of people kind of get their day started. And that's what I want to do. I want to make your life better. I don't want to just make my life better as well. So, but continuing on with analysis, I suppose, in reference to this news story, this gentleman, actually probably does have a substantive education in finance. And so the Trump admin doing probably everything wrong from an economics textbook has to be counterbalanced by other institutions. Jerome Powell would be one of the counters to Trump's insane international trade policies. And then it seems like the volatility that he has created in the market is causing him to back off. We'll go ahead and take a look at his comments in reference to China. But this is the thing that really frustrates me about Make America Great Again. I'm not going to lie, is Trump will walk in, he'll cause a problem, then he'll slap a Band-Aid on it and he'll call the problem fixed. And then he moves on to the next problem that he then exacerbates. So it's like, at what point does MAGA like look back at everything? We don't have a wall on the southern border. Mexico didn't pay for it. We still have immigration issues. Now, obviously, you can say it's 90% down because he's such a hawk on immigration. So I guess you could call that a Trump victory. But it's only a victory as long as he's in office. As soon as he leaves, if it's a centrist Republican or if it's a Democrat, then we have to presume that immigration is going to go back to the way that it was before, unless there's like entrenched policies. In reference to immigration as well, he's screwed up a whole bunch of stuff in reference to mass deportations, violating civil rights. And, he's set the precedent effectively that if you have the wrong tattoos or wear the wrong clothing or have the wrong friends, then they can send you to an El Salvadoran gulag for the rest of your life. I don't find that to be particularly like, screeching eagle pro-American. In reference to the economy, he's been a total disaster. He was less of a disaster last time because effectively all he did was deregulate. So lots of people in Wall Street were very happy. So they just threw money at the wall. But then, of course, we had COVID. And with the mismanagement of COVID, that was one of the largest economic disasters besides this one. We literally had 2 years of Trump in which he didn't mess with the economy as much. And that was a boom time. Then he, mismanaged COVID. Then we had one of the worst economic catastrophes since the Great Depression. And then now he's trying to exceed it, even though it's like a totally unforced error. He doesn't need to screw up the economy, the international economy, but he's convinced that somehow in 4 years of tariffs, he'll be able to re-onshore manufacturing in 4 years, which I think is insane. Insane cope. It's not a long-lasting policy. It's just jerking back and forth. It's just whiplash. Then I think there might be, I wanted to open up these other stories. Not Boeing. This is it. All right. So this gentleman is from CNN, and what happened recently. Chase says, "What's up, dudes? Good to see you, Chase." And then Sapien Green says, "Nah, he's planning for 8 years, also living forever." Listen, I'm just telling you right now. I took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. If Trump goes for a third term, I think everybody's going to beg Obama to do a third term. And effectively what will happen is Obama would probably win in a head-to-head against Trump. That would be really interesting if they somehow got the third term thing going. But if MAGA somehow figured out how to get Trump a third term, but then deny Obama, then I think at that point, it actually is like, it's not over, but it would be time to fight. I hate to say that, but words mean something. So if we have a Constitution of the United States that says that you can't run more than 2 terms, or you can't be elected more than 2 terms. And then we have the 12th Amendment that says that nobody can be vice president who is ineligible for the office. Then, I think that, excuse me. Then I think that at that point, we effectively we can't just use words anymore, right? Wow, we got two critics. So Hearshot says Obama would lose, and Jonah Boy says, I don't know. I feel like Obama loses to Trump. Can you guys expand on that? Because at least as far as maybe this is, I've been hanging out with liberals for too long. Why would Obama lose to Trump? Can you guys elaborate on that in chat? That's Hearshot and Jonah Boy both thinking that Trump would beat Obama. Trump lost to Biden. Obama is infinitely more charismatic and infinitely better spoken than Biden. He's infinitely more popular as well. Why would Obama lose? Right-wingers hate Obama as much as Clinton. I mean, that's probably true. But I think left-wingers love Obama probably more than any other modern president. They probably love Obama as much or more than JFK. They probably love Obama as much or more than Bill Clinton. Yeah. I mean, you guys feel free to elaborate in chat, but let's go ahead and take a look at this segment. This guy works for CNN. This gal apparently is a MAGA commentator. Tim Pool was in the press pool yesterday, which caused a hubbub on Twitter. For those of you who don't know, I was on Tim Pool's show a little bit ago. Tim Pool is one of those guys who's like, I'm a liberal, but it turns out the left is wrong about everything and Trump is right about everything. And it's like, so yeah, anyways, let's take a look at this while you guys give me some fodder in chat about why Trump would beat Obama.
Join us in celebrating
I have
70 years in the U.S. and get exclusive offers on select new Volvo models.
This is my first time in here.
Well, you're only probably with the most controversial White House correspondents.
And I'm actually really good at yelling because I used to be a ring announcer.
We're all biased, right? We just wear our bias, which I think is a pejorative term to begin with, on our sleeves.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. I'm pro-Trump. The questions I ask, in my opinion, are going to help highlight the good things that he's doing for America.
These are White House correspondents like you've never seen before. They're part of the Trump administration's push to bring so-called new media into the White House.
We have an individual in our new media seat today.
Cara Castronova is White House correspondent for Lindell TV.
Go to mypillow.com.
Yes, that Lindell.
Boys will be boys, and
the new media outlets have full access to the White House briefing room, where they ask questions like this.
Will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before.
Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy? And is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office.
And the characterization that what you were doing, asking Zelensky that question, that you were trolling.
I'm not a troll. I never have been. That was a legitimate question that I just wanted to ask. It didn't mean to, get everyone fired up like they did.
Right now, the briefing room, the seats are, big networks up front. You're hoping that will be rearranged, that outlets like yourself might have a more prominent seat here?
Definitely. If it were up to me, I'd kick a lot of these outlets out. I view my role here more as sort of reporting on not so much the White House, but really the media.
Natalie Winters is White House correspondent for Steve Bannon's show War Room.
Our bias is not to be sycophants for President Trump. Our bias is for our audience, which is the working class of America, the people who want to put this country first.
If Trump messes up, will you guys call it out?
Yeah, and we have. I think time and time again, particularly on the vertical and issue of immigration, we are not for stapling green cards to diplomas.
We met the new media correspondents on the day Trump announced tariffs that could upend the world economic order. As other news outlets reported on the tanking stock market, on Bannon TV, they celebrated.
This is the first day where a sitting president put America's working class first, and it's a glorious day to be standing here at the White House and to be able to say that and bring that to you.
Have the quote unquote traditional reporters that are here been hostile to you at all?
Well, I think they know better than to come after Natalie Winters and the War Room posse, but it's the looks, the eye rolls, the conversations that I overhear.
They're adjusting to life as part of the White House press corps. These big tents here is where you have CNN, ABC,
Right.
the networks, and you guys are kind of
So we're
off
kind
to the
of
side here.
off to the side, which is what a lot of alternate media is doing right now.
From the protocols
There were times at the beginning when we're standing kind of here, not realizing we're in people's shots.
to the snack selection.
And this is off topic. The vending machine is full of junk food, and I'm a big Maha person. I almost ate a beef Slim Jim yesterday. I was desperate.
Do you consider yourself a journalist?
Yes.
Tell me.
Seems like you took a little
No,
pause to process that.
but, I mean,
But I think we all should have a seat at the table.
Mm.
I really do. And if you look, the very first week she did the new media, it was Axios. And Axios, by no stretch of imagination, is a conservative new media.
but while not all new media here are MAGA media, a lot of them are more cheerleading President Trump than challenging him. You are a Trump fan, right?
Yes, I'm definitely a supporter of President Trump.
So will you be able to hold them to account then? and
I
call
would.
them out?
I will be able to hold 100% him to account. There's, I'm sure, things that will happen that I disagree with, and I have said plenty of times, on the record when I've disagreed with his
Is there
decisions.
anything so far in this administration you've disagreed with?
I'm not gonna. Let me put some thought into that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just overwhelmed, with how well I perceive things to be going.
But to the people, and I'm sure you see this online every single day, who say you don't deserve to be here because you're not a real journalist, what's your response to them?
Well, I'm pretty sure the group of people in there spent, 4 years covering for someone who was essentially dead, and that's being charitable in my description of him, a president by the name of Joe Biden. So to all those people who are apoplectic over having new media voices, you guys failed, and that's why we're here.
The chair of the White House Correspondents Association, a group that has represented White House reporters for more than a century, recently wrote, "For the public to get information it needs to understand and make decisions about the most powerful office in the world, it needs news produced by experienced professional journalists who ask tough questions and produce fair coverage."
Okay. So this is actually wildly interesting when you think about it in the the helicopter, the satellite level view. So let's I took some notes. Let's go ahead and take it down. It's actually really easy to dismiss these people, but I think that there's something stronger at play. And so I'll go over some of the things that I think are easy to dismiss these people. And then I also want to kind of strike at the core of the message that I think is more troublesome for people who are critical of these reporters. Okay. So these are effectively pro-Trump pundits. All right. The thing about alternative media, new media, so to speak, is that new media is completely unregulated. I am here in front of a webcam in a home studio. I can say whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. Right. I could, obviously, as long as it's within terms of service, I could literally just spout off crazy conspiracy theorist nonsense, or I could take the most like deep state, pro deep state line, and there's really no regulation about what I can do. So what these pro-Trump pundits have done is they've hitched their wagon, so to speak, to the MAGA movement, and they've taken Trump's rhetoric and then amplified it 1,000% to that audience. And so Lindell TV, as an example, Mark Lindell, the My Pillow guy, he's like a schizophrenic. Okay. He 100% believed in the Dominion lawsuit, 100% believed that 2020 was stolen, 100% believed that they were going to be vindicated in court, 100% believed that they were going to effectively reverse the 2020 decision. And none of that happened. But has he suffered like any credibility issues since? And the answer is no. He still just kept pressing, kept being a MAGA pundit, kept making money, kept doing all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, he's fine because he still has his political tribe. And I don't know if they trust him to tell the truth, but they certainly like to hear what he has to say, because what he has to say resonates with them and also reinforces their worldview. Same thing with this lady with the Maha, fitness routine and diet. There's this like narrative that RFK Jr. is going to unilaterally walk into the what is it, like the FDA, and going to completely rewrite every single thing that they're doing as an organization and that they're going to eliminate all the poisons, all the additives, all the fluoride, all of this, all of that. He's going to track down the autism. He's going to do all this kind of stuff. And so effectively, they're catering to like a schizophrenic niche of the American populace that is probably only representative of 10% of the population. But that population is like rabid, passionate, and puts their money and energy behind it. And so as a result, they're going to have like endless support from this base, no matter what they do. The journalist trolling Zelensky, why aren't you wearing a suit? Here's what I have issue with this. So we're effectively having like a three-way meeting between the vice president, the president, and I guess the press being there. And then we have the why aren't you wearing a suit hitching into a narrative that Zelensky doesn't respect the United States at all, and is effectively like a welfare recipient, except for instead of receiving welfare, he's receiving weapons, right? That's the narrative that MAGA tells themselves. And what ends up happening is Vance takes like a subconscious cue effectively. I really would not put this above him. But when Zelensky says, hey, we've tried diplomacy, it didn't work, so what's going to be different this time, which is a real criticism. It should have been done behind closed doors, but it's a real criticism when the vice president says, we're going to do diplomacy and it's going to work out great. Well, Zelensky's kind of like, hold on, we've done it before. We had a ceasefire. Russia violated it immediately. What's going to be different this time? Without a security guarantee. That's why I'm skeptical of this deal. I'm sure he said that in closed doors, and then when challenged, he said it outside of closed doors, right? And so we effectively have Vance seizing on this narrative that is wildly unprofessional, effectively getting Zelensky and JD Vance to implode the minerals deal. And so we're not talking about something arbitrary about like, oh, well, we just had like a whoops social media moment. It's like, no, hundreds, if not thousands of people died as a result of the cutting of support to Ukraine with intelligence sharing and weapons support. And then not only that, but not only did hundreds, if not thousands of people die, but we're waiting for Europe to pick up the slack. Who says that Europe is going to pick up the slack? They might not. Okay. So it actually might be a problem. So Jonah Boy says, got to go take my final exams, be back later. Well, good luck, Jonah. Tell us how it goes. So, effectively, like alt media contributed to the implosion of a deal that effectively killed hundreds or thousands of people, right? And then the War Room lady says that they're not going to be sycophants for Trump. But let's face it, all of these other notes that I've taken, they're saying that they're going to hold the Trump administration accountable, and they're going to challenge the Trump administration. They're going to hold the Trump admin to account, but they're not going to hold them to account in reference to violations to the Constitution. They're going to hold them to account in reference to fulfilling the MAGA agenda, every fantastical, insane thing that was ever said on the campaign trail. Whenever the administration deviates and actually has an ounce of pragmatism or intelligence, they're going to challenge the administration to be more insane and more sycophantic and more crazy. And so as a result, this is like a really toxic atmosphere. Just to wrap it up and kind of get to the thrust of it, this is democracy. This is the reason why, like, I identify as a, like, never Trump Republican, maybe a neoconservative, because no offense to you beautiful people, you beautiful souls in my chat. You have excellent taste. You guys are intelligent. You're beautiful. You're fantastic. You guys are the cream of the crop of what America has to offer the world, okay? However, the demos, the body of people of the United States, that's the root word. It's the Greek word demos, is for people. The average person, I think it's a mob, effectively. I think they're subject to whims. I think they're subject to emotion. I think they're subject to appeals to hypocrisy, appeals to conspiracy, appeals to emotion, appeals to revenge. I think that the average person is very, very, very compromised by their emotional outlook on a situation that has very little to do with political analysis. So that's a problem. But I don't know how to deal with that problem, because as Winston Churchill said, what is it? He said, democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other ones. So it's like, as flawed as this is the best we can do. So that stinks, but we got to deal with it. Moving to the next news segment. Although I will read Christian Valeris, you know, my favorite bulwark in the storm. Alt media contributed to January 6th, legitimized those that cut cancer research, USAID, promoted great replacement theory and attacks on Paul Pelosi, QAnon, and they are domestic enemies. Well, you know, when you say domestic enemies, that effectively means that you need to fight a counterinsurgency campaign against them. I don't know if I would go that far. However, I would say that, yeah, they've narrativized things that are horrible and then pretended like they're amazing. So, yeah, that's unfortunately, we're all trying to figure out how to reach these people and actually convince them of reality. Unfortunately, I think that they're probably on like a dopamine treadmill in reference to the people who placate them with talking points. And so we need to figure out how to break that cycle. We effectively need to talk to social psychologists. That's who we really need to talk to. But the good news is, as chaotic as the Trump presidency has been financially, it's also been chaotic for Tesla, the company, one of the main companies of billionaire Elon Musk. And so I think he's been saying recently that he's hated Washington, D.C. and the social media backlash to his efforts to cut, I don't know, cancer research and support for people in East Africa with HIV prevention, that he is going to back away from his role in Washington. So let's see what element of truth there is to that.
Dr. Rick, we are thinking sandwiches again for lunch. What should I put you down for?
Oh, boundaries. They can be tough for young homeowners turning into their parents.
Now, I'm either going to go tuna melt or Reuben.
Tom,
they're known for their
remember,
Reuben.
when the door closes, so does the conversation.
Oh, yes, gotcha. Okay. Looks like the soup of the day is tomato bisque.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
I could go tuna melt. If you want to go Reuben, we could do a mix and match.
Elon Musk's empire suffering a major blow tonight, with profits plunging more than 70%. And Musk, just moments ago, in a call that we've obtained, admits this reason as to why.
There's been some blowback for the time that I've been spending in government with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. There are some challenges, and I expect that this year will be, there'll probably be some unexpected bumps this year.
He does not usually get on this call and talk. In fact, in 2021, he said this.
I think going forward, I will most likely not be on earnings calls unless there's something really important that I need to say.
Well, there is something really important that he needs to say right now. Musk's image as the world's wealthiest man has taken an unprecedented hit in an unprecedentedly short
Yo, CNN, you are wrong for this one. This is awesome. Look at your screen. So hold up. But this was the criticism of media, okay? Like, listen, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, okay? So I'm not hating too much. But the CNN legacy media. Legacy media likes to say that, like, oh, we're not as petty, we're more objective, we like to look at facts, we like to do this, we like to do that. But they're making fun of Elon Musk right now on your screen. So every word they said was objective, but the message is to do harm to Elon Musk, which I find funny. Maybe he deserves it, but you can't pretend that you're not biased when you're posting a picture like this. So as an example, this is actually pretty wild. This is pretty funny to see on my screen this early. Is they're like, oh yeah, Elon Musk. So let's say that this was Walter Cronkite. Okay, let's say this was the 1970s and the news media was actually like kind of more unbiased, more objective. The news segment would be fairly boring, but the news segment would be Elon Musk in a previous year earnings call said that he wouldn't be on earnings calls unless it was absolutely necessary for him to be there. He was on this most recent earnings call because Tesla has taken a 71% hit. This is due to unpopular actions on behalf of Elon Musk in reference to the Department of Government Efficiency. He says so as well in the phone call. Here's the clip, right? That would be the kind of like objective Walter Cronkitean, polite, tactful 1970s style news segment. Whereas the CNN hosts, they picked Elon Musk jumping, exposing his belly while wearing skinny jeans to a crowd of thousands, they picked that as the picture that they were going to use in order to criticize it. It's actually kind of awesome, but not. It might be awesome. It might be funny. It's definitely biased. Like we can admit this is biased, right? So Focus Lady says, could identification of disinformation while simultaneously finding ways to avoid triggering the cult manufactured insecurity connected to science and education help people in MAGA echo chambers? So Focus Lady, I appreciate you hanging out with us and checking out the segments for a prolonged period. You were here when we first started, so thank you for your chats. And yes, but you have to understand that part of the narrative problem is a crisis of credentialism, is what people would say. And what I mean by that is that when you say social psychologists say, when you say scientists say, when you say based off of peer review studies, what ends up happening is a lot of people who feel like they've been manipulated by our society in order to get a bad shake, they shut down psychologically as soon as you start saying any of that. So it's not whether or not you do that research. You should still do that research. But I don't think that is going to be the way that you actually solve this problem. I think the way that you're going to solve this problem, and by the way, I don't think I'm competent or intelligent enough to do it, is I think we were talking about the hedonic treadmill. It's this like feedback cycle of desiring something, pursuing it, getting it, and then acclimating to it, and then pursuing it again. We could think about that with like the dopamine cycle, where you pursue information that you like, you get the information that you like, and then you acclimate to it, and then you pursue it again the next day. I think we need to do that, but we need to do that for, I don't know, people who actually support and defend the Constitution of the United States, people who actually love this country, people who actually are thankful for the opportunities and experiences that they've gotten as a result of the freedoms that we have. And then we need to kind of inoculate those people to the cynicism that is so prevalent in alternative media and in the political tribes that are trying to rip this country apart. We need to inoculate like a tribal population away from those people. And then we also need to attract through doing cool things, doing fun things, actually helping the American people, improving their working conditions, improving the American life, where we can point to and say like, hey, we're not just like a cult that's trying to convince you that our way is better. We're actually like legitimately making the world a better place. And I think that's how you beat these people in the long term. The problem is it's not as fun or sexy as just saying the world sucks and it's all falling apart. That's the main problem. Excuse me. But thank you for the question. Much appreciated. Christian Valera says, were the Dems the first to engage in this type of rhetoric? The answer is no. I remember Glenn Beck characterized Obama as Adolf Hitler. Connor, I woke up on the bad side, but we need to have the same kind of rhetoric. Maybe. I think you can take a multi-pronged approach. So you can have the hyperbolic, aggressive, doomer, black pill rhetoric, but I think you also need to have a funnel into something that's more positive. Ultimately, like, people don't stay around, and all you're doing is you're reinforcing a political tribe that's ultimately apocalyptic. So I don't want the American people to be involved in an apocalyptic death cult where they feel like if they don't win something, then it's the end of the world. That is how MAGA seized power, is by effectively creating like an apocalyptic cult where if Donald Trump did not win, then it was the end of the United States of America. So there's something to be said with that kind of marketing, but I don't want that to be the core of the message. Otherwise, you're always going to have to continually serve up apocalypses in order to keep your audience motivated. That's why we need to speak to a social psychologist. People are probably not buying Teslas because of the mass vandalism. I mean, I would say that that's maybe a factor. I also think it's because they probably don't like, cutting the AIDS treatments for East Africans and canceling cancer research and dancing with your belly open in front of MAGA. I would say especially liberals and progressives probably don't enjoy that. Excuse me. Christian Blair says, as long as MAGA Republicans don't receive backlash punishment, they will continue to radicalize until this country implodes. Well, we need a multi-pronged approach. So let's see it. Okay, so we'll game plan it. Okay, this chat right here, we'll save America. We'll figure it out. You know, the dozens of us who are hanging out this morning, we're going to game plan. We're going to figure it out. We're going to get support, and we're going to execute. Okay, we'll save America. Don't worry about it. Kesoko says, or even better, we educate the people better and invest in education. That's how we beat ignorance. Kesoko, I've heard that for a while. In my opinion, this could be an elitist, neoconservative, Republican, rhino Republican opinion. However, I don't think you can. I think you can educate people in order to have more information. I don't think that you can educate much past intelligence. You can improve intelligence with better diet, early childhood education, a non-threatening environment, better sleep, better supplements, all that kind of stuff. You can raise IQ through those levels, but you're going to hit an upper like plateau at some point. And so you can't really you can teach people to critically think, but you can't really raise their IQ much past the environmental factors. So I don't think you can just educate the problem away. I think you do need to play the social psychological games that MAGA plays in order to attract and maintain a power base. So I'm going to assume it was the cheese hat. Maybe. Hearshot says investing in education hasn't been going well. I mean, like, I believe it or not, Hearshot, I think is going to be our cynic today. I'm actually with Hearshot though. Like I'm with Hearshot. I don't think you can educate this problem away. Christian Blair says improve education. That's a 20 to 30 year strategy, assuming you get states the proper funding. Oh, that's right. Republicans are actively shutting down DOE. Yeah, you have to understand that, you know, what side of the war you're on right now. Yeah, well, Kesoko, that's kind of the problem is we're on the losing end, right? Right now. If you're an anti-MAGA Republican, they might have hell to pay in the midterms, but right now they're controlling vast swaths of the government and they're executing their agenda very aggressively. Sorry, I'm going to read one more chat and then we're going to get back into the content. I just wanted to pause and laugh at this belly. Sapien Green says IQ is no guarantee that people aren't going to be conspiracy theorists. I once worked with a very smart senior doctor who was super into conspiracy theories. But yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I know brilliant, man. I have brilliant people in my family. My little brother is an accountant. My dad is a CPA. My stepfather-in-law, I guess. My mother and father are still married, but my in-laws, I have a stepfather-in-law, and he's brilliant, like genuinely, like one of the smartest and kindest and most rhetorically gifted men I know. If I talk to him about MAGA for more than 30 seconds, effectively our communications like implode. And so it's actually crazy because all three of these men that I know are brilliant on paper, very successful, all that kind of stuff. But they've been sucked in by the political tribalism into a tribe that I don't recognize. I don't recognize at all. And my dad, not so much. But the point is that like intelligence is no guarantee of allegiance to your personal political project, right? Sean Kaplan says, but can we fight MAGA populism without a new type of populism? I hope so. Maybe this is my problem. I'm not a populist. Maybe I'm the wrong person to lead the fight. But we'll talk to a social psychologist. We'll come up with a game plan. We'll figure it out. We got it. Don't worry. You chat, you brilliant few dozen souls, along with me, we are going to figure it out. Okay. All right. You guys are being very fun and engaged in chat, and I genuinely do love it. But for the sake of actually getting through the content, let's finish this part.
Period of time. From his controversial behavior at Trump events like Inauguration Day to revelations that he has a lot more children than his known 13 that did not come from some sort of a tabloid. It came from the Wall Street Journal. And beyond his reputation and image, Musk has lost more than $130 billion since Election Day because of the damage he has done to Tesla's brand by tying himself so directly to Trump and by Doge. And many investors on that Tesla earning call have lost a lot of money because of Musk this year. Tesla shares have been cut almost in half, in fact, since Election Day, when you look at the highs then, which may be why Musk did something really important on this call. When he talks about something important to say, perhaps nothing more important than this, keeping up his fight against Trump's tariffs.
Interesting. Sorry. I took a bite of trail mix. My apologies. Evan says populism ain't it. I'm with him. Focus Lady says Dr. Stephen Hassan has written books as well as many interviews about social psychology of cult brainwashing. He is currently working on the subject matter that you're covering today. That's good, Focus Lady. But I don't so much want to create like, because I think the danger is competing in cult-like recruitment and then just creating a new cult. That's not what I want. Like, I want decent human beings to be able to band together in a tribe that is pro-American, that is pro-Constitution, that is pro-Republic, that has the best interests of the world and the best interests of the United States together. And I want those people to bind together, combine their power, and then push for a better America. I think what's going on right now is that we have a cynical element of the upper class of society that plays the United States and manipulates the United States to their financial benefit at almost all times. And they don't have the best interests of the nation at heart. They don't have a sense of patriotism or nationalism that roots their behavior. They will literally drive the United States off of a cliff as long as they can make a dollar off of it. And then I think in reaction to that, you have Trump-level populism, where Trump is promising the working class that he's going to fix all their problems, but then he further drives the country off of a cliff because I'm just going to be mean because it's the morning and I'm getting caffeinated because he's a moron. He's dumb. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he's hurting a lot of people as a result. And so if we have this like manipulative class of what I would say like are effectively like vampires who are sucking on the blood of the United States of America, and then the other option is Trump-level populism. Well, we don't revert it back to the vampires and then create a cult around the vampires. We try to create a working class, middle class, and upper class coalition of people who actually care about the United States and their people, that actually care about, I don't know, the Americas and all the people within this continent, and then generally speaking, care about the world. That's the way that I would do it. It's easier said than done. We're trying to figure it out, but you know, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. That's why we have the smartest, most beautiful, bestest chat on the planet is you guys, and so we'll figure it out. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says you absolutely can. You can do it by letting populists mill themselves into the ground every 60 years or so. Well, Grassroots Hegemon, I hope you're right that this is effectively like a cyclical thing that just happens every now and then. And then what will happen is Trump will destroy the populist narrative so aggressively that it's not popular for like another 2 generations. That would be cool, but the question is how much damage is going to be done, and then what's going to be more damaging in the future when we have, let's say 60 years from now, we have another Trump and the world is even more complex, right? That's the question. K-Soko, so education is a foundation that our country has stood on. We would have never made it where we are if we just said IQ not important. I will always advocate for Republicans to stop cutting education funding. K-Soko, we're probably more aligned than we are. I just think it's insufficient. Sultan Al Fahim says build the cult. We'll work on it, but you know, don't call it a cult. Otherwise, people will be like, "Is this the cult?" And you'll be like, "No." Sean says, so funny that MAGA line for turning on Trump was a tiny bit, was money. He could do anything he wanted until you start messing with these grifters' wallets. I mean, yeah, but there's a substantive amount of his base that are industrialists who thought that they were going to, oh, thanks for the donation again, Grassroots. Jesus. Excuse me. Sorry, Lord. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Ken. Sorry for taking the Lord's name in vain. But I wasn't expecting another donation so quickly. Thank you. Focus Lady says, are you on Blue Sky? Christian Blair says Blue Sky is I won't read that phrase, but it's effectively people just reaffirming all their beliefs. Destiny wants to interact with those he disagrees with. Yeah. I'm not on Blue Sky, but to be honest, Focus Lady, I'm not really a progressive. You could say I'm a liberal in a capital L sense. Like I believe in individual liberty. However, I'm kind of like a never Trump Republican. And so I'll have a chud, cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. That's an acronym used to describe, ignorant barbarian Republicans. I'll have a chud take every now and then, right? So I don't want you to get upset by following my Twitter or my Blue Sky and then getting upset when I have a chud take. Also, we're going to get through this news. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to get through this news segment in the next little bit. But what's going to happen is we're going to start watching some of the worst young men in alternative media who, in my opinion, are leading men astray. So it might get a little spicy in here, and I'm not going to hold it against you if you're like, hey, this isn't for me. So that's totally fine. But I do appreciate your passion and you commenting so much. Focus Lady says, I'm an independent. I never left Twitter. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, if it gets a little bit too spicy, say, hey, Connor, this was fun. I'll see you tomorrow morning for the news. So, all right. So I'm probably just going to read the headline. I'm not going to watch the video on this, but I do want to get through the news, relatively speaking. Jennings and Garcia Navarro react to Goldman Sachs CEO's remarks about uncertainty in policy. CNN senior political analyst Scott Jennings and New York Times journalist Lulu Garcia Navarro discussed the market's volatility and its impact on businesses. And so this is where the check to Trump is really coming, is that he has buddies on Wall Street. He has buddies in San Francisco tech. He has supporters in, Bitcoin and all those alternative coins. And so if the alternative coins take a hit because the economy is taking a hit, although they're supposed to be corresponding in opposite directions, but that's not always true. And then if Goldman Sachs says that this is bad, and then the San Francisco people say this is bad, Trump will adjust his policy to his base. He's not exactly in some ways, he's not an ideologue because he responds to the pushback he gets from the people who support him. Not all the time, but enough that hopefully he'll react and not implode the entire economy. All right. So, new story. U.S. fertility rate hovers near record low as Trump admin pushes for a baby boom. Let's read this, and then I actually want to break something down for you real quick. So women in the United States are less likely to have babies than ever before, but key figures in the Trump admin seem keen on changing that, even as federal programs focused on reproductive health face significant upheaval. About 3.6 million babies were born in the U.S. in 2024, according to a new report by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The fertility rate last year, 55 births for every 1,000 women of reproductive age, increased less than 1% from the record low in 2023, hovering well below rates from earlier years. The U.S. fertility rate has been trending down for decades, with a particularly steep dip after the Great Recession of 2008. An uptick in 2021 spurred theories about a COVID-19 baby bump, but the rate quickly returned to its more consistent downward pattern. Experts say that year-to-year movement in the fertility rate tends to be an incremental, and that a single year of change, such as this year's slight increase, does not indicate a shift in the broad term. But the latest provisional data published Wednesday by the CDC's National blah, 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 also shows that births continue to shift to older mothers. The fertility rate was highest among women in their early 30s in 2024, with more than 95 births for every 1,000 women aged 30 to 34. Meanwhile, teen births and births among women in their early 20s declined to record lows last year, the report shows. There were less than 13 births for every 1,000 teen girls, a 3% drop from 2023. And the birth rate for women ages 20 to 24, about 56 births for every 1,000 women, was just slightly above the rate for women in their late 30s. So what's actually interesting about this, though, is there's a variety of things that are interesting. We can look at the birth rates, and I think that we're going to be between 1.5 and 2 in the United States. As a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and take a look at that so I'm not making stuff up. United States current birth rate, 1.66. Demographic replacement rate is 2.15. And so what that means is that if we wanted the population to remain stable, we would need to have 2.15 children per household, or per mother, I guess, or that would be need to be the average. So you could have some people who have 8 kids, you could have some people who have 0 kids, but the average needs to be 2.15 if you want to maintain population stability. The reason why that's so important is because our tax system, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all that kind of stuff, it's kind of it's based on a growth model, which is why I think that this could be in the long term disastrous. However, we also kind of have a I don't know, if you think that anthropogenic or man-made climate change is a problem, every human born is going to have a substantive amount of carbon consumption. And so stabilizing the population, or even slightly reducing the population, not through mass slaughter, but through, just like a natural decrease in birth rate, that's okay. but we need technology to have a still increase in productivity that is able to pay for all of the social services that we currently have. Otherwise, we're going to have to cut all these social services. And so that's kind of the economic problem and the birth problem. The way that I'm solving it on an individual level is I'm having 3 kids. So I have 2 kids right now. The wife and I joke about whether or not that's already too stressful. But the truth is that I want a 3rd kid. My wife, depending on the day, wants a 3rd kid, all that kind of stuff. So we'll have 3, and that'll be us doing our part. The problem, though, is this right here. It's the fact that younger women don't have kids, but people in their late 20s and early 30s seem to be the strongest demographic. But this is a function of culture and economics. So what I mean by that is when I've talked to anybody in my generation, they've basically said that they don't want to have kids as teenagers because then their life is effectively over from like a young person drinking, having fun, partying, going to college standpoint. So they don't want to have them from 18 to 22. They definitely don't want to have them before 18. Then from 22 onwards, it's a matter of establishing yourself economically so you feel like you can support a family. And so even if they have a husband, even if they have a partner, they might not have a kid for 3 or 4 years because they don't feel like they can economically afford the kid. They're not in the right neighborhood. They don't have access to the right schools. They don't have the ability to do extracurricular activities. They don't have the ability to do this, to do that, to give their kid a good life. And so they delay having kids by half a decade because they want to be able to financially provide for the family that they're going to have. So then that puts having children into their late 20s or early 30s, which is, kind of backed up by this data. Well, then what happens in your late 20s and early 30s is, I'm not going to lie, you get tired, okay? You get tired. So what ends up happening is because you've already put a decade into your career, getting educated, all that kind of stuff, is grassroots hegemon with another dodo. Hold on, I'll address it momentarily, okay? I'll address it momentarily. The issue then becomes like, well, if you have 2 kids and you're already exhausted and you're already stretching your resources to the brink, then having a 3rd kid, of course, is going to stress out your family. And then the question is whether or not you want to endure that stress or if you want to just enjoy the kids that you have, right? And so that's kind of where we're facing this cultural and economic issue where there's plenty of people who are just opting out of having kids because they just want to live a hedonistic life. And then there's also plenty of people who do have kids who then say like, well, at what point do I just focus on what I have and improve what I have? And that's the issue. So if you want to have an economy that kind of like stable in a stable way helps families, then you need to, like, in my opinion, bulldoze the path that prevents people from having kids. You need to make sure that they have the ability to get through school and get decent employment. You need to make sure that once they're employed, they have the ability to make a living wage. You need to make sure that if they're going to school, that they'll have jobs that actually correlate with their school employment, that then they will be able to make a decent wage and provide for a family. You need to make sure that they have access to decent housing. That way they're not trying to have kids inside a tenement house apartment with 400 square feet. Nobody wants to do that. And yet there's people who live like that in New York all the time. And so as a result, if you don't bulldoze those barriers to having children, I'm not saying that even if you do, we're suddenly going to be at like 5 kids per household. That's never going to happen. But we could at least get to probably an average of 2. I think it's possible, but it would involve completely redesigning the way that our society treats family. So Grassroots Hegemon has been kind enough to give us another couple of donations. So I'm going to go ahead and read those off. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says there are not 2 options. This has happened before. It was surprise, surprise between FDR being an outrageous tyrant of a budget fudger, followed by Eisenhower, who carried his positive gains and slashed the budget. Right. But that's the thing. Excuse me, Grassroots. My goal, if I was a part of this American tribe that cares about America, my goal would be to stabilize the country. It would be to set expectations around what services the government will provide in order to enable an optimum society, and then just effectively leave those social services in place because we know that we need them and we know that they work, right? I wouldn't be doing all of the social programs. I would just be doing the ones that enable society best. Grassroots Hegemon for another $5 says 3 kids isn't nearly enough. Enough you need 17 sweatshop children so we can go boldly into the future making cheap t-shirts for China. Yeah, this is actually the MAGA position. This is actually the this is the Elon Musk position where he's like, yeah, we need to bump the birth rate up. And he's like, well, do people need good jobs in order to take care of their kids? And he's like, nah, we just need lots of kids. Based? Oh, that's funny. All right. Enough fun. Enough fun. Stop having fun in chat. All right. So let's take a look at this. This was a conversation that I actually had. I had a debate on my channel, Counterpoints. I had a debate on my channel with Lactoid last night. Lactoid is a libertarian lawyer from the United States. And he was saying that the current territory that has been taken by Russia is effectively where the new borders will be. That would suck, in my opinion, and I'll show you why in a moment. But Russia-Ukraine peace proposal involves freezing lines somewhere close to current location, Vance says. An agreement to freeze territorial lines somewhere close to where they are today is one of the final steps in reaching peace between Ukraine and Russia, Vice President J.D. Vance said today. We're going to see if the Europeans, the Russians, and Ukrainians are ultimately able to get this thing over the finish line, said Vance, who is currently visiting India. I feel pretty optimistic about it. I think everybody has been negotiating in good faith, he told reporters. That's not true, but that's okay. Asked to clarify about whether the United States proposal includes freezing the territorial lines where they are, Vance replied, no, I didn't say that. What I said is the current line somewhere close to them is where you're ultimately, I think, going to draw the new lines in the conflict. Now, of course, that means the Ukrainians and the Russians are both going to have to give up something of the territory they currently own. There's going to have to be some territorial swaps. I would say the exact lines, but we want the killing. I won't say the exact lines, but we want the killing to stop. Vance echoed comments from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said last week that the United States would have to abandon its efforts to bring the Russian-Ukraine war to close if no progress was made. So let's go ahead and take a look at the map right now. The Ukrainian war map, because this is the current lines as we understand them, where this is the border of Ukraine. Currently up here in the Kursk Oblast, there's a very small foothold of Ukrainians who are just holding a little bit of territory into Russia. That's obviously going to go back to the Russians during negotiations, right? Then what I think would happen is if this is Luhansk, then what the Ukrainians are going to say is that these encroaching forces that are trying to get to Kharkiv, they'll need to be withdrawn. This is if peace is a thing, right? And then this territory right here, in which Russians are trying to get into Kharkiv, this will have to be withdrawn to the borders of Luhansk. This will be the new DMZ, the demilitarized zone, which ironically enough is a militarized zone. So this border, maybe this river right here, would be the new border. Then in reference to this with Donetsk, what would probably happen, I'm not going to lie, is Ukrainians are probably going to want to concede a minimum amount of this territory. So they probably would draw the line just outside of Donetsk, like maybe this river right here. That would be the border that I would effectively propose. That's currently under Russian territory control. And then this is going to be the biggest line in contention. This is what's currently under Russian control. Crimea would go to the Russians in this peace negotiation. Luhansk and the area that I just drew around Donetsk is going to go there. But then this is where I would say the Ukrainians should try to get this back in negotiations. Mariupol, this city early in the conflict, not only is it like a major port city, but they fought almost to the last man in order to try to have a strong presence in Mariupol. The Ukrainian forces fought and died in order to maintain Mariupol. And then this territory right here is majority ethnic Ukrainians who would want to be a part of what, let's call it Western Ukraine, right? So in my negotiations, I would say we will have a unilateral security agreement with Ukraine, and then this territory goes back to the Ukrainians, just like Kherson Oblast. That might not be what's in the cards, but that's what I would fight for. End of rant. Remarks closed. Dude Man Sue says, was a heck of a good listen to. Good morning, Connor. Good morning to see you, Dude Man Sue. I'm happy to be providing fun content for you, beautiful Vine folks today. Who's going to man the border? Euro troops? Yeah, maybe. Or American troops. I don't really care. Proud Midwest representative here. Don't mind me. Okay, no problem. All right. Then I'm probably just going to hit a couple of more headlines, and then we're going to move on. Vance issues Ukraine ultimatum after Rubio snubs key London meeting. This is showing that we're pretty feckless, where we're saying all these things about what we're going to do, but then we don't actually follow through, meaning that the Ukrainians and the Russians might not take us as seriously as we would like. Israel strike on school turns shelter, kills 23 as Arab mediators seek long-term Gazan truce. This is the nightmare of the Gazan Strip, where effectively, if you bomb anywhere, let's say that you see a guy with an RPG and you hit him with a 500-pound bomb, then you're going to kill a bunch of people. Just for the sake of the Noah Samson critics, let's go ahead and read the first 3 paragraphs just so they're not thinking that I'm dodging it, I guess. An overnight Israeli strike on a school turned shelter in Gaza killed 23 people as Arab mediators worked on a proposal to end the war with Hamas that would include a 5 to 7 year truce and the release of all remaining hostages. There was no immediate Israeli comment on the strike, which set several tents ablaze, which had negative effects on the people inside those tents. The military says it was only targeting militants and blamed civilian deaths on Hamas because its fighters are embedded in densely populated areas. Another 6 people were killed in separate strikes, including a pair of 5-year-old twin girls. France, Germany, and Britain, meanwhile, said Israel's 7-week-old blockade on all imports to Gaza, including food, was intolerable, in unusually strong criticism from 3 of the country's closest allies. Yeah. So, Hamas, bad. Gazan Palestinians, deserve better treatment than this. Israel is being bad, but they're trying to pressure Hamas and Gaza into negotiations. Killing 23 people. Let's assume like half a dozen of those were civilians. You still ended up killing 20 civilians in some of the worst ways imaginable. So, yeah. All right. Just going to cover the headlines for these. President Trump blasts court for getting in the way of deportation agenda. I would say that this is one of the areas of the Trump presidency is him beefing with the courts. We have balance of power inside the United States where the judiciary, the Congress, and the President of the United States all have responsibilities so they can check each other. If Trump is pressing against that, then I would view that as part of his fascistic, and I do mean political, corporative, and flexible authoritarian. I'm not moral frogging when I say fascistic, but I would say that he's trying to be flexibly authoritarian, which is gross, and I hate it. Then Gorsuch Roberts side with left-leaning Supreme Court justices in immigration ruling. The reason why it's so funny is that they're trying to mobilize. This is Fox News, by the way. They're trying to mobilize their audience in order to think that Gorsuch and Roberts, who have been like long-term conservatives, are effectively like left-wing traitors who are jumping across in order to backstab Donald Trump. Whereas effectively what's happening is when there's a ruling here, some conservatives are actually conservative, and what they wish to conserve is the Constitution of the United States and the republic for which it was derived, right? That's what they're trying to conserve. I had this horrible debate on Monday on the Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable. I actually encourage you not to watch it because it was not productive with a gentleman named Admiral Gibbs. And so Admiral Gibbs gets done calling me a fascist and a neo-Nazi and a bad guy, and I'm siding with leftists, and I'm a progressive, and I'm a commie, and I'm not a conservative. And then I ask him how he feels about invading Greenland. And he's like, yeah, that's awesome. And I was like, how do you feel about invading Panama? He's like, yeah, that's awesome. Then I was like, what do you think about the courts blocking Trump on this? He's like, that's horrible. And it's like, oh, okay. So you actually don't understand anything about anything. You don't understand due process. You don't understand balance of power. You don't understand how our republic is constructed. You don't understand what we're trying to conserve. You don't understand any of this. You're just a Trump sycophant who thinks that you're a part of this like tribe. And if anybody betrays your tribe, then they effectively deserve to have capital punishment. So that's where I'm not going to lie. People like Gibbs, I'm just going to start taking less and less seriously. I'm going to, I'll engage with whoever. I'll debate whoever. But if you're somebody who simultaneously says that conservatives are betraying the cause by not siding with Trump, and then I ask you, what do you want Trump to do? And then you effectively say the most like disgusting authoritarian thing possibly imagine, then I'm like, okay, you're not even worth engaging with because you don't even understand the politics that you're talking about. So yeah. So that's the news, relatively speaking. That's a nice little roundup. I hope you enjoyed it. You know, that gets us caught up on what's going on. We are going to be moving into some red pill breakdowns. So I'm going to, you know, kind of chat with chat for a second, and then we'll start breaking down a SNEAKO segment. And I want to explain this because we do have a few people who might be a little bit more sane, and therefore this content will not be for them. So I'm going to explain something, and then I'll do an intro, then we'll get into the content, okay? So Valor Media, I'm just going to share this with you guys. The mission of Valor Media is to kind of like attract, retain, and mentor men aged 15 to 40. That's the mission. So we obviously have a substantive part of a female audience because they're coming over from places like Midas Touch. They're coming over from like Luke Beasley, Adam Mockler, all that kind of stuff. And we appreciate those people. Honestly, you know, thank God for you guys coming here, engaging with the comments, liking, subscribing, you know, supporting the channel, all that kind of stuff. You are appreciated. However, what we're trying to do is this content, this gentleman named SNEAKO, who's on your channel right now, he is popular. He's an alternative media figure who has made millions of dollars talking to young men about how to become a man, even though he himself does not know. We have Nick Fuentes, who is also a young man who talks to men about male issues. And to be frank, they're very nefarious characters. They're actually like quite terrible in a lot of ways in their opinions. And so the reason why I engage with this content, while it's bad and it's toxic, I guess, from a certain perspective, is that this is where the young men are and they're hearing wildly stupid things. And so I want to kind of piece apart why these ideas are stupid. So hopefully the young men will in turn watch our response to their favorite creator. And then they'll be like, oh, this actually makes more sense. What Connor says make more sense. What the people on Valor makes more sense. And so as a result, you know, I might still watch this for entertainment purposes every now and then, but I'm going to try to gravitate more towards this thing. And so if you are, you know, a woman and you find this content repulsive, I understand totally. And if you are somebody who doesn't like delving into the muck and mire of alternative media, I understand if this isn't for you as well. So no hard feelings, but we're about to dive into the mud. K Soko says Luke fans are in your chat. Not specifically. I haven't had anybody say like, "Oh, I'm a Luke Beasley fan." However, I've had, you know, women who seem like very polite and kind people who will jump into my chat every now and then or jump into the comment section and they'll be like, "This is repulsive," and I'll be like, "Yeah, that's kind of the point." So. Christian Blair says, I've read the comment section of Luke and other Zoomer libs. Most of them sound like normie libs. I mean, yeah. So this content isn't for normie libs. This content, like, dude, if we just wanted to have libs talk to themselves forever, then we could just be a Midas clone, right? We could just say, the Democrats are good and the Republicans are bad and all these men are toxic and evil. Like, we could just do that and never engage with the actual content and the actual ideas of the dissident right and the alternative media. But unfortunately, this is where the young men are, so we're going to have to go in there. So Christian Blair says, lol, based. True. Focus Lady says, cultural factors also include the disparity between theory and practice in social psychology of young women, such as the myth of automatic male abusiveness. Humans can refute that collaboratively. Agreed. So Focus Lady, I appreciate you being here. If you want to jump into the mud pit with us, go ahead and do so. If you end up needing to dip out at some point, I will not take it personally. We love our terrible women in this house. True, Grassroots Hegemon. True. All right. So Christian Blair says, I support limited dem policies, MAGA hatred, tactical slurs, insane the R slur. True. Razzle Smasher says, I'm a lib, but I recognize the importance of understanding alt media in the modern era, especially after the 24 election. That said, SNEAKO is utter garbage. True. So let's consume some garbage together. So I'm going to do an intro and then we'll get it cracking. I'm going to go ahead and do a full cam. That way SNEAKO fans can appreciate me in all my masculine glory. You do not get a beard or muscles like this by being a wussy. Anyways, let's do the intro. So, good morning, guys. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I like talking about lots of things, including alternative media, politics, news, all that kind of stuff. And I am a part of the Valor Media Network. The Valor Media Network is a network of creators who are coming together in order to create content that is hopefully a little bit more pro-masculine, a little bit pro-male, a little bit trying to get the people who are trapped in the red pill and black pill philosophies and bring them towards white pill and try to show them that there's a better way. And so as a result, we're going into the muck mines in order to break down content that young men are currently consuming. This involves the creator SNEAKO. SNEAKO is a Muslim convert who talks about red pill ideology, who talks about working out and getting money. And I have no problems with becoming Muslim if you actually sincerely believe it. I have no problems with making money, and I have no problems with working out. I think all of that is based. However, there's plenty of other stuff that is very cringe, and so that's what we're actually going to be breaking down today. So, without further ado, let's see what young Mr. SNEAKO has to say. And the title of the video that we're going to be watching today is Nobody Respects a Man That Has Not Been Punched in the Face by Life.
Ivermectin was the boogeyman drug during COVID. Couldn't talk about it, couldn't get it anywhere, even though it was known to be an antiviral, antimicrobial, antiparasitic medicine. I first found out about ivermectin in 2020 when I got COVID, which, not gonna lie, I had all the symptoms. When I got my ivermectin, it was important for me to
2024 just got a whole lot better. I want to explain why. They just rolled out this program. It's called the Economic Relief for 2024.
I've always maintained that the red pill is for incels who don't realize that everything they glorify is feminine. Miami is the city for sparkly bottle girls on your Instagram story, but hopefully if you're a man, you know that's not what defines your masculinity. You could try to cover it up in plastic surgery and rental cars, but nobody will respect a man that's never been punched in the face.
I do what I gotta do. I don't care if I get caught. The DA could play this motherfucking tape in court. I'll kill you. I ain't playing. Hear what I'm saying? Homie, I ain't playing. Don't you slipping, I'ma kill you. I ain't playing. Hear what I'm saying? Homie, I ain't playing.
That Uber from Manhattan was $170. $170. It's 9:30. I woke up feeling grateful today. Just a quick moment to say I love and appreciate you guys. Have a nice day.
Aw, thanks, Nico.
Look like the guy from social media.
Well, what's his name?
SNEAKO?
Who's that guy?
I'm not that crazy. You look like it.
You look like Tom Hanks.
You are him, right? Are you him?
Remember that guy did the song White Boy Summer?
Yeah. But are you actually him?
You're him.
Are you him?
You're him.
Can we take a selfie?
Yeah, sure.
Are you actually him? You know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's so wild because you look like him.
Okay, yeah. You remember Tom?
All right. Can I say this is endearing? I don't have much criticism so far. Okay. So if you want, are you him? I'm not going to read that, Christian Valeris, because that could be bad. But if you want to take a look at your screen, Christian Valeris just made a joke that's actually pretty funny. So nothing too cringe so far. Effectively, what I got from the intro was Miami is a fake city. Plastic surgery and materialism and bottle service can only get you so far. You actually need some kind of toughness to you, in order to survive. And so this is all Gucci so far. And then also a fan recognizing you and then kind of like screwing with the fan in order to be like, is that him? Is that not him? Whatever. But then also agreeing in order to take a selfie. All right. Like, he's kind of being a jerk. He's kind of being a jerk to this random fan. He could just be like, yeah, that's SNEAKO. That's me, right? Stand on business. But I do understand that, like, if he did that with every single person, because he's a controversial creator, there are plenty of people who would be, potentially hostile. Might literally start a fist fight in the airport with him. So, so far, so good. Okay, I'm vibing. I'm okay with it.
Tom Hanks song. He did the song White Boy Summer. You know White Boy Summer?
Sure.
Is it going to be a White Boy Summer?
You're actually him, right?
Nah, I'm just an impersonator. Well, it's fake, dude. You are. It's fake. Hey, morning. Well, why are you looking at me like that?
I know you.
I know you. There you go.
Look at the camera, okay?
If you know me, why do I need to get my ID?
Why did you check your ID? That's about security procedure.
Just in time. Do you guys remember the vlog from 4 days ago where I took a helicopter leaving this airport to my apartment? Yesterday, that helicopter company on the same ride crashed over the Hudson River and the whole family died. This tourist family from Spain, kids, terrible.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. What's going on?
What's going on?
I just fanned out mad hard.
Your name is Brody?
Yeah. Oh, shit. What's going on?
What's good, Brody?
No. I've been seeing everything. Yo, congratulations for everything, bro. For real.
Hey, you too. I appreciate that, man. Thanks. Have a good one.
Aw.
I say that to say it's probably the best idea if I take a break from helicopters for a while. It is kind of an epic way to go, but too tragic for me.
Hold on. Okay, listen. There's not a lot of substance so far, which is totally fine. I'm happy that people are recognizing him, but I do want you to notice this. So SNEAKO has always been a beta. Dude prevented himself from laughing and fresh and fit to seem more masculine. Lol. Yeah, and then also not standing on business and just owning your name. Yeah, that's kind of beta too. And here's another thing that's beta. Okay, I'm gonna pick on him a little bit. Okay, no, I just want y'all see if you can spot what I think is beta. Take a look at how he shoots this vlog thing. Okay, take a look at this.
Congratulations for everything, bro. For real.
Hey, you too. I appreciate that, man. Thanks. Have a good one. I say that to say it's probably the best idea if I take a break from helicopters for a while. It is kind of an epic way to go, but too tragic for me.
Okay, so I'm just. Do you know what I'm gonna say? See if what you think is what I think. Okay, so this grown man, right, mid-20s, late 20s, whatever, he took a camera, he set it up, then he starts like 10 feet away. He walks up to it talking as if they're like friends. Fisheye is also a little beta, that's true. But he sets up the camera. He talks to it as if they're friends while they're chatting or whatever. Then he picks up the camera and starts walking, right? Now, listen, this is artistic. I get it. You know, he's trying to make the video more aesthetically pleasing, more interesting. I totally understand all of that. But is it not like, I'm just going to be like a little critical, maybe a little hypocritical. Is it not like a little feminine to be like setting up a camera like in a public place in order to like get the perfect shot for you to be vlogging? Like, I'm just saying, like, this dude's like, you know, alpha male Chad working out, getting into fights, you know, like all that kind of stuff. And then here he is like setting up like the perfect camera in order to, you know, look good for his video. I think that's a little femme. I think that's a little femme coded. Okay. I think that's a little femme. Yeah. Imaginary camera friend. Exactly. Like, is creating an imaginary camera friend a little bit feminine? I would say it's a little bit feminine coded. Okay. Now in the future, I'll say I would happily like, you know, hang out with SNEAKO and just kind of see how he does what he does. Cause obviously he's like popular for a reason. And I wouldn't mind seeing how he shot this, what tech he uses, all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying it's kind of like the Instagram girl, you know, like setting up a camera that they can like walk by or work out with. That's the way that I'm kind of vibing on. Hearshot says, I'm not a fan of SNEAKO and don't particularly care for his content, but I doubt any of you would voluntarily step into a ring with Sean Strickland. I might. Sean Strickland, what's his height and weight? And by the way, SNEAKO got like jacked when he was in the fight. Now, height, weight. So 6'1", 185. I mean, yeah, I would. You know, just I'd be like, hey man, I got some neck issues. Can you not shoot 100%? You can do 100% shots into my, you know, neck, like chest down. You can do 100% shots, but just don't throw 100% shots into my like my temple and my jaw and my neck, and we'll be Gucci. Yeah, I'd do that. That's fine. Connor says, hold on. I'm getting called out. Connor says you laugh, but that take is what got Destiny to respect Myron from Fresh and Fit. Why? Because he called out SNEAKO and he didn't trash Destiny? That's funny. Fisheye isn't cool unless you're in a skate video. I agree. Can say it's beta, but it works, to be fair. Can't hate on it too much. It's getting the demo you want to get. I mean, True Zealot, that's what I was thinking while I was making the criticism. So I come from an era that was half internet half non-internet. So like the internet up until I was 13, the internet didn't exist for like the first 8 years I was alive. It wasn't privately available. Then after me being 8, at least it wasn't like broadly commercially available for consumers, I guess. And then when I was like 8 to 13, it was dial up. And then when I was 13, it really started taking off, right? And so for the first like 8 to 13 years of my life, I really didn't have the internet. And so as a result, I lived offline. That was normal. After 13, though, of course, I've lived online. SNEAKO is a part of a generation that has perpetually lived online. And so as a result, they're probably way more used to trying to get the perfect aesthetic. Whereas for me, trying to get the perfect aesthetic, I'm not going to lie, just reads a little femme. So True Zealot, you're wrong, or you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. But I think it'll take some psychological adjustment before I set up a camera in an airport and then I walk up to it and talk to it like it's my friend in order to get the perfect shot that I then post to social media. I'm not going to lie, that feels a little femme-coded. You would ask Sean that, and he is the type of dick to just do it. I mean, yeah, kind of. But I think also, like, so here's the thing. I've never been knocked out, and I've fought some big boys before. Now, Sean's an MMA fighter, so maybe, you know, it's different. You could get knocked out, right? However, if you start, you know, basically with your elbows and your fists kind of guarding your temples and jaw, unless he does like a straight shot or an uppercut, it should be relatively difficult to get a knockout. And if you ask him not to do that, I hope he would be polite enough not to do it. And so then as a result, all you can really take is like body shots and arm shots. And so what you effectively have to do is you have to be fast enough to throw your strikes out, which he's an MMA fighter. He's probably going to mess you up, right? But you have to have the stones to try to block your head and block your chin and then try to throw some shots without him getting a counterpunch on you. So I would be happy to do that. As long as Sean Strickland promised he wasn't going to throw 100% punch into my jaw, temple, or neck, right? Pretend fight, though? Well, I mean, sparring, people spar all the time. Yeah. He would leg strike me like a MFer. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what I would do. I would do chest shots and leg shots and try to knock the wind out of the other person. If I was a professional MMA fighter and I had a dude who said, don't knock me out, but you can hit me as hard as you can anywhere else, obviously you're going to try to throw an elbow to the chest, or you're going to try to like do a super strong leg kick to the thigh, or to like the side of the knee or whatever, to see if you can crack something that then makes them like quit. Focus Lady says, okay, that's normal for Miami because a lot of guys here, ooh, you're in Miami, try to establish a social hierarchy immediately. He's posturing in a way that's currently rewarded to attempt to increase performative dominance. Well, Focus Lady, yeah, you're analyzing this perfectly because literally like his entire career is about performative dominance, right? Ironside says, I think it's a generational thing. I'm a millennial and a good portion of Zoomer culture seems kind Ironside, you're not wrong. All right. Enough about how Sean Strickland would beat me up. We'll find out, okay? I'll get Destiny to give me SNEAKO's information, and then I'll get SNEAKO to give me Sean's information, and then we'll set up a date for Sean to beat me up. And then that way we'll get hooked into the red pill community. I'll let myself get my ass kicked by an MMA fighter in order to get into the red pill circles.
Rakai is dumb, bro. You hear them talking about Rakai?
I'm about to get on that Miami flight to New York. I mean, New York to Miami. Either one has got to be one of the most Jewish populated events outside of a synagogue.
Johnny Walker, duty free.
Yes, sir.
Studied. Where did I study?
Which one?
In the war room.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
Duty free. Tristan Tate.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Have a good one.
You as well, sir.
He didn't study.
Keep thinking I'm candy to your fucking school.
Still simping for Andrew Tate. Gross.
Airport sushi.
Wish me luck.
Like that in a box. In the hood, summertime is a killing season. It's hot out with this bitch. That's a good enough reason. I see gangsters get religious when they start bleeding. Saying, Lord Jesus help me, cause their ass leaking. When that window roll down and that AK come out, you can squeeze your little handgun.
It's gonna be second home. Favorite part?
See, it's winter in New York, but it's always summer in Miami. Dale! A recommendation to people here, if you have a fight coming up or you want to fight, don't post any footage because people will see it and not want to do it.
All right. All right. We're cooking. Hold up. Christian Valera says this is lame, but I'm all right. So hold up. Let's break that down real quick. So he's saying don't post your footage of your fight because people are going to quit. Well, I mean, not if you're actually taking it seriously. And I'm actually wondering what fight he's going to participate in. Grassroots says, I've seen someone get KO'd by a liver shot. Yeah, me too. I had a dude. So I had this guy who was a SWAT team member. Okay. So I'm training in the academy. I went to, I'm just going to say it. I don't care. Valencia Criminal Justice Institute, literally the best police academy in the state, in my opinion. Obviously, I haven't been anywhere else, but I'll tell you, the PT was crazy. The defensive tactics was crazy. The range, I had some objections to how they conducted themselves on the range, but it ended up being really good training. The way that they talked about patrolling, the way they brought in veterans of law enforcement in order to talk to us, it was just a darn good academy, okay? So one of the guys who was like a PT stud and a SWAT officer, we're doing defensive tactics training, and he jumps into it in order to do the defensive tactics, and we're fighting, and then out of nowhere, he just throws like an elbow into my chest, and he says that he was at 60%. I think that dude's on steroids, and that was like a 100% hit because effectively he probably cracked one of my ribs, didn't break it, but cracked it. And I got the wind knocked out of me by an elbow shot, right? So there are definitely I think a lot of people dismiss body shots because you can take a lot of body shots and not go down. But if you get hit in the right area with the right force, you can go down from a body shot. So anyways, I wonder what fight he's prepping for. That's actually fairly interesting, but let's take a look and just let's critique some of his technique.
Oh, nice. Yes. Again.
Hold up.
Do it.
That's not enough for me. Let's take a look again and try to break it down a little bit. Matter of fact, do they have a slow function? Let's take a look. Can I slow it down? Yeah, they got 0.5. All right, so we're dropping it down to 0.5 so we can criticize some of his technique. Let's take a look. Okay, this is okay, but in my opinion, I'm not an MMA expert. As a matter of fact, I was thinking about starting martial arts content for not just this channel, but in general, and I was going to call it JETGAC, JETGACK, just enough to get your A kicked, okay? That, or JETGAC, JETG, and then I was going to skip the Y, AK. So just enough to get your A kicked, right? So I'm gonna critique something, and MMA people can critique my critique.
But it's always summer in Miami.
All right, hold up.
Because
all right, so right here I'm gonna pause it. Okay, he's gonna throw his shot. Watch these shots. Okay, so with this, it looks like his shoulder isn't fully aligned with his upper body, where effectively it's a flow out of the hip. And it also looks like he's not twerking his hip all the way in order to generate the maximum amount of power. That would be my critique if I was coaching him. Not that I have enough experience to coach, but that would be my thing, is like, you're holding back on. So jabs are okay. Jabs are effectively like a rangefinder. I'm trying to set you up effectively in order to get a rear hand strike that's going to knock you out, right? So jab, 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 jab. I'm effectively range finding. And then what I can do too, which I saw in a fight recently, I thought it was awesome. You can step into a jab and then throw a haymaker at a chin if you see an opening. And I saw somebody get knocked out with a lead hand haymaker. It was actually really impressive. But effectively, what I was trained, and again, I know enough just to get your butt kicked, right? I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm saying I know something, right? So You're jabbing in order to establish your range. And then when you feel like you have an opening where you can throw like a really heavy rear hand, then effectively what you're doing is you're bringing your shoulder up and then you're extending your arm out to contact with your first two knuckles, but you're also putting a lot of hip rotation into it. So you're putting a lot of energy into your hit. So I get that this is like sparring. This is footwork. He's not necessarily going 100%. That's totally fine. I'm just saying, like, based off of what I was taught in the limited capacity with which I was taught, he could put more energy into that rear hand punch and still be doing the exact same rest of it. So let's check the rest of his work. Do you see that? Sorry, I'm sorry for being pedantic. Take a look at this. I'm sorry for being very like detail oriented, but this is actually important if you want to know how to fight. So he's ducking the jab. That's totally cool. But watch his rear hand strike. He didn't put any of his hip into that, and his shoulder is not in it either, right? So there's an argument to be said that you don't want to overextend yourself on a rear hand punch because you're effectively, if you miss or if you get blocked, the other person can sidestep and then jack you in the side of the head, right? So you don't want to overextend on a rear hand punch, but he effectively doesn't have his hip put into this. His foot is not rotated in order to put energy behind it. And then also his shoulder isn't extended in line with the rest of his body. So that would be my critique. I'd be happy to hear feedback from like an actual boxer or MMA guy, either in chat or in the comment section. Christian Blair says, is SNEAKO actually planning on fighting or is he just messing around? I don't know. Let's find out. Focus Lady says, are they subconsciously scared to go all out because they are on a concrete surface and not in the gym? I could see that, right? However, this guy is just doing pads. So he's not even fighting back. What he's doing is he's throwing like limited shots that aren't that hard that SNEAKO has to evade or practice either blocking or ducking or evading, right? So this guy in the gray shirt is not going all out at all, whereas SNEAKO is, he can punch as hard as he wants and he's not going to hurt the other guy, right?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, where's the shoulder? Where's the hip? Where's the hip? All right, we'll go back to regular speed. I just jet gack, okay? Just enough to get your butt kicked. Let me get the regular speed back up.
Nice. Nice. Jet. 1, 2. Jet.
All right, I'm not a boxing coach, but I swear to God, he needs to be putting more into his rear hands.
That was good. I was tired, but you know.
Yes. Nice. Again. Yes. Again. Woo, again.
What's great about being a skinny dude? You go to the gym really properly for 1 week, you're no longer a skinny dude. Now you're the skinny dude with the little tone. Wife beat is all summer 25.
Oh yeah, I actually used to live here.
Oh,
They kicked me out because we had guns in the elevator.
oh, that's fire.
Yeah, they kicked me out, bro. SLS kicked me out. They told us that.
So where you live now?
Shit, I'm still in downtown Miami.
Okay.
A better building.
Okay, but they let guns and shit slide?
Nah, I don't think so. I
Okay.
I stopped doing that.
I respect it, bro.
Bro, but
You always gotta keep that shit on you.
guns legal in Miami.
Yeah, bro.
I feel like they was targeting me because they like,
You're
we a
racist
young
shit.
motherfucker.
I feel you.
He
What
young.
race are you? Are you Jewish?
How'd you know that?
No way.
You remind me of the son from GTA 5.
Jewish and Italian.
Oh, that's fine. That's cool.
Nah, I'm not like him. He's a lame. I'm not like him.
Okay.
Got your security with you?
My cousin.
Oh, it's your cousin? Shit. Cousin with you, vibing.
Hell yeah, man. Living life. Have a great day, man.
You too. I'm actually waiting for my job. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying. This ass taking fucking long.
Shit.
It's like, what do? I just be chilling. My dad's an investor. Oh yeah, he's a Jewish Miami guy who doesn't do anything, has a rich dad, and pretends to be black. Like, this is the most.
Bro, dude, our guns in the elevator. Why do you need guns in the elevator? Why are you saying that? Where's my full strap? I don't give a fuck. Where you shot it out? Everywhere I go.
Neon and fucking SNEAKO, the goats.
Hey, what's going on, man? You
Appreciate
go,
you,
bro.
dog.
What's going
What's
on?
up? Yeah! Can I get a photo with you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I just met wait, real quick. He's live on Party. Do you know what Party is?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what party
What's
is.
Party? How do you spell it?
P-E-U-T-F-C-U-S-K. Holy shit.
Hold on, what is that?
Neon, I need to know how much. Neon, I need to know. Neon, I need to know how much you get paid off that kick deal.
Not a lot, man. Not a lot.
I know you get paid a lot.
Not a lot, bro.
I know this guy made cash. Bro, when I was like fucking 12, I used to.
Yeah, just because there's not a lot of depth here, so it's kind of difficult to engage with, right? But normal Miami or Orlando greeting is yeah. Listen, look, we got the Hispanic kid with the Rosarius. We got the I would call this a Jufro because I have it as well. When I grow out my hair, it gets curly, like all that kind of stuff, right? Same thing with these kids. They all got the Jufros or whatever. But these are like 15-year-old kids, 16-year-old kids, and they all recognize SNEAKO. They all recognize, whatever. And so they think that SNEAKO's life is real, which is like, he posts to social media, he does vlogs, he makes millions of dollars, he asks questions about the Jewish question, he platforms Islam while also partying and kind of criticizing materialism and all that kind of stuff. And so these kids, effectively, who wouldn't want to be SNEAKO, right? You'd be a multimillionaire. You get to, date whoever you want to date. You're still advocating for virtue while still participating in vice. You got tattoos. You're learning how to fight, all that kind of stuff. So I understand it from that degree. But at the same time, where's the depth? Where's the substance? Where's I don't know. Where's anything real, right? And so that's what I'm looking for in this video. But I also think it's funny that this is the exact demographic that I'm not saying Valor Media is exclusively going after teenagers, right? But if these kids think that Andrew Tate is cool, if they think that beating up women, sex trafficking, it's all just memes, it's all just funny, right? These are the kind of kids that ultimately we would want to talk to and say no, being like SNEAKO is not what you want to be. Being like Andrew Tate is not what you want to be. And only a few select people get to make their life off of social media, making millions of dollars a year. You actually need to focus on something of substance and value to provide to society, or else you're going to make the world a worse place. Sorry, 1 second. My dogs are fighting. Hi. Chill out. I love my dogs, but they are silly sometimes. Christian Blair says, Connor keeps getting disappointed, not getting any substance from SNEAKO. Yeah, that's my fault. That's my fault for showing up and hoping for substance. But listen, it's not like he's not popular. So, I mean, even if it's shallow and vapid, we need to contend with the shallow and vapid stuff. So let's take a look. I'm going to keep playing while I let my dog out because she's getting feisty and she's beating up her little brother.
Watch your
Fortnite videos?
No, not the Fortnite. No. Yes, the Fortnite videos. The ones where you were when you had crooked ass teeth.
Oh, that's funny, bro. Why are you smiling?
See, SNEAKO never had crooked.
Yeah, I did. I had braces. I had headgear. I had all that.
I remember. No, I used to watch your motivation videos. The ones that you made in 2017.
Yeah, he's basically saying you used to watch both of us, bro.
Oh wow.
I used to watch you when I was 10. I watch Michael and Max and stuff now.
Oh, damn. All right. Oh yeah, he's a good shooter. Yeah.
I'm tapped in now. But it was nice meeting you guys.
Hey, okay, bro.
Nice meeting you.
Oh, you stepped in shit. Oh my God! With the elbow. Whoa! How are they not gonna pick up there? Hey, that's all right there. No, we gotta press that. We gotta press that. No, real talk. Excuse me. Did your dog just poop there? Yeah, he stepped all up on the dog's poop. It's a busy intersection.
Oh my God, I didn't notice.
Yeah, there's a big. You should pick it up. It's a big poop right there.
Sorry to bother you guys.
Walaikum salam. Yeah, this dog just pooped all over this guy's shoes.
Bro, that's not good.
4 guy's shoes. Yeah, do you have paper bag? You have bags or something? That's a really busy intersection. People are going to be stepping there all day. Right there where your dog was walking, right across the street. Yeah.
I said, are you ready to die? They telling me that I'm a bully. I'm not just a bad bully. They saying I'm acting like Hitler. I am acting like Hitler when I am a fucking nigga. They telling me get off of Twitter. Sing it. I bought a patrol and buying. Lots of niggas that went to that island. Why the fuck would you go to that island?
All right. I think this is just him partying in Miami. So, okay, cool. Yeah, so this right here. This is how he's getting the kids into it, okay? So take a look at this. So he's Jewish question, Muslim, doesn't believe in drinking or thinks drinking is bad, even though he does it on occasion. Red pill, working out, boxing, tattoos, all that kind of stuff, but still thinks that Islam is the way. And by the way, I'm in some respects, I'm a better Muslim than SNEAKO. It's okay. But this right here, I'm not going to lie. This is probably how he hooks the young kids into his content. Let's look.
We'll do it. Are you excited?
Yeah, but I'm really nervous.
Why do they have these shoes on? You're supposed to wear heels.
No, we're barefoot.
Barefoot in the ring?
Yeah.
You better wash them. There's going to be blood and sweat all over the floors.
They said we're not allowed to wear shoes in there, so I brought slippers to walk around in.
Are you making friends with the other girls?
Yeah, they're nice. They've never done it before either.
I don't think it's hard.
I know, but it's still like nerve-wracking. I don't know.
It is pretty easy when you think.
I get stage fright. But I don't know. I didn't want to wear the bikini bottom, so they let me wear these.
Did you practice? You just have to hold the sign. That was great. That was great.
I'm nervous, but they didn't even let us do a run through it.
Don't be nervous. If you just text me if you get nervous.
Bye.
So that's let's be real. That's what the dude. So the dudes are watching. Apparently, I'm just trying to summarize. I'm familiarizing myself with SNEAKO's content, right? So, in my opinion, he's showing off a materialist life. He's driving a Porsche. He's able to travel back and forth from New York and Miami. He has 2 apartments, one in each city. He's invited on the podcast all the time. He obviously makes hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars doing what he does. And then and then he's talking to ring girls. So even though he's talking about like chastity and temperance and not being drunk and not being sucked in by the matrix and this, that, the other, you know, he still gets to flirt and text with a ring girl at a fight. So yeah, that to me, like, yeah, if I was 17, that would be the dream life, right? The dream life would be a multimillionaire, hanging out, traveling between cities, going on podcasts, talking shit, working out, fighting, talking to, you know, attractive ring gals, and then, you know, trying to temper my virtues with religion, but realistically being like a hedonist young person, right? So Hearshot says, I think everyone knows that SNEAKO is a hypocrite. Well, so Hearshot, this is what's interesting to me, though, is that you can still aspire and crave higher level things while still engaging in like mundane, gross, carnal stuff, right? I think one of the challenges of being young, or at least what I remember from being young, was that I knew that I should be a better person. I knew that I should be, you know, nice to everyone. I knew that I should be more respectful to women. I knew that I should be more respectful to men. I knew all that stuff, but I didn't care. And the reason why is because I was overloaded with hormones, overloaded with testosterone, overloaded with the desire to, you know, kind of prove myself in the world. And so as a result, I would talk smack, I would get into fights, I would drink too much, I would fight too much, I would, you know, date people only for a limited amount of time because the relationships were so rocky, all that kind of stuff. And that's kind of, you know, like I get that you can strive for higher ideals while still being slave effectively to your most bad impulses. So SNEAKO's getting like a little old for that. Like, I don't think that, you know, if he's in his mid-20s right now, that's kind of like the whole thing of figuring yourself out in your 20s. So this is fine now. In his late 20s, early 30s, this isn't going to be, you know, cute. This will be kind of like, okay, when are you growing up, right? So the minors that watch SNEAKO don't. I agree, but I think that's also because they're bombarded with hormones, so they have all the horrible temptations and impulses that every young man does. Mostly because they're stupid, and that's normal. Yeah, I agree. They're young. They're stupid. They don't know any better, which is fine. You can be young and stupid. It's okay to be young and stupid for a while, but you need to figure it out. Focus Lady says, my aunt is a high school teacher, another friend in high school teacher, and both of them have had young men in their classes acting out by speaking like those young men because they idolize the tape bros. Yeah, which is crazy. We need to find that we need to go to the source, right? So I watched Andrew Tate documentary, effectively showing that he was a rapist, sex trafficker. And then I watched other like Andrew Tate interviews, but I don't think I've ever engaged with actual Andrew Tate content. And we probably need to find that in order to go to the source of all this stupidity. So maybe SNEAKO is like an aesthetic flourish, but Andrew Tate is like the source. So let's take a look at this. It's another 20-minute video. I'm going to keep this all as like one SNEAKO segment because frankly, that was more of like, in my opinion, an aesthetic piece. I thought that we were going to get more substance because he was saying like nobody wants to deal with a man who hasn't been punched in the face by life. That's an okay sentiment, but then we just got him living like a materialist, hedonist lifestyle mixed with occasional discipline and personal fitness. That's okay. That's okay, but there wasn't really much to like criticize or dig into. So let's see if we get something more substantive with selfless narcissism, which is obviously a contradiction. Selflessness is self-sacrifice. Narcissism is self-obsession. So let's see if he actually has anything substantive to say in this video.
Here's a video of a woman using the Wi-Fi detector to discover the hidden camera in what appears to be her Airbnb. And
he gets good shots, right?
Okay, take it easy. Thank you. The purpose of an artist is to work back their narcissism. First, identifying the arrogance that comes with your God-given free will, and then dedicating your life to getting rid of it. It's the uniquely human experience of finding the balance of selfless narcissism.
Grassroots hegemon. If you ever go to Miami, you'll find out women like this will talk to anyone if it's something to worry about. Every bartender is as pretty as this girl in Miami is a great place to practice. Well, yeah. So, you know, I'm in a different stage of life. Okay. I'm in a totally different stage of life. I got a wife, I got kids, you know, I'm focused on developing my family, all that kind of stuff. And so as a result, going to Miami and trying to flirt or whatever, like that's not really my speed. Now, that being said, I do think that young men have to practice socializing, and Miami in particular, if you're a young man and you're thinking about moving around or whatever, Miami might be a good city to move to because socialization, going to parties, talking to people, all that kind of stuff is such a broad part of the culture. You almost have no excuse but to be swept up into the social scene of Miami. And so even if you're a nerd, even if you're a tech bro, even if you're this, even if you're that, it's the kind of place where people just party. And so as a result, you could just meet somebody that's like a friend, and then you could get, you know, somebody gets invited to a party, you go, you hang out, you talk to a whole bunch of people, you network, you move from there. So it might be like the perfect socialization experience for somebody who has a ton of disposable income, because like Christian Valera says, if you can afford Miami, that's a big challenge right there. But I think there's other cities where it's actually really easy to be isolated. I think that cities like New York, Miami, LA, San Diego, it's harder because there's so many people. You're basically shoulder to shoulder with other human beings. You're elbow to elbow with other human beings. So you have to interact with people because you're so close, right? Sell cocaine, don't get caught. That's an option. But let's see if he can develop on this. Now, what he said is, I guess SNEAKO considers himself an artist. And what he says is that narcissism and arrogance are natural. And so the goal of an artist is to fight backwards from that position. This probably hits super hard if you're crazy young. I'm actually not going to be critical of that. That is great. I think all young men, at least me in particular, I had a huge ego when I was young. And it wasn't even like intentional. I just, you know, I wanted to figure out life. I was my own main character. I wanted to explore the world. I wanted to do this. I wanted to do that. Enlisting in the military was the easiest way for me to explore the world. And so I did that. I actually destroyed a relationship that, you know, I'll just be real. I really liked the other person, but I knew that that's not what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. And I wanted to do more. And so I enlisted in the military in order to kind of get away, travel the world, see what's up, challenge myself, be in an institution that's really tough, prove myself as a man, et cetera, et cetera. So I had narcissism and arrogance, and then I fought backwards towards selflessness. So that statement alone is actually solid. I'm okay with that so far. Let's see what else he has to say. Is this it? Does he say like one deep thing and then he just does video time lapses of nice places?
And I know these niggas about to judge me now. And I know they niggas about to judge me now. Told it off when we was hanging now. I was my cousin not to tell nobody.
Okay, this music sucks, but landscape is pretty. Fellas, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna fast forward. There we go. Good God, bro. I want to hear you talk. When are you gonna talk? When are you gonna tell me what you think? That's what I want. I don't need pretty landscapes.
If you could take anything back from how you got here and all the decisions you had to make, one mistake you made, what would you go back and change?
That's a great question. I don't like to think of regret. I don't regret anything because I don't think it's part of your journey. It's all supposed to happen. And even the mistakes you made, I think they build you into a better person. Like when you get hit, when you're fighting, you learn to cover up and you learn to not get hit in that way again.
So what would you say to yourself at 19?
That's how old you are?
Yep.
You're 19. I would say delay all gratification. Today I didn't want to film a video. I just finished a good stream with Digital Nas. If I'm going to be real, I wanted to hit up a girl and just chill in the crib and do nothing. But I should go to the gym. I should make a video. And then afterwards, I'm going to feel more gratification. Like, yeah, you'll get dopamine with the girl, you know, you can do your thing. But when you finish your work, that's the best feeling ever. So do what you hate doing in that moment. And later on, it's going to pay off always.
Yo! Come on, man. This is all right. This is all right. Like, I still, like, who was it? Hearshot. He was saying, like, oh, everybody knows SNEAKO is a fraud. Like, I'm okay with that. But, like, a 19-year-old going to a 22-year-old for advice. So true. Let's check SNEAKO age. How old is he? Nah, he's 26. All right. He's a man. He's got it figured out. All right. So true. So true. But listen, from the mouth of babes comes wisdom sometimes. All right. So yeah. Grassroots hegemon. I say that because it's super important for men to approach women out of their league and just have a nice conversation. If you got that, then you got it made with the woman who will be much more beautiful after you marry her. Yeah, so this is an element of socialization. So, you know, obviously there's lots of young men who don't know how to talk, and I understand. I love talking. I love yapping. It's a natural part of my inclination. But I think that one of the things that I wish I had learned way earlier is I knew how to have normal conversations with dudes, right? Because you walk up, you say, you know, hey, how's it going, bro? What's up? Blah, 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 blah. You know, what are you into? What's your education? What are you going to school for? What are you drinking? What's your ambitions? All that kind of stuff, right? And so conversations with dudes, because you're not really trying to get anything out of them. Conversations with dudes, except for like maybe like a friendly association, it's much more casual. There's no pressure. And so as a result, you can have a much more free-flowing conversation, right? And then with women, oftentimes, like I'm just not gonna lie, I didn't have sisters. I didn't have anybody growing up female, so except for my mom. And so as a result, I just didn't know how to talk to women, because oftentimes the women that I wanted to talk to, I wanted something out of, right? Like I wanted a date, or I wanted a drink, or I wanted a cell phone number, or I wanted this, or I wanted that. And so I think that impulse that you want to date someone that you're talking to can come over with this like pressure and anxiety that makes the conversation uncomfortable, because the girl is basically talking to you and they can feel that like subconscious vibe that you want their phone number. You want to talk to them because you want to date them. You want to talk to them because you want to hook up with them, all that kind of stuff, right? And so that comes across. And so I think the easiest way probably to talk to females is to, even if you want something out of them, you want to date them, you want to take them out for a drink, et cetera, you just talk to them like there's no rush in the world. There's no pressure at all. You know, I could live with or without your phone number or a date or a follow-up, or I could never meet you again and my life would be perfectly fine. And that kind of like casualness in the conversation, we're just like, hey, my name's Connor, what's up? And then they introduce themselves, and then you just talk about the same things, because it's surprising, big surprise here. Women are people, right? They have ambitions, they have dreams, they have goals, they have places they want to visit, they have hobbies, they have places that they want to go on tourist vacations, all that kind of stuff. And so there's plenty to talk about with women as well. Now, you might find that a lot of women are like vapid or stupid or uninteresting or whatever, which will actually shatter your illusions about the way that women are. But that will be good for you as well, because you'll talk to a super attractive woman who is vapid and shallow and cruel and mean, and you'll be like, oh, that lady sucks, even though she's pretty. Like she's a dog poop human being, therefore why would I care about her opinion? And then you'll keep it moving, right? So yeah, that would be my advice to young men, right? If I was a 26-year-old talking to a 19-year-old and I was still single, I would say, take the pressure off of the relationships. Stop trying to get stuff out of people. Stop going out in order to hook up with people. Stop going out in order to get their phone number or get dates. Go out and just talk to people and try to be normal, right? And thank you for the dono, Grassroots. I do appreciate it. Grassroots says, I always found overt honesty to work, but I travel, I talk to everyone like I'll never see them again because I may not. So the conversation flows. Well, that's the thing. So unfortunately, for me, psychologically, I'm tall, right? So I'm 6'4", and I've always been tall. And then I do have, I'm going to show you, chat. I'm going to show you. I'm going to be a little vain, okay? You're going to love it. Where's my StreamYard? Let's go here. Okay. I don't know if you can tell. Now, despite looking like a psychopath, I actually have like really nice blue eyes. So being tall and having really nice blue eyes, I could be like an autistic psychopath and girls would still talk to me. So I had an advantage. Now, that advantage doesn't play out because as soon as they talk to you and they're like, oh, this guy's like autistic. This guy really likes Warhammer. I never talked about Warhammer to girls, but just being real, like I had 2 cheat codes when it came to talking to people, whereas you might not have that cheat code, right? You might not have nice eyes. You might not be very tall. And so as a result, you got to play the hand you're dealt. And so if you're playing the hand you're dealt, talking to women casual, that's where it's at. All right, enough yapping. Tell me, yeah. Let me tell you about Sanguinius. my dear lady, let me tell you about the Emperor of Mankind and the sacrifice of Sanguinius. I was there the day the Emperor fell. I was there the day Horus slew the Emperor. Just start like recounting the audiobooks. All right. Anyway, sorry. I've been yapping. Let's let the 26-year-old explain to the 19-year-old what he knows about life, okay?
Help me, just put me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria. I'm not talking about.
I'm not gonna lie, I hate this music. I hate it. All right. There, he's talking to a young man again. So let's wait for him to talk to a young man.
Every successful person, maybe everyone really, there's a narcissist in everybody. And I think successful people have identified their narcissism, and they're successful because they figured out how to use it to give back.
For sure.
At least the ones that are doing something good.
Yeah.
Even the ones that are doing something bad, they're successful because they've shared with the world whatever arrogance they have with their God-given free will. I don't think that a lot of people look at them online and think that they're these huge characters and they're huge personalities, and really we're a lot more similar than we think.
For sure. I was just curious because but you seem like a chill guy, man.
Like genuinely.
Okay.
So hold up. That's actually like, again, based. Okay. So I'm not going to elaborate on this because I think you said it just fine. He said that wildly successful people understand that they have a large ego and then they channel that ego into productivity. And if you look at all the biopics of like Steve Jobs and all that kind of stuff, that's 100% true. They have a massive ego. They have a vision for the world. They're oftentimes abrasive. They're stepping on toes and all that kind of stuff. But the reason why they're successful is because they single-mindedly pursue their ambition and they channel whatever is a part of them into whatever is going to be productive, not just for themselves, but for the world. And that might seem like a very surface level thing, but I would invite you as the audience and potentially as young men to think about that. If you're egotistical about something, can you drive that into something good for yourself and for the world? That's actually, that's a great insight. That perfectly fine. Now let's see if he's randomly hostile to Jewish people for no reason.
I'm Jewish.
Oh, okay.
Yo. You hate Jewish people?
I love Jews.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I love
Catching slack, huh? No, I mean, not really. Okay. I've met real Jews all the time. What's your name? Mendy. Shalom. Nice. How are you, bro? Of course, I've met a lot of Hasidic Jews. Nice. I grew up with Jews, and I'm part Jewish myself.
That's cool.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
About what?
About being part Jewish.
That's great, man. It makes sense because I've always identified a little bit with Jews, and I did Fiddler on the Roof when I was younger.
The play?
Yeah, the play. I was Tevye. No, not Tevye. Mordecai. So you want to step over here, if you have a second to talk? But yeah, what are your preconceived notions about what I believe?
I think you're a little confused. I think the whole world's a little confused right now. They're not sure what to make of things.
Well, what makes you think I'm confused?
Well, you've been on a journey. I don't follow you closely, but
That's
you've
true.
been on a journey.
Mhm.
And I think anyone who isn't raised with a very strong tradition at some point needs to look for answers. And the Jews play a significant role in the world.
Yeah, they do.
And they're a small number, and it's a little confusing.
Mhm.
So, and there's very large religions that base their whole narrative on the Jewish people.
Right.
So if you're going to make sense of that, you have to kind of put the pieces together. And
Yeah,
follow
Islam would
things.
not exist without Judaism. We believe the Torah was the first revelation of God. We're both monotheistic, and there's a lot that we have in common for sure. So what would you think the world should fix with their confusion?
Well, they have to understand the premise of Judaism is that God communicates with man. And you have to understand what a prophet is, and then you can understand what the word of God is, and then you can understand all the narratives, all the rituals that Jews do, everything that a person hears about the Jewish people, they see in the Jewish people, are based on those primary concepts. And if you have a childish understanding, I don't want to demean anyone, but if you haven't,
let me put this down. This is getting heavy.
Sure. If you haven't been educated on what that actually means, what does it mean that someone's a prophet? What does it mean that somebody
A messenger of God.
Yeah, but how does a person become a prophet? How do you know that someone's a prophet or not a prophet?
Well, I mean,
why would the Jews reject one person and accept another person?
That's a good question. Why did people say the Jews rejected Jesus, correct?
Right, sure, but why?
Because from what I understand, it's the Jews expected the Messiah to be extravagant and to have wealth, and Jesus appeared as somebody who was humble and was wearing little clothing and wasn't wealthy.
Right, but that's not what the prophecy was. The prophecy was never that it would be a wealthy person.
What's the prophecy?
That there would be a humble man riding on a donkey, and he would all the things that the Christians kind of say about the Jewish Messiah, or there's a semblance of truth there. The early Christians were Jews, so I don't think that's why they rejected him.
This is wildly interesting to me. So I was expecting, I'm not gonna lie. Let me let my dog in real quick. So I don't know if you guys can hear me okay, but I'm not gonna lie. My expectation was that he was gonna be like instinctively hostile, because obviously he talks about how Jews run the world and they did 9/11 and they're responsible for this and they're responsible for that. So I was kind of expecting an overt hostility, I guess, or a very passive aggressive hostility. But he's not, and he's fairly polite. And he's talking to this guy, and he says, "Oh yeah, I partially identify as Jewish because I'm part Jewish." And then I think what's funny about this guy Mordecai is that he instantaneously says, "Well, I think you're confused," because he understands that he's like a materialist hedonist who also follows Islam and tries to promulgate that and all that kind of stuff, right? And so he's like, "Oh, well, you're confused." And then they're getting into the nature of what the premise of Judaism is God communicates with man. This is actually super interesting to me because I'm a deist, right? I'm not like a religious literalist. And so I do think that God communicates to man, but I think that God communicates to man through nature, right? So as an example, when we're talking about like people consuming shellfish, right? People had an allergic reaction. Well, the Jews wrote down, don't consume shellfish. That's because they presumed that it was God communicating to mankind that allergic reactions were bad, and therefore, you shouldn't do that, right? Same thing with promiscuity. Probably STDs and unwanted births and infanticide were the consequences of having promiscuous sex. Same thing with pork. People probably consumed improperly cooked pork, and then they died or got really sick. And so as a result, they said you shouldn't consume pork, and so on and so forth. And so like God's revelations are through nature and consequence. And that's how it became codified through religion. Whereas I think that what this Hasidic gentleman is saying is like, you need to understand how God communicates with human beings and how human beings understand divine revelation in order to understand that like Judaism is correct. Now, I'm not saying that's correct. I'm saying that's what he's saying, right? And then with SNEAKO being confused, let's face it. He's like a mixed race Jewish guy who's anti-Jewish, who converted to Islam and is simultaneously a materialist hedonist and a Muslim. He's obviously confused. But let's see if they can get into something substantive, because this is actually like, yeah, I love theological conversations between, contentious and potentially intelligent people.
Why do you think they rejected him?
A prophet, first of all, the Messiah, they could have potentially accepted him as a prophet, maybe not the Messiah, but as soon as he started messing with Jewish law, that's when they understood that he wasn't, he didn't necessarily go through the full journey yet. He may have had some sort of mystical experience, but unless a person really toils and studies, only then do they fully understand the purpose of the law and all of that.
You've studied?
Oh, yeah, sure. Many
Are you pursuing to become a rabbi?
Whatever that means. I'm not an official rabbi or anything.
So can I ask you, how much of the Talmud should we take seriously, and how much of that is true, the stuff that we see online? I've read, I don't know if this is true, that they say that Jesus is in hell, and that's what it says in the Talmud. Is that true?
Yeah, sure. But you have to understand what these things mean.
That's true?
This is the challenge. This is the challenge in general with religion, and this is what's unique about Judaism. Judaism is filled with metaphor. All religion really is, but Judaism is very rich with metaphor, and it's part of the ancient way that the prophets would communicate. It's what Moses taught the people.
Yeah.
So even him going up to Mount Sinai, right, is an allegory. It actually happened in real life, but it's an allegory for a person that raises their level of consciousness. You're climbing your own personal Mount Sinai in your mind.
Messages to take from the stories.
It's not just that. Have you ever done psychedelic drugs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't recommend that.
Neither would I. And I'm not equating that with prophecy or with the types of experiences that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But you understand that there are altered states that a person can enter. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay, so just as a person can enter altered state with psychedelics, there's many higher versions of that.
Through fasting,
through prayer, and not everyone's able to reach the same level. You have a certain level of intelligence. You meet many people that don't have the same level of intelligence as you.
Absolutely.
And you try to explain things to them. There are certain things that they'll never be able to get that you just get.
Okay.
So part of the Mosaic concept is that he was the greatest prophet that ever lived, which means that he was the smartest.
Jesus.
Moses.
Okay.
In our tradition, right? He's the smartest man. He's the most pious man. He went through the desert all those years. He grew up in royalty. He's accumulated all the knowledge that there is. And now he's trying to give it to a nation. So if you're trying to teach people and you have a variety of people that you're trying to educate, you have to find a way to break things down to the smallest common denominator.
Ooh.
That's what it means to take Torah, the word of God, from the top of the mountain, the highest level of potential understanding,
and explain it to the masses.
Yeah, you have to bring it down the mountain.
Yeah.
So all the rituals in Judaism, all the things that you see Orthodox Jews do or that non-Orthodox Jews don't fully understand because they were never educated on, all of that are very abstract, lofty things that are trying to be brought down to the masses. Okay. And the beauty there is because the Jewish...
This is not a scam. All Americans...
Yo! I kind of love this.
The 2024
Sorry, let me
$15,000 debt relief program.
People are one nation.
Let me pause this.
When everyone's doing...
This is actually like infinitely more deep than I thought a street conversation with Mordecai, not the Talmudic, but the Mordecai, the Hasidic Jew, walking down the streets of Miami or New York. I did not expect it to go this deep this fast. This is actually pretty dope, okay? Kalinda says, is SNEAKO still a crazy anti-Semite? 100%. But this is still like a pretty interesting conversation, right? Hill Williams says, I really appreciate this guy. Educational and disarming. Yeah, 100%. So he says that in their tradition and how they understand it, Jesus may have had mystical experiences, but he wasn't trying to complete or follow Jewish law. And therefore, that's why he wouldn't be identified as like a prophet of Judaism or as the Messiah. He could have been accepted as a prophet, except for he said a whole bunch of things that contradicted prior Jewish belief. And then the Talmud, as far as I understand, I would be happy to have anybody Jewish in chat like correct me, or anybody in the comments correct me. But the Talmud is very much like the Hadith. So the Hadith in Islam, I'm actually trying to think of how I can simplify my ideas so I can communicate better. The Hadith is commentary on the Quran and the religion of Islam, and there's different levels of Hadith that have different levels of authority within Islam. Similar in the Talmud is effectively Jews having like a religious conversation back and forth through time. And so there's different Talmudic verses that have different levels of weight. And so there's one Talmudic guy that says that you can treat goy like cattle because they're all, they're not, real humans or whatever, or they don't have like the divine spark given by God. That will have different weight depending on what community you're a part of. Same thing with Jesus, like burning in hell in a lake of feces. That is going to have different weight depending on what kind of Jew you are. So just saying like, oh, the Talmud says that Jesus is burning in a lake of feces, that's not enough to say that like every single Jew hates Jesus, right? It's just it's a religious take from a random Jew who is studying religion who said something spicy, right? And so what this guy is saying after that is that the Mosaic structure of Judaism says that Moses is the best prophet. That's interesting. I didn't know that before. I thought he was just like one of the many prophets. And then as a result, the Jewish religion is effectively trying to break down wildly complex spiritual and religious concepts in a way that the masses can consume. And that's even kind of an ancient debate, bro. Yeah, like literally, Jonah Boy. Actually, yes, that's the Talmud is Jewish debate bros arguing back and forth throughout history. They literally like there are Talmudic verses that are arguing against other Talmudic verses that were written centuries or millennia before. So it's literally like a dialogue between different Jewish scholars in order to contribute to the Talmud, which is like a body of work analyzing the Jewish religion, right? And so he's saying that the faith, like wearing the hat, growing your beard a certain way, religious observances, these are all attempts to understand like the revelations of God to humanity. And you actually have to have like a really complex education in order to understand all of these like symbols and metaphors and all that kind of stuff. Ironside says, my understanding is that Jesus was rejected as the Messiah because the common belief at the time is the Messiah at the time would establish an earthly kingdom and overthrow Roman authority. And that really wasn't the aim of the biblical account of Jesus. Yeah, I mean, that's entirely possible. Jonah Boy says, I'm picturing Destiny in a toga saying Jesus is burning in a lake of hot poo. I mean, literally, like I would AI generate that image instantaneously. But I've yapped enough. Let's continue the theological overpowered Jew. Attention, please, Cotter. Needs the Jews in chat to stand up. Yes, please. If the Jews in chat could please stand up, let yourselves be known, and then give us religious interpretations. That would be fantastic.
Doing the same ritual, regardless of your level of intellect, your level of piety, your level of worship, your level of revelation or education, you can all participate in the same ritual together.
Well, how unified is it? Because I see some do the chickens that they kill in the street.
Sure.
And some Jews are pro-Israel. Some of the Hasidic
Sure.
Jews I see a Palestine protest. They say that they're excommunicated.
Sure.
It doesn't seem like there's one nation.
Okay, I mean, everyone has their issues. I'm saying
True.
in theory that the concept of the religion is that you take lofty things and you bring it down.
Yeah.
So the challenge whenever someone comes to the Jewish people and tries to introduce something new, they have to understand that whole system. I mean, Jesus clearly, I don't really like to talk about Christianity. It's not my faith. But when you read his dialogue, he clearly is alluding to some of these concepts. Whether it's the bread or there's a lot of things. And the truth is, in Judaism itself, for the last 1,000 years, a lot of the things that Christians understand, Jews also understand. Like we just celebrated Passover, that's about getting rid of leavened bread.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus says the same thing. He says, don't eat the bread of the rabbis. Eat my, So they're playing the same playing field.
So do you believe that he's in hell?
He's a what?
Do you believe he's in hell?
So this is my point. When the rabbis talk, they're very, very, very wise men that spend their entire life
dedicating to scripture.
Yes. So they're trying to take very lofty things and bring it down. Now, the Talmud is their kind of like the boys' club. It's them between themselves.
Okay.
And it's not really designed.
So it's not meant for us to read.
You can read it.
Right.
But it's sort of like a gated community.
It's a secret language.
Yes.
Okay. A gated community. Like,
yeah.
Like Williamsburg.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for you to walk into one of their things, listen to a lecture, and think you're going to understand, you're not going to understand. Now, if you assume they're bad people,
but I'm not. That's why I'm asking you.
Right? No. I'm saying if somebody were to assume that they're bad people, they might hear things and go, "Oh, these people are terrible." If they assume that they're wise and noble people, then they might have a more, they might take the time to understand what's being said.
So you're saying people should automatically assume that it's wise and noble people?
I'm just saying that based on your preconceived ideas of someone, if you hear something that's said privately, you might have a different response. So let's say, for example, them saying that Jesus is in hell. If the way I understand it is that there was a Jewish man who, if the story is accurate, he loved God with all his heart, and he wanted to bring the redemption, and the Jews were clearly going through a hard time and were about to enter something terrible. And he gave himself over to that. Now, what happened in history was that he became a mascot for another religion, which even if the sages of that religion believe in one God and believe that there's nothing but God and that the Son of God is a metaphor, the masses took it literally. The masses believe in the Trinity as basically idol worship, as the Muslims call out, right? So now our idea of hell is that your soul is eternal, my soul is eternal. If
it's funny because you don't really believe in hell, but the Talmud says Jesus is burning in hell. That's kind of a...
You have to understand. So that's my point, is that every one of these things requires a lot of study, what it actually means. If his soul is eternal, and if you're responsible for the impact you have in this world, right? Even he says on the Mount that you judge a tree by its fruit and all that, right? So if you're judged by the impact that you have on this world, not just your intent, but what you actually do.
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
So then him being in hell can mean when there were millions of Jews.
If you want to... Yeah, quickly. Please keep talking.
Sure. When there were millions of Jews killed in the name of him, you can imagine what kind of suffering that causes a soul.
Nice to meet you, bro.
You understand?
So what's your belief about Islam? Because it's monotheistic. We don't worship men.
Sure.
Why do you not believe in the religion of Islam?
Yeah. So everything in the
I like this. I like this a lot. Okay. So all Jews have their level of practice and reverence for the faith. And then SNEAKO kind of tries to, I don't know, kind of like debate bro. He's trying to debate bro, this Jewish gentleman, but this Jewish gentleman is too smart. Okay. He's too fast. He's too fast on his feet. All right. So, SNEAKO says, well, aren't there it doesn't seem like one nation because all the Jews have like different levels of practice. And so Mordecai basically says yeah, but that's like true of all people. We all have our sins. We all have our levels of reverence. We all have this, that, the other, right? And then they have to, in order to introduce something into Judaism, you have to understand the entire system. So his criticism of Jesus is that Jesus took a lot of Jewish concepts and a lot of Jewish metaphors and a lot of elements of Jewish prophecy, but then he twisted it in order to be convenient for his own worldview that contradicted Jewish precedent that came before him. And therefore, a Jewish rabbi who wrote in the Talmud effectively said that if you're going to judge a tree, or excuse me, the fruit of the tree, I forget what it said. You're going to judge a tree by its fruit. So if there's like rotten product from this tree, which is Christianity in his opinion, if they're effectively pagans because they're worshiping a human being instead of worshiping God, if they're worshiping the Trinity instead of worshiping the one true God, if they literally believe that Jesus is God manifest, then effectively in a Jewish perspective, this is all idol worship. And so that would be rotten fruit from the tree. And then also, he's saying that if we're judged for what we do in this life, through the Crusades, through pogroms, through all the violence of Europeans, there were millions of Jews who were slaughtered and dispossessed and tortured and this, that, the other. And so the fruit of Christianity is persecution of Jews. And therefore, that's why Jesus is being judged so harshly. I do think that's actually like really interesting to consider that from a Jewish perspective. I, of course, think that Christianity has put a pretty interesting moral framework, like turning the other cheek, golden rule, all that kind of stuff. Also, Judaism is a closed religion where they don't even try to recruit people outside of their ethno-religious group because they believe that divine revelation is exclusively for them. Whereas Christianity tries to give divine revelation to everyone of the world. And so that, making it universal, I would say, is one of the strengths of Christianity. Islam doesn't have the Trinity, only follows God, and is a universalist religion. So I'm actually really curious what Mordecai's criticisms of Islam are going to be.
Judaism are very lofty ideas that are broken down, and they need to make sense across the board, from the top sages to the masses. Islam did a good job building a religion for the masses. But for someone who studies the depths of the law, like myself, it got rid of all of the tradition. It got rid of basically all the treasure that is the Torah and its laws. It got rid of.
Like what?
Well, for the Jews, there's no Sabbath, no kosher, nothing.
No, we have halal food. Halal food is similar to kosher.
I understand, but my point is that there's details in the law that are containing deep abstract truths about the nature of reality. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
If Moses communicated with God himself, and God gave him the secrets of reality, you understand reality? I don't understand reality. You understand reality?
As much as I try to.
Okay, I mean, but it's absurd what's going on in this reality, yeah? So if there was a man who was the greatest prophet that ever lived, much greater than you and I, and God gave him the secrets of reality, you think it was just as simple as, I am God, don't kill, don't steal? I mean, I could come up with that.
So you think Islam is just rules and it doesn't explain more nuances? That's why I'm asking you.
It's hard to give it over because the Maimonides, one of our greatest sages, said about Islam that they were the most brutal oppressors of the Jewish people. He lived under Islamic rule. And
what about the Ottomans? The Ottomans were pretty kind to
I understand that there are exceptions, but this is just his testimony.
And before 1948, you guys were coexisting pretty well in Jerusalem.
I understand. Well, there's different narratives.
You might disagree. Okay.
Right. But the point is that this is his testimony. And he was the Sultan's personal doctor. He was doing pretty well objectively, but that was his testimony. What he said about Jesus was that it was a mistake, and that the Messiah will come and he'll correct the mistake. Meaning, fundamentally, they don't necessarily have such a terrible flaw in their beliefs, but the Trinity was idol worship, and the Messiah will come and kind of correct their thinking. What does it mean to be the Son of God? What does it mean to be born of a virgin? What does it mean? All this stuff that they believe that we're taken too literally and turned into paganism, in theory, could be explained and corrected, and whatever can't be corrected, as soon as people understand God, they'll let go of. With Islam, he called him a madman, which is a very offensive thing to say about someone's prophet for billions of people. It makes them.
Who's called a madman in Islam?
The Maimonides called Muhammad a madman.
A madman. Okay.
Yeah. Now, and that could sound very disrespectful. So but my point, I don't disrespect madmen. I think that madmen are people that are exposed to reality more than the average person.
Right.
Or maybe they've gone through more suffering than the average person and they don't know how to cope. But they don't necessarily have what's the difference between a madman and a prophet in Judaism? Somebody who has a high level of intellect.
You don't think Muhammad peace be upon him had a high level of intellect?
Hold on. High level of intellect and refined characteristics.
Okay.
So which means that they have to by nature be kind and loving and all of these.
Which he was.
Merciful. It could be, but this was his testimony based on his tradition. Right. But the main reason why he's not accepted is because in the Jewish tradition, Moses set up a very specific religion, and each law contains secrets of the universe.
But
so
if you take the prophet aside, what is there? My camera's about to die, so I have to ask you like two questions.
So hold up. This is actually, I kind of love this. I love SNEAKO, the debate bro, boxer, hedonist who propagates Islam. I love him having like a street debate with a with a Hasidic Jew. I think this is honestly, this is like fire content. I love it. So Jesus was a mistake that'll be rectified through the revelations of the Messiah. That's, kind of like the Jewish perspective or whatever. And specifically the perspective of Maimonides, who I guess is the rabbi who was doing very well in Islamic society, but still believed that Islam was the greatest oppressor of Jews. And apparently he said he was like a sultan and he was high up in the Ottoman court, I guess. I would have to look up Maimonides in order to check out his individual thing. But he said that he was the person who said that Jesus was in hell, and then he's the person who said that Muhammad was a madman. And so Mordecai, our friendly Hasidic Jew here, he is arguing that in order for Jews to accept somebody as a prophet, you have to have intellect and refined virtue. And so I don't need to be vulgar to Islam in order to communicate my point. And I'm not trying to be vulgar as I describe this, but I'm going to say what's understood realistically. Okay, is that Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a warlord. Okay, he started in Mecca. He married a rich woman who backed his street proselytizing. He was kicked out of Mecca because he was antagonizing against the pagan faith of Mecca. He was exiled to Medina. He developed a military following in Medina. They fought a great battle, and then they came back and liberated Mecca and destroyed all the pagan shrines. Then what happened was for the next 50 or 60 years, he continued to be I don't say secular to mean anti-religious. I mean secular in order to describe mundane. He was a mundane warlord. He dealt with logistics, in water, in food, in battles, in warriors. And then he conquered the Arabian Peninsula. And then the people who came after him continued to conquer the rest of the world through trade, through commerce, but also through war. And so this is all, Muhammad could be a very smart guy, but he was also illiterate. And let's just say he had some unrefined virtues because he engaged in slaughter and he engaged in, killing a whole bunch of people who stood against him. And then not just that, of course, he married, I think, Aisha, right? Who was allegedly very young, like under the age of 10. And there's even an authoritative hadith in which Muhammad effectively says, you should take a really young wife. It's very fun to, fornicate with somebody that age, right? And this is an authoritative hadith. So there are people who are doing historical revisionism in order to say, well, Aisha wasn't really 9 years old when the religion was consummated. That's just age wasn't really tracked at that time. And so all they're trying to do is trying to assure you of Aisha's holiness and purity and virginity. It's not actually a statement about age, but there's historical documents that kind of contradict that, right? So, I'll just say it in a mean way. If you're being as mean as you possibly can to Muhammad, peace be upon him, then you would call him a warlord pedophile, right? That's what you would say. And there are people who say that, by the way. Now, in my opinion, though, if you're trying to reconcile religion and reach people, you wouldn't say, "Oh, your religion's dumb. You have your leader is a warlord pedophile," right? What you would say instead is Muhammad was misguided. He dealt with secular affairs. He didn't fulfill the Torah. As a matter of fact, he ignores a substantive amount of the Torah. And so as a result, we don't consider him, you can consider him an Abrahamic offshoot, but we don't consider him like a true Abrahamic prophet. I think that's the nicest way to phrase that, right? Focus Lady says, Maimonides was a physician who was so effective that people in the Muslim country he lived in lined up every day for his help. Yeah, there you go. So thank you for that insight. I was going to Google and Wikipedia Maimonides, but I do want the content to flow. So we'll probably just have to research that after this segment is done. Sacred Now says, I wish NEAKO wasn't a massive grifter. In my opinion, he does good content when he takes it seriously. Yeah, this is great content. Literally having a Muslim revert or a Muslim convert debate a Hasidic Jew on the side of the streets of either Miami or New York, while this person lives, SNEAKO lives a wildly contradictory life. This is interesting. This is compelling. I actually think this is great content. I don't know if his audience is mature enough to appreciate it, but this is fire.
The Prophet, what do you disagree about the religion of Islam?
In theory, it's a fine religion for the public. I feel bad that it...
But you're chosen.
What does it mean to be chosen?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Okay, chosen means that we were at Sinai and God revealed something to us, and that anointed the best of us. Mm. And that's why, everything that you see about Jews in the world, if they are pious religious Jews, they're some of the sweetest, most angelic people that you'll ever meet. And the other ones are people that are confused and go off in the world.
I have two. It's almost about to die. I have two questions. Do you believe that there's racial supremacy within Judaism?
that's the wrong construct because Jews have every single race within them. The Jewish tradition.
Ooh, Mordecai, the debate bro Jew. He hit him with that counterpunch. It's like, we have every race. That's the wrong construct. It's religion. That was fire. Good job, Mordecai. But I did want to read this chat from Focus Lady. Judaism has a schism. Excuse me. Judaism has a schism between the school of Hillel and Shami. Judaism followed Hillel and Jesus followed Shami. Judaism puts an emphasis on detecting false prophets. Okay. I mean, that's interesting. Then QC John says, anyone who spent time in the sandbox and heard what Hajis spelled wrong did with boys at night know Muhammad was a yeah, well QC John, so my steelman argument for that is that Islam does have an overweighted prohibition against fornication, which could be justified historically. But what ended up happening is through the prohibition of fornication, a whole bunch of even more negative sexual behaviors arose. For instance, like casual homosexual relationships that are simultaneously like ignored in segments of Islamic society, but are also punished with death in other elements of Islamic society. I think that's crazy pants, obviously. And then also, man love Thursdays or man love Fridays, where dudes and or men and boys are having relations before the Sabbath, their version of the Sabbath. That way they can, be cleansed by God the next day. That's a crazy pants tradition. If I was a member of, like, I don't, when you're raised in a society, there's all sorts of things that can be normal that are freakish to outsiders. In my opinion, call me crazy here, but having premarital relations with a woman with protection that doesn't result in children on the scale of sin is probably less of a sin than abusing a male child before your religious Sabbath. That's just my personal opinion. I'm sure there's plenty of Muslims who agree, and I hope the Muslims who disagree, seek help. Ironside says, not going to lie, Muhammad lucked out with the bubonic plague spreading in 622 and the earlier focus on the Eastern Roman Empire on reconquering the Western Empire. He was a product of a series of fortunate consequences that allowed him to dominate, the world. Bud123 says, finally made one of your early streams. Well, thanks, Bud. Good to see you. Good to see you. Bakabazi. Yep, exactly. Christian Blair says, Bud123, Connor said he's trying to stream in the mornings rather and afternoons, still getting set up. Yeah, so, I do want to push it to the mornings only because obviously like later in the afternoons or whatever, everybody's live. So I feel like you guys have to make choices between who you're going to watch. Whereas in the morning, there's only a couple of choices. And so I want to be your choice. I want to be your favorite streamer, right? Sacred's Now 2 says, that's the issue with him being a grifter in making decent content. Most people who see this are immature men. And this new arc is picking up Israel haters who have no charitability for the interviewee. Yeah, I agree. What time in the mornings? I'm going to try to be live by 9:30 going forward. I'm going to talk to Ken. And if Ken says, no, I need you live noon to 5, we'll be doing noon to 5. But if he's okay with the new schedule, I want to do the schedule 9:30 to 2:30.
I've heard in the Talmud they don't accept black people as part of the Jewish.
Moses married a black woman.
Okay, that's good.
And there are black rabbis that were in the Talmud themselves.
And last question, do you support what Israel's doing?
Again, the Israeli state is run by secular Jews, and they don't have all the wisdom and the tradition. I think it's a trauma response that the Jewish people are dealing with.
Ooh, Mordecai. Mordecai is fire, bro. I need to create a Rumble. Mordecai is excellent. So hold on. So I need to point this out before we continue. SNEAKO tried to hit him with the aren't Jews, racial supremacists. And then Mordecai was like counterpunch. And he was like, no, that's the wrong category. It's actually religion. And then SNEAKO says, well, hold up. Aren't blacks prohibited in certain elements of Judaism from participating in society? And Mordecai is like, no, there are very famous black Jewish leaders. You're full of baloney. Mordecai's the man, bro. And then, assuming that he's going to have loyalty to the state of Israel, SNEAKO asks him, like, well, do you support what Israel is doing? And then Mordecai's like, no. Again, counterpunch. He's like, what? He's like, no, they're run by secular Jews who don't even believe what I believe, and they have a trauma response that they're taking out on, the native, on the native population. And it's like, dang, bro, you were ready for that. Shot says your mic keeps peaking. Well, just imagine what I'm saying then, okay? Because I'm being goofy. I'm throwing punches while I'm talking, okay? I just think Mordecai is a Chad Jew, okay? Hill Williams says Mordecai Chad. I agree. When I'm seeing SNEAKO kind of come out and get dominated. Now, of course, this was a way more good faith conversation. So in the thumbnail, I'll be like, Chad Hasidic Jew takes down SNEAKO, or I'll do something obnoxious like that, right? But this was actually a really healthy, productive, beautiful conversation that involves really compelling competing narratives. So I want to give SNEAKO credit. This was actually fire content. But look right here. You could 100% turn this into the Chad Jack meme, but give him the hat, and then Mordecai does have a little bit of a pronounced nose, right? I'm not talking smack. I'm saying he has a very aquiline nose, okay? But you could turn this into the Chad meme, right? And then you could have the Wojak SNEAKO right here. And SNEAKO did good in this conversation, but Mordecai was just ready for him, right? He was just ready for him. Weld QC John says, you're my streamer, Connor. Lol. I skipped Chud Logic when I saw you were live. Well, thank you, Weld QC John. I do appreciate you. Thank you kindly for being here. All right. Anyways, back to Chad Jew Mordecai dominating SNEAKO in this debate. Although it's not really a debate, it's a conversation, but still.
I personally believe that it should be a God-run state, but the only way that can happen is once people actually understand what Judaism is. Secular Jews don't feel so embarrassed. I think most secular Jews literally feel embarrassed about being Jews, and they're going through an identity crisis. And it doesn't help having people attack them on the streets.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't help. My camera's about to die, but it was great to speak to you.
Likewise.
I hope that maybe your conception of me changed. Do you think
I don't have any negative conceptions of you?
That's great. Yeah. And hopefully we could all come together. And the craziness that's in the world right now, I would like to see that quell.
I want to say one thing, that God has chosen you for whatever reason. We talk about chosen people. Every person is chosen for a mission. God has definitely chosen you for something. Okay. You have a huge platform. You have some sort of special heart. You're a seeker, and you also have probably demons like all of us that you're fighting.
Absolutely.
And I think you need to think hard, long and deep about
what
God. Yeah. Okay, great.
Me too.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
I guess I don't want to say it's from the Jewish ancestry, but I can resonate. Yeah. God has chosen you for something, and I hope that you keep seeking, because even though it's not going to maybe make as good viral material as the clickbait stuff, but there's deep introspection that you can do. And even, let's say, the conspiracies about Jews, or maybe you've heard about the Noahidism. You haven't heard. Moses, when he came down the mountain, also had laws for all of humanity. And what that means is that if your battery's going to die, I can't give it over right now. But the idea is that there's lots of truth, and I hope you continue to find it, and maybe play a role in actually bringing the redemption.
I hope so. What's your name?
Mendy. Menachem.
Great to meet you.
God bless you.
And how do I say goodbye in Hebrew?
Shalom.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom.
Hope to see you again soon.
God bless.
All right. God bless you too.
If you want to learn more about Judaism, you can do this off camera. I'd be happy to connect you either myself or with someone else.
Yeah, let me take down your number. Sure.
Bruh. That was fire. That was fire. That was fire. So God has chosen you for a mission. You have a special heart. You're a seeker. I wouldn't say that that's your Jewish ancestry, but maybe it is. He's kind of, shit posting about his ancestry a little bit. Deep introspection. I would say he was saying that deep introspection is your best element. It's not the virality. It's not the materialism. It's not the bar girls. It's not any of that kind of stuff. Your best elements is your introspection. Moses had revelations for the entire world. And then I think he said, I was calling him Mordecai, but he said it was like Madi Menach or something like that. I don't know. And then they said Shalom, and that was great. Dude, that was fire content. I'm going to clap from my bedroom to SNEAKO. SNEAKO made fire content. That was excellent. I did not expect randomly to have this entire like materialist show off of jet setting between New York and Miami and partying and talking to ring girls and hanging out and all that kind of crap and talking about getting hit in the face. And then randomly we get this amazing conversation between him and a Hasidic Jew about the theological origins of the Abrahamic faith and how Jews perceive people outside of their religion. That was smoking hot fire. That was beautiful. I love that. That was great. Good job, SNEAKO. All right, hold on. Now let's check out. I saw Mike from PA versus Destiny in my chat. I wish there was new content between Mike from PA and Destiny. Creator Clash Connor versus Hassan and Ethan versus iDubbbz. Bro, I would do it. I would do it. Listen, I would risk getting knocked out by a communist Turk in order to take the fight to the commies. I would try to take his, he does have an advantage. He has like a tiny head, right? So if I'm trying to throw jabs and he's just like moving his tiny head back and forth, like he definitely has an advantage. I can't move my neck and he has a tiny head that he can still move. He has an advantage there. But yeah, dude, if I could work out for 6 months and then get into the ring with Hassan Piker, I would just do it for the shit posts and the memes, man. I would do it just for the memes. I wouldn't even care if I lost or won. Destiny from Mike from PA boxing match would be sick. Harmonic Fox says, as an individual that takes a lot of influence from Eastern philosophy and will probably end up becoming a full-fledged Buddhist or Confucianist, I'd like to debate Western philosophy, bros. Yeah, no, it's good content. Good content. Focus Lady says, notice how Mordecai mentions that all humans are made in God's image and how he disarms and de-escalates the hostility. 100%. Now, Mordecai, I think he said his name was like Medi Menach or something like that. I'll call him Mordecai just for the sake of all of us knowing who, recognizing him. He did a great job. He did fire for like a random Hasidic Jew on the street to bump into SNEAKO, recognize who SNEAKO is, and be familiar enough with his content in order to have a street side conversation and debate about the origins of Abrahamic theology. That was great. Hassan has never thrown a punch in his life. Well, he threw a kick a couple of times, right? Wasn't he practicing kickboxing? Something like that. Probably can iDubbbz fight? Well, he's lost both of his fights. He's gotten his butt kicked each time. Bud123 says, when you debate Hassan, will you be a center spring Connor or angry, take no prisoners Connor like you were during the Rob Nord debate? No idea, man. No idea. I always start as calm, rational, centrist Connor, but if you come after me on some baloney, either you're just like lying to my face, or you're flat wrong, or you're lobbing personal insults instead of contending with arguments. I mean, I give as good as I get. So anyways, let's do a quick shill and move into the next segment. Grassroots Hegemon is too kind to the channel. It's greatly appreciated. This was the last chat from Grassroots Hegemon for $20. I say that because it's super important for men to approach women out of their league and just have a nice conversation. We did talk about that in reference to the Miami segment. And yeah, like you need to practice. And the advice that I want to share again is if you're having problems socializing, but you can talk to certain kinds of people, you need to identify the approach that you use with those people and then use them with other people. So like I said, it's easier to talk to men than it is to talk to women in my experience when I was a young man, because I wasn't trying to get anything out of the man. I wasn't trying to get a phone number. I wasn't trying to get a date. I wasn't trying to take them to coffee. I wasn't trying to go to the bar. I wasn't trying to do any of that kind of crap. I was just trying to have an interesting conversation. And so I think that if young men approach it more that way, friendly women anyways, will talk to anybody about anything. You walk up, you say, hey, how's it going? How's your night going? Et cetera, et cetera. My name's, XYZ, ABC. What do you do? As long as you're not like overly creepy and you press after the vibes have deteriorated, you'll be fine. So if you start a conversation, the person isn't interested in having a conversation, then walk away. Say, oh, well, it was nice speaking with you. You have a great night. See you later. And then you walk away and you try to strike up a conversation with somebody else. And then if the vibes are good, let's say you're talking to a woman and then they start reciprocating, they start asking you questions, they mimic your body language, that kind of thing. Then you just keep the conversation flowing until you guys feel like you're friends. And then when you feel like you're friends, you're like, hey, listen, I had a great time, talking to you. Would you mind if I got your number? That way we could have a good conversation in the future as well. And I think that would be an infinitely easier, less stressful way to communicate with women than the whole, like, I need to psychologically manipulate her in order to get her phone number. Like, I think that kind of like psycho shit, women are almost like built to recognize, right? Christian Valera says, I don't see a single scenario in which Hassan would debate Connor. Yeah, of course not. Like, although weirdly enough, he went onto a John Zerka panel that John Zerka invited me to, but that was before he crashed out on cocaine and, you know, slept with people under the age of 18. Bud123 says there are no leagues other than the ones you put yourself and them in. True. What's your advice for the poor bisexual? Sapien Green says. Oh, that's funny. Because like if you're bi, you're like interested in anybody, right? Well, then I guess you should talk to pretty people. Let's say that you're bisexual, okay? Let's say that you're into women and men. Therefore, every conversation is stressful because you want to ask everybody out on a date, okay? My suggestion is you talk to pretty people the way that you politely talk to ugly people. So if there are ugly people that you talk to and you have normal conversations with, talk to pretty people the way you talk to uggos. That's fire advice, man. I'm not going to lie. That's like fire advice. If you want to get a phone number of a woman, start a conversation, see if it flows, and ask her out for coffee and whatever, and then ask for her phone number. Yeah, Bud123. The only thing that I would add to that, though, is that initial conversation should have flow, right? So if you walk up, let's say you're at a bar, right? This actually happened once. This was before I met my wife. There's a pretty girl at a bar. I notice her eyeing me a little bit. And then I walk up, and the bar's loud, so it's hard to talk. And so we talk for a little bit. We chit-chat. She doesn't seem like particularly interesting or deep, but we do all the, oh, what's your major, blah, 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 blah. Can I get your phone number? I get her phone number, right? But what ends up happening is the text messages are awkward. And so as a result, I just kind of drop it, right? Well, what I would say my fault was there was no real engagement with anything substantive. We just had a casual conversation, and then I got her phone number. But there wasn't really anything to buy into. We didn't share interests. We didn't share a major. We didn't share ambitions. We didn't talk about family. We didn't talk about hobbies. We didn't talk about any of that kind of stuff. And so as a result, that, you know, interaction fizzled out. With my wife, though, you know, I had the good fortune of working with her for a prolonged period. I knew that she was with somebody else. So, and I'm not a homewrecker. I'm not the kind of person to break up a relationship. And so I just talked to her like she was another person that I worked with. And so as a result, even before we dated, we talked about current events. We talked about political issues. We talked about how to do work best at work. We did side work together. You know, we talked about all these things that were totally unrelated to developing a relationship. And so as a result, we kind of got to know each other's like virtues and vices before we even, you know, before there was, I would say there was always like probably a romantic spark because I thought she was cute. But I didn't really like act like there was this huge romantic interest because she was with somebody else. And I wouldn't want to break something up. I wouldn't want to be the reason that a relationship was broken up. Right. So we were friends first, and then her relationship got on the rocks. And then we started, you know, kind of talking in a flirty way. And then we got together. So, yeah. So I would say being friends first is a good way to actually like meet women that would actually be interested in something deeper. Mutual interests are a great way to connect with women, and mutual hatreds are even better. Those are words to live by. Those are words to live by for sure. But let's go ahead and check this out. You know, I love that SNEAKO segment. I think that's going to be a fire segment. I actually thought SNEAKO was substantively better than I gave him credit for. I think I'm actually going to DM Destiny and see if he still has SNEAKO's contact and see if I can reach out to him and have a conversation. Because honestly, like the dude's interesting. He's smart. He's introspective. He might be a grifter and say crazy stuff every now and then in order to placate his insane audience. But I would love to have like a theological conversation. Frankly, if he's still down in Miami, I would love to go down to Miami and do an IRL conversation or debate because, you know, obviously he has a large platform. He's talking to young men. He's reaching young men. So having that debate or conversation and being like, hey, here's the things that you're doing right. Here's all the terrible things that I think you're doing that are actually making the country worse. That might be an interesting conversation. So I'll see if I can use backdoor channels to to reach out to Mr. SNEAKO and see what's up. Now, let's do another segment. Let's check out what's going on with Nick the Knife Fuentes. We might not watch all of this just because it's kind of long, but he says the psyop to undermine the mass awakening. And apparently this is either going to be something that's supporting Tucker Carlson or critical of Tucker Carlson. So that'll be interesting. So let me go ahead and go full screen, and then we'll get into this segment. So, excuse me. Actually, quick shill, okay? If you haven't liked the stream, like the stream. It's free. Okay, it's free. It helps in the algorithm. It lets other people know we're live. It's good for us. Okay, so like the stream. Number 2, follow on Twitch if you haven't followed already. And I guess we're not live on Twitch, but subscribe. Subscribing is also free. Boost the algorithm, et cetera, if you're not subscribed already. If you have super chats burning a hole in your pocket, I've seen people who have donated. Christian Valeris has donated. Sapient Greaves donated. Bun123 I know has donated in the past. Grassroots Hegemon is a massive supporter of the channel. He's effectively my daddy J-Mac, so I appreciate him. Biz D, Jonah Boy, Christian Valeris, all you guys, QC John, all you guys are either regulars who watch routinely and therefore you support me spiritually, which is fantastic. And then some of you guys have donated in the past. So if you're broke, don't worry about it. If your 401k is torched into the ground, don't worry about it. If you got money burning a hole in your pocket, though, super chats, money makes the world go round. So donations effectively tell the suits that be at Valor Media Network that people are willing to back the content, not just with their viewership, but also with their financial support. So if you have the capacity to do so, it's appreciated. If you don't have the capacity to do so, don't worry about it. I'm going to read 2 more chats, and then I'll do the intro for the new segment. Sacred Snow 2 says, from what I can tell, SNEAKO's audience seems to be the demographic that Valor is trying to convert as well. So that would be a great combo. Yeah, exactly. Well, dude, and I wouldn't mind being friendly with SNEAKO and, showing him how to throw a proper rear hand punch. I would love to do that. Bud123 says, I'm a poor physics PhD student, lol, surviving off teaching assistant stipends. Then Bud123, your viewership and your like is greatly appreciated as is. You do not feel compelled at all. If you're making a choice between ramen noodles and a super chat, pick the ramen noodles, okay? All right. Let's do an intro, though. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am a part of the Valor Media Network, which breaks down content and alternative media and politics and war and combat and law enforcement in order to create, frankly, awesome content for young men and everybody, right? Now, Nick the Knife Fuentes is a dissident right-wing alternative media creator who we're going to be reviewing momentarily. We just got done breaking down a SNEAKO segment. I invite you to like, share, and subscribe the video, and also to leave us comments down below. If you agree with me, if you agree with my assessments, go ahead and comment down below. If you disagree with me, if you don't like what I'm saying, go ahead and leave some comments down below. And then also join us for live streams. I think I'm going to be doing 9:30 to 2:30 Eastern, Monday through Friday. So if you're interested in this content and you want to catch us live, then go ahead and do so there. But without further ado, let me pull up the popular, infamous Nick the Knife Fuentes, who created a video called The Psyop to Undermine the Mass Awakening. I'm going to pause intermittently in order to inject commentary into the video, but we're going to see what Mr. Nick Fuentes has to say to the masses.
I also want to talk tonight about Tucker Carlson's comments with Alex Jones. Sort of interesting. I smell.
Christian Valeris with the $20 for the CCP militia. Appreciated, King. Very much appreciated.
A psyop. I detect. I'm sensing a disturbance. There is a major effort underway to undercut the mass awakening of the people, of Americans, about Israel, race, Jewish power, all these things that years ago were totally taboo. People that discussed them were radioactive. As you know, there is a mass awakening happening. Millions and millions of people, I think largely thanks to TikTok and thanks to X and the liberalization of both of those platforms, as well as events, October 7th, and many of the lies from the past 10 years starting to crumble. People are really discovering the truth. And I've noticed just today, but especially in the past few weeks, and months, there seems to be a concerted, organized effort underway to undercut the credibility of the people that are amplifying those types of ideas. People that are talking about race, about Israel, about Jewish power in ways that are not approved. And we know what that means. People that are talking about these ideas, which are called politically incorrect or called hateful, bigoted, racist, anti-Semitic. There is a concerted effort underway to attack the credibility of the people pushing those ideas and the credibility of those ideas themselves.
Okay. And then Sapien Green for 100 DKK for the Mass Awakening or something. I wasn't paying attention. Thank you, King. Appreciated. So hold on. Let's break this down a little bit because I think that we can pull an Uno reverse card on this a little bit. Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones were talking, and Nick the Knife Fuentes feels that there is a psychological operation in order to undermine the people who are race realists and critical of Jewish international power in Israel, that it's taboo. However, these things have been leaking through TikTok and through X, which is funny because, you know, X was purchased by Elon Musk, and then I would say the terms of service were very limited, or excuse me, were very much changed, so the dissident right can say whatever it wants on X. And then people are waking up to Israel as like a threat to international stability or something like that. Now, concerted, organized effort to undercut the credibility of people involved in these ideas. What I would say is, I'll just be straight up. I am interested in undermining the credibility of the ideas of Nick the Knife Fuentes, and I am, interested in undermining the credibility of himself as a person, because I think that he's leading plenty of men into black pill and red pill circles that make them worse human beings. And also, you know, this is the way that I was raised. A century ago, anti-Semitism was so bad that Jews, through virtue of being Jewish, I'm not Jewish, by the way, were rounded up and executed for immutable characteristics in the hundreds of thousands at minimum, even according to Nick Fuentes. That's like his minimum number. His minimum number of Jews that were slaughtered in the Holocaust was 300,000, which is already bad. But the historical record states that it was like 6 million people, right? And so would it be a good idea to debate Nick on this topic? Sure. I'll talk to Nick. I don't care. I think I even DM'd him and said that I wanted to reconnect because we have talked once in the past and he wasn't interested in reconnecting. I'll happily reconnect with Nick. I don't care. Concerted, organized effort to undercut the credibility. So I'm interested in undermining his credibility. I'm interested in undermining his narrative because the fear, the anxiety is that he's going to justify anti-Jewish racial bigotry and ethno-religious bigotry in the Western world. And then he's also going to embolden Israel's enemies to the point that they might be looking at a mass slaughter. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't criticize the state of Israel. For example, earlier today, we covered a news story where Israel bombed a shelter that killed 23 people and like burned to death several people in tents. That's obviously evil. That's terrible. Now, the question is, what's the solution? The solution isn't the destruction of the state of Israel. The solution isn't the political disempowerment of international Jewry, as Nick the Knife Fuentes would articulate it. The solution is just to be aware of the sins of the government of the state of Israel, aware of the sins of individual Jews in the world, but also to valorize the good things that Israel does and to valorize the good contributions of Jewish people to the world. It takes a lot more, I don't know, brain power to recognize that all of humanity is flawed and to give people credit where it's due and criticism where it's due. But either way, I'll just admit, I am one of the people interested in undermining Nick Fuentes. He's correct. Let's see what else he has to say.
Simultaneously, there is an effort underway to astroturf people who sound like they're saying what we're saying and are approved, but are not actually saying what we're saying. And what I mean by that is they have correctly identified that someone like myself is independent, outside control. Someone like myself, I'm a legitimate nationalist, legitimately questioning what is considered unquestionable or undeniable, whether we should support Israel, whether there is such a thing as Judeo-Christianity, whether we should have Jewish people that don't believe in Jesus, don't like Jesus, whether they should be in power, questioning whether we should have multiracialism. Is that desirable? Is it beneficial? Is it even workable? You'll have someone like myself who is a legitimate alternative to the system. They attack my credibility, and simultaneously they're offering up another option, which is an approved option, and they do their best to sound like they're saying what I'm saying, but they're not really. They sound like they're saying the same thing, and they're promoted and elevated, but they're only sounding like they're saying it. They're not actually saying it. So they'll say, well, we don't really like that we give Israel foreign aid. But should Israel exist? Oh, absolutely. And, you know, are Jewish people in general too supportive of Israel? Well, no, we can't generalize at all. Should we live in a Christian country? Should we have multiracialism? Of course we can make multiracialism work. And it's like, okay, so we're actually not saying quite the same thing. And so I want to talk about that tonight as well. 3 examples: Tucker, Tim Pool, and Joe Rogan today. We'll break down what each of them said. I posted this on Twitter this afternoon. I said, it's weird. It's all happening on the same day. So we'll talk about that too. Should be a pretty good show. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. And I guess we'll just dive right in because this is pretty timely stuff.
So what I don't like about this implication is that this perspective can't be genuinely held. Okay. So the approved option, this is like socially palatable. We don't like foreign aid to Israel. This is like kind of like a MAGA point that nobody really cares about, where effectively like MAGA is arguing against foreign aid in general and has like an isolationist stance. But plenty of them make exception for the state of Israel because we have the Judeo-Christian narrative. And that's the narrative that he wants to question, is whether or not there is such a thing as Judeo-Christian. What's hilarious about the Hasidic Jew narrative, we just watched Mordecai as a part of that SNEAKO segment, is that if you wanted to accuse Mordecai of being a religious supremacist, you could make that argument. Now, he would probably say, well, I don't actually think that you're like evil and bad and I want you to die. I just think that my religion is correct, right? You know, we can still live together. We can still function in a society together. However, my religion is ultimately correct, and you have a misunderstanding of the Abrahamic faith. And so Nick actually accepts that from the opposite direction, which is that Christianity is separate from Judaism, where everything that Jesus said actually does contradict the Old Testament, and therefore it's the better, more approved religion. Right. And so they're effectively both religious supremacists. I mean, he even says that he's a race realist, Christian nationalist, and he's not even sure if multiracialism is like a workable concept in the United States of America. Now, I want to point this out, though. We live in a functioning society. Okay. We have one of the largest economies in the world. We have massive cultural exports. You can debate whether or not those exports are good or bad. I like Marvel films sometimes. I like Star Wars films sometimes. I like Warhammer 40,000. I like Western, media products. And so as a result, I think there's nothing there's nothing really terrible going on. I live in a decent neighborhood. My kids go to decent schools. Central Florida in general is like a really rich, lush, vibrant, food-filled place. And of course we have economic problems, but it's not like I'm living in this, like, I don't know, this hovel, this bombed out hovel filled with like race war. That's not the reality outside of my property. And this kid, no offense, Nick, acts like it is, or acts like we're on the precipice of race war. I don't think it's real if you engage with the outside world, right? And so being a civic nationalist, I think, is actually the obvious solution for the United States of America. And Tucker, Tim Pool, and Joe Rogan, I would trust Tim Pool and Joe Rogan. Tim Pool, I think, has lost the plot. Joe Rogan loses the plot some of the times. And I think Tucker is insane some of the times. I trust these people to have like a firmer beat on what reality is than Nick. 100%.
And I want to get to everything tonight. I know past couple nights we haven't gotten to everything that I want to talk about. So our first story, before we get into the news, I want to break down what I just mentioned, this concerted effort that's underway right now to undercut the truth and truth tellers. And in the first place, I want to say it is obviously unprecedented what has been happening. And when I say what is happening, I mean the fact, which is obvious now, that people seem to be waking up. Everyone is noticing this. Everyone is noticing, and everyone is noticing that everyone's noticing. I get people all the time now super chatting my show, texting me. They say, oh, my boomer dad watches you now. Oh, my boomer uncle watches your show. Oh, my boomer dad just said we shouldn't support Israel. Everyone is getting red-pilled. Everyone is getting red-pilled. And the two big subjects that I think you can properly consider red pills are Jews and race. Those are the two big red pills. Properly understood, the two big red pills are that Jews control our world. And I'm saying that in a very crude way. Of course, I would say it in a way that's a little more nuanced, but properly understood, to put it simply. It's that Jews have a lot of power. They're using that power to get our country to support Israel. It is because they have power, which is why they're beyond criticism. They use their power to punish those that criticize them. And they use their power to obfuscate the fact that they have the power, because that in itself is a scandal. And people are coming to the realization that this is the dynamic and this is what's happening in our country. The second part is race, which is that the biggest unspoken trend in the world today is that countries that were white, countries that were racially European, and I'm talking about the countries in Europe, but I'm also talking about the settler countries like Australia, Canada, the United States. Countries that were white are becoming not white. This is huge. It's massive. It's still massive. It's a massive trend, and it's global. Everywhere where there previously were white majorities or white rule, now there is not. The United States is now 60% white, and the number's going down all the time. Canada has doubled its population this century and is on its way to be 10% white by the end of the century. Same could be said of Germany, France, United Kingdom, Italy. You just have this influx of immigrants, and they're all not white.
Okay. So I want to address this head on, and I want to, you know, kind of, I don't want to infer his narrative. I want to tell you what I think is going on, and he can try to contradict what I'm going on, or what I think is going on. Grassroots Chapter 1 says, I'm horribly behind again. No problems, buddy. Christian Blair says, and Trump will say something in support of Israel, and all these MAGA DSers will change their mind. They will, but he won't, and the Groypers won't. The Groypers are actually quite critical of Nick the Groypers and Nick are quite critical of Trump, that he is so allegiant to Israel. The cult follows one man and one man only. I mean, that's true that Nick he was like, oh yeah, Trump betrayed the MAGA movement. Trump betrayed, you know, white America. I'm going to go to all the states and then campaign against him, and we're going to do damage. And he was trying to like mobilize his audience in order to get ready to go to war with MAGA. And then nothing came out of it. Nothing came out of it. Jeez, Christian, getting a little spicy, huh? Grassroots for $5 says, I aspire to be the controlling Jew Nick Fuentes thinks I am. Right now, I'm just a guy with a job listening to autism on the internet. Right. Nick would benefit from a debate with Mordecai, the Hasidic Jew. He really would, because he would be like, oh, well, don't you support the state of Israel? And he'd be like, actually, no, I don't. I think they're all secular Jews and they're insufficiently religious. A conversation with Mordecai would blow Nick's mind, okay? But all right, let's break down what he said and provide an alternative narrative that I think is more realistic, okay? Undercut the truth, right? Not a truth. He's not talking about how he has facts. He's talking about how the narrative surrounding his facts is 100% accurate. I think that's crazy pants, but I also think that's why he has a cult of personality. He offers certainty in a confusing and scary world. He says that the two biggest red pills that need to be swallowed by people are Jews, international Jewish power in the state of Israel, how international Jews rally countries to support the state of Israel when otherwise there would be no obligations. And then they try to obscure the fact that they use their power and maneuver that power into supporting the state of Israel. So let's address this first. The narrative, the historical narrative, I'll try to be very brief, is that the Jews went out of Egypt 1200 before Christ. They conquered the land of Canaan and they established kingdoms. They then underwent like the Babylonian exile, the conquest by the Greeks, and the conquest by the Romans. Then there was a mass slaughter of Jews because they rebelled against the Romans several times, mass slaughter of the Jews and the destruction, I think, of the Second Temple. Then for another 1,000 years, they vaguely lived in that area in Judea and Israel and, modern Palestine. And the Romans renamed it to Palestine, effectively in order to give the middle finger to the Jews. Whether or not that's true, who knows? But it's part of the narrative. Then in the year, I forget if it's like 1200 or 1000, I forget. But in one of the Crusades, Jerusalem is sacked by the Crusaders and everyone in the city is put to the sword, including massive amounts of Jews. And so at that point, the Jews are like, okay, F this. We're tired of getting slaughtered. We're tired of getting our butts kicked. We're tired of getting conquered. We're going to do the diaspora. So what they do is they move into every country on the world. They literally travel as far as China in order to try to be a minority in other countries, but also not get slaughtered. There are pogroms that happen, racial and ethno-religious persecutions, but the Jews ultimately survive that. Okay. Love you, baby. And then what happens is in the 18th and 19th century, there's a push by secular Jews, but also Jews in general, in order to establish a Jewish majority homeland in the state of Israel, which doesn't exist at the time. They literally have to build it. So there's mass migrations into there into the early 20th century. And then Hitler mass slaughters European Jewry, which causes a push and pull factor for all the Jews to relocate to Israel. Finally, I guess I say finally, in the early stages of the establishment of Israel, there is hostility from Europe. There is hostility from the Middle East and North Africa to the new state of Israel. But what happens is over the ensuing decades, Europeans, because they feel guilty about World War II, and Americans, because they feel the Holocaust was a uniquely abhorrent genocide because it industrialized slaughter, they end up supporting Israel for pragmatic and historical reasons, right? Diaspora, I think it's diaspora. I don't know, and I don't care. But the point is, that's effectively the narrative. So you could say that like international Jews, Jews who were a part of the diaspora, they have some level of vague support for the state of Israel. And then you can also say that Israel is interested in its own survival. These are not like contradictory or like horrible revelations to realize. As a matter of fact, if you ask international Jews or if you ask the state of Israel, they'd be like, yeah, we're trying to survive. We're trying not to get murdered. Okay, based. What's the problem, right? So I'm sure he'll articulate the problem. And then countries that became white, you're going to have to indulge me another rant. I'll try to be brief. Because of the industrial and sexual revolution, the birth rate has plummeted to below 2 in the developed world. We are using migration in order to try to make up for the collapsing birth rate. To my knowledge, condoms and the Industrial Revolution were not Jewish inventions. And even if they were Jewish inventions, modern people love condoms and love the Industrial Revolution so much, we're not going back. So now what?
And they're changing how these countries are. It is their race, which is changing how these countries are. It's changing how they look, obviously. It's changing how they are. And you see it in the slums, ethnic enclaves, ghettos. You see it in the heterogeneity in our major cities. It's a country that doesn't look the same, doesn't feel the same, and objectively, it's getting worse. And we all understand that this is something
It's not objectively getting worse. Okay. Violence is half of that it was in 1990. We're actually doing substantively better in like healthcare, technology, consumer goods, all that kind of stuff. So if you want to say that this is all goy slop consumer BS in that it's a spiritual decay, we could have a conversation about spiritual decay. But he can't use the word objectively getting worse when if you look at the metrics of what actually affects people's day-to-day lives, there, while I will argue we're in a K economy that needs to be recalibrated in order to support working class and middle class families, there are tons of metrics about human life in the developed world that indicate that it's actually gotten better in the past 30 years. So I disagree with Nick. Ann Sneed says, I'm 65 and I'm loving this. I've been waiting for someone to explain this all and pull the young men towards the right or towards the right wing. Thanks for what you're doing. Well, Ann Sneed, thank you for being here. I appreciate the comment. Grassroots Hegemon says, the condoms thing was me, my bad. All right, everybody boo Grassroots Hegemon. Boo. The Industrial Revolution and contraception is Grassroots Hegemon's fault. Boo. Focus Lady says, Nick the Dull Knife only speaks in simplistic talking points. He could be very easy to debate. Well, you say that, Focus Lady, but he's way more intelligent than you give him credit for, okay? One of the things, I got a comment in my last Nick Fuentes segment. They're like, oh, you said that Nick is dumb. No, I'll never say that Nick is dumb. Nick is not dumb. Nick is not unintelligent. Nick is politically savvy. He has recruited tens of thousands of young men in order to follow him feverishly. That's actually the problem. I wouldn't be talking about him if he was dumb. He's not dumb. Okay. Now, what I think that Focus Lady said that's accurate is he's taking these wildly complex things, like, I don't know, 3,500 years of Jewish history, and he's boiling it down to Jews control society and get us to support Israel, which is bad. Hasn't said how it's bad, but he says that it's bad. And then he said that racial issues are getting worse because we're mass importing immigrants who are creating ghettos, ethnic enclaves, and race is a real problem. But like I'm telling you, there are metrics for human life that have been increasing in the past, like 6 decades, not decreasing. So no, he's not dumb, but he is offering a wildly simplistic narrative of reality.
Something that is happening probably intentionally. It's a question how intentional it is. There's clearly an agenda at work, and there's a question about what that agenda is, the why. We also understand it's being covered up. It's called a conspiracy. Now, whether you think it's a good thing, bad thing, it's not debatable whether it's happening. You could say it's good or bad or negligible, but it's happening. The numbers don't lie. And yet it's called a conspiracy. And they say that it's the conspiracy of violent extremists, terrorists. If you notice what's happening, and it's significant. And once again, it's happening and it's significant, whether you think it's good or bad or neither, it's a significant change.
Okay. Right here, there's a liberal and progressive defense of minorities, which is fine. I think that, there's an Ayn Rand quote. I'm not a libertarian. As a matter of fact, I really have a strong distaste for libertarians. I think they have an overly simplistic worldview. However, the quote from Ayn Rand that I do agree with is that there is no minority smaller than the individual, right? So minority rights are, sorry, my leg went to sleep and that's painful. Minority rights are individual rights, right? And so liberals and progressives have an aligned mission in protecting the rights of individuals and minorities against the persecutions over their immutable characteristics. And so when you notice, quote unquote, I think a bunch of ham-fisted liberals and progressives from cosmopolitan cities reflexively defend brown and black people and Jews because they're afraid that you're trying to gin up effectively the outrage that will lead to pogroms and murders. And let's face it, there's been anti-black, anti-Hispanic, and anti-Jewish murders that have happened as a result of the sentiments that Nick is espousing. There was that, I forget where there was the synagogue attack, but there was a synagogue attack that I think killed 10 or 20 people. There was Dylan Roof with the attack on the black church that killed like 24 people. There was the New Zealand shooting where he went into 2 mosques and slaughtered like 70 people. and crazy pants. There was the terrorist in like it was Norway or Finland, I forget, but he slaughtered like I don't know 80 of his countrymen because he believed that they were part of like the treacherous racial conspiracy. So you can say like, oh, well, it only happens now and then. It's not that big of a deal. Our ideology isn't explicitly calling for violence, et cetera, et cetera. But what happens when people get blackpilled by this ideology is they do think like, oh my God, it's almost over. The white race is almost destroyed by international Jewry and racial minorities and mass immigration. I have to do something drastic in order to wake people up. And then they commit atrocities. So he can play dumb and say like, no, we're not calling explicitly for extrajudicial violence. But there are absolutely people who believe his descriptive reality and use it as a pretext for mass slaughter of innocent people. 100%.
And yet noticing it will get you labeled not just a hater and a conspiracy theorist.
I see Nick, I click. Well, welcome aboard, Razzle Cherry. There's somebody else in our chat called Razzle Smasher, and I mix you guys up for like 3 days. My apologies.
Called a liar, but also a violent person and a terrorist. People are becoming aware of all of it. They're becoming aware that diversity is actually not our strength. They're becoming aware that Israel is not our greatest ally, and people want to change it. It also is not even really a right-wing or a left-wing issue. It's just the truth. It's just common sense. And the truth has become popular as
Sujin Pandy says, hey man, watching you from Croatia. Cheers. Croat brother, welcome aboard. Let's talk about Yugoslavia, the former Yugoslavia last night. I hope that you have won your independence and are enjoying your beautiful beaches.
censorship has receded. We probably reached the pinnacle of censorship in 2021 in the middle of the COVID hysteria, and then shortly afterward, the Ukraine hysteria, the hysteria about the election on January 6th. Censorship probably reached its peak when Donald Trump, the sitting president, was banned from everything. And shortly thereafter, it started to recede. And there were some notable developments. TikTok became the dominant platform. TikTok became the fastest growing platform in the world right around that time, 2021, 2022. And TikTok was owned by ByteDance, a company which is headquartered in China. And TikTok did not have the kind of onerous speech regulations that Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube did at that time. And so as a consequence, because it was super competitive, grew very quickly, became a billion user platform more quickly than any of the others. And because it had these lax regulations, you had the rise of e-celebrities like Andrew Tate. And when the war in Gaza kicked off, there was so much pro-Palestine content on the platform. And a lot of content that highlighted some of the racial differences, the brawls, the meltdowns, the world star hip hop type of content, and a lot of right-wing creators. Then in 2022, Elon Musk acquired Twitter, turned it into a free speech zone. And almost as quickly as it became free speech and liberalized, it became a haven for right-wing content. And suddenly, just like on TikTok, there was pro-Palestine content. There was Israel critical content, very racial content, people criticizing Black people, criticizing immigration, other things. And so now we live in a time, 2025, and I've talked about this extensively, where we are in the middle of the biggest red pilling in history. And it's not just those two subjects, but it's other things too, conspiracy theories about 9/11.
So, yeah, this is all descriptively accurate, but I think it's important to note, particularly for liberals and progressives. There's a reason why this argument descriptively is important, okay? So from a centrist perspective, I agree that censorship reached its peak in 2021. Why is the government, like now, I do think that people are very stupid, but why is the government allowed to regulate speech around infectious diseases? Now, you can argue that there's like a national health emergency. I agree. And I do think the government should do everything in its power in order to inform a free body of people. However, Where is it written that the government can effectively regulate what you say on social media platforms in reference to an infectious disease? Are we free or are we not? Right. So that appeals to like my libertarian philosophical roots, I guess. And then, but here's the thing: is TikTok is a dominant social media platform owned by Chinese ByteDance. So if Nick is going to appeal to like manipulation, info wars, psychological operations, you have to understand that TikTok, I guarantee you, large amounts of people who contribute to TikTok are probably very earnest in their opinions. But I guarantee you, China is manipulating the algorithm in order to promote the most divisive content, because the most divisive content is going to have the most views. It's going to have the most bite. But they don't care if like TikTok has controversial topic in the American market that causes division. If anything, they're going to promote it because they're our rival, right? And so TikTok itself, the Chinese version, I guarantee you that there's things that exploit racial, religious sensitivities in China and or are critical of the CCP. I guarantee you all that content either gets throttled or banned. So to just like praise TikTok and being like, oh, this has been amazing for American expression of dissident ideas. It's like, yeah, it has been. It's also being capitalized upon by American rivals. And so you need to be like aware of that conflict of interest. The rise of Andrew Tate has sucked. I'm just going to be real. SNEAKO and Nick Fuentes worshiping Andrew Tate is disappointing to me. Okay. I haven't really bumped into a clip or a segment of Andrew Tate being particularly profound or interesting. I'll go look for it at some point, but I really don't think that he is that like interesting of a guy. I'm wrong though, apparently statistically. So I need to go figure out why he's interesting. And then the fact that like Nick, Christian nationalist, SNEAKO, a Muslim are like, yeah, I'm going to throw away all of my religious principles in order to support a gambling, drug addicted degenerate who sex traffics, abuses, and rapes women. Why? Why is that necessary? Oh, okay. Play the video, you fruit. Bye. I don't need you. Buzz off. Anyways, this is my show. If you want to go watch Nick, dumbass. Excuse my French. Sorry to the women in chat. Sorry to my mother. Sorry to Ken. Sorry to Jesus, okay? But I'm not, this is my show. You want me to speed up? I'll take longer to talk now. Dickhead. Sorry, chat. Anyways. So 10-7 pro-Palestinian content. That's true. So I guarantee you that all this content was created in earnest, but that doesn't mean that it's not being capitalized on by our geopolitical rivals. And then 2025, the biggest red pill in history. This is the one thing that I actually want to appeal to progressives on. The censorious nature of like 2015 to 2020, where everybody felt like they were walking on eggshells and they couldn't say conservative narratives without risking some level of algorithmic throttling and or bans. This has led to a counter reaction where now these distant ideas are grabbing hold, because effectively what you did, this is kind of like a Jordan Peterson perspective, you didn't strengthen the American mind in order to deal with dissident ideas and recognize BS. You weakened it by letting them play in effectively a bubble, right? So as a result, I would say that this is correlated. The popularity of dissident ideas has to deal with the hug box that we were playing with for the past decade. Real quick, checking in with chat before we move on. QW Gore says, nah, you real for that one? Thanks. Sacred Snow 2 says, Tate isn't insightful. He's a criminal that has capitalized on hatred and anti-establishment sentiment. I believe this is because he can't defend his ideas. Look at the times that Destiny has obliterated him. Well, yeah, but that's what we need to do. We need to find out what's actually attractive about him. I think that SNEAKO, and I now understand, based off of consuming his content earlier today, I now understand why SNEAKO is attractive, because I find it attractive content as well. He's a young dude who's trying to figure it out, who has weirdly deep conversations mixed with boobs, fast cars, and working out and practicing boxing. That's compelling content. I'm not going to lie. That's actually dope. Like that's fire content. Now, I think he's a moron and he buys into conspiracy theories, but I'm interested. I want to go find the next SNEAKO segment that weirdly dips into deep theological questions about reality. I want to, dig into the next SNEAKO element that's about, I'm trying to think of what else, like self-improvement or fitness or motivation or whatever. I want to find that content because, frankly, I think there's probably some gold, some gems to strain out of the gutter, right? But we need to go find that stuff, right? And then when it comes to Nick, Razzle Cherry has a criticism. Razzle Cherry says, Nick doesn't worship Andrew Tate. Come on, man. There are a ton of disagreements between them. Nick has done entire shows going after Tate. Sure, they're friendly on Twitter now. That's about it. Well, Razzle, I think you were present for the last segment. He spent like an hour effectively saying that, he spent an hour. We reviewed the content together. I think you remember this. He was saying like, oh, Andrew Tate might be a bad guy. He might be a degenerate, but the truth is that he says the right things and he's politically expedient. Therefore, I'm going to go ahead and criticize everyone who's criticizing him. You could say that I'm guilty of the same thing in reference to like Destiny as a creator, right? You could say that I'm guilty of the same hypocrisy. But what I would say is like Destiny is infinitely more harmless from a political perspective than Nick or Andrew Tate. So. All right, sorry. 2 more chats and then we'll get going. Sacred Snow says, in my opinion, the rise of these degenerates, whether it's Trump or Tate or Fuentes, is mainly anti-establishment sentiment. The government needs to move towards maximum transparency. Yeah, I agree. It's not a bad point. All right.
11, JFK, the USS Liberty, aliens, flat Earth. I mean, everything. It also happens to include the truth mixed in there too.
Okay. Razzle, I will accept the fact that Nick does not worship Andrew Tate. I think SNEAKO has a more loving relationship with Andrew Tate. I think that Nick, in a previous segment of content, was sweeping for Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, in my opinion, passes a line of criminality that you shouldn't be sweeping for him. Okay? Steven, Destiny, he leaked homemade sex tapes and he allegedly audio recorded consensual sexual liaisons without the consent of the people involved. That's messed up. It's gross. It's degenerate. He shouldn't do it. Andrew Tate beat women, is credibly accused of raping them, and sex trafficked women into Eastern Europe. You can say that Destiny's bad, but if I put his sexual criminal misconduct on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to put Destiny at a 3, and I'm going to put Andrew Tate at a 9. And I'm sorry to any women who are watching this. The only way that Andrew Tate could become worse of a human being compared to beating and raping women is if he actually murdered them and did necrophiliac things with their corpses. In my opinion, that's the only way that Andrew Tate could become worse of a human being.
And the elites don't know how to deal with this because Elon Musk is the private owner of Twitter. There's nothing they could do about it. TikTok is owned in China and it's massively popular and it was a powerful tool during the election. Congress tried to ban it, but a zealous billionaire named Jeffrey Yass donated to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump has since extended.
Okay. You guys are one guy in me, but that's okay. That's fine. I like engaging with chat anyways. Destiny also has glorified violence against political opponents. Super sugarcoating that. No, I'm not. I don't care. Okay, I'm going to tell you why I don't care. I don't care because back when the BLM riots happened and there was the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting, Destiny watched that and he called balls and strikes. And he basically said that Kyle Rittenhouse was in the right and you should be able to defend your private property. And what he said that got him banned off of social media temporarily is he said that, what was it? It was like, if redneck white dipshit militias need to mow down protesters who are setting fire to buildings at 10 p.m. at night, then they have my blessing. That was Destiny's exact quote, right? And he was right. Okay? He was correct. If you are throwing Molotov cocktails into buildings at 10 p.m. and the cops can't do anything to stop you, then local militias should defend those buildings. And if you confront those local militias and it becomes a fight, those local militias should be able to use deadly force. He was 100% correct, and I didn't care. I might lose a couple of you, which is totally fine. It is what it is. If you can't engage with my content because I say something you don't like, it is what it is, okay? But He also said that if you go to a Trump rally and somebody tries to assassinate Trump and then you get accidentally shot, I'm going to make fun of you on social media the next day. And then he said a bunch of like edgy stuff around the firefighter where he was making, frankly, like gross jokes about his death. Okay. Here's my thing. If Trump, because he's trying, he's failing. Okay. He's failing, but he's trying. If Trump is trying to override the courts, if Trump is trying to not follow due process, if Trump is, he has delegation from Congress in order to deal with tariffs, but let's say that Congress tries to reel him in reference to tariffs and then he ignores them and he implodes the economy the way that he currently is, then, and then also if he backstabs Ukraine, leading to hundreds, if not thousands of deaths that were preventable, and on top of that, he slashes foreign aid that kills hundreds, if not thousands of foreign people. I don't see you, True Zealot or Hearshot or Razzle Cherry. I don't see the tears. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my screen. I'm going to look at you. I'm going to look into your soul real quick, okay? I don't see you guys reading news stories about East Africans who had their HIV medication cut and then they died within a matter of weeks because they were on antivirals that cost 12 cents a day. I don't see you giving a shit that Trump killed them through slashing their aid. I don't see you caring that Ukrainians are now getting bombed because we're giving preferential treatment to Russia and the Russians are still slaughtering civilians. I don't see you crying about the 19-year-olds in trenches who are getting slaughtered because we're failing to provide intelligence that would allow them to early identify drones that are going to be attacking their lines or artillery strikes that are attacking their lines. I don't see you crying about the Palm Sunday massacre that happened as a result of us not sharing intelligence with Ukraine. I don't see you whining about the hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people that have been killed or will be killed through Trump's presidency, or even to add the economics onto it, the economic implosions that are happening that are absolutely going to hurt and kill people. So don't come to me in my chat with crocodile tears about how Destiny made fun of some dude getting shot a year ago, when if I complain to you about these literally tens of thousands of people that are dying, you're going to be like, well, they're not American, so I don't care. Okay. You don't care about these people? I do. As a result of you not caring about the people that I care about, I don't care about your people. Okay? I don't. Trump is an authoritarian. If he could be king, he would be king. If he could run for a third term, he would run for a third term. If he could get the Republican Party to fillet him in public, that would happen. He would love each individual congressman and senator to walk up and fillet him in front of the American public. So I don't care. Don't come to me with your Destiny's bad tweets. I don't care. Okay? Oh. He's been encouraging political assassination constantly. Oh, are you crying about it? Or are you just saying like he's being unreasonable? If you say he's being unreasonable, he's being unreasonable. He's being crazy. He absolutely is. I'm not going to say he's not being unreasonable. He is being crazy. But don't cry to me about like, oh, people are getting killed because of politics. It's like, no shit. Your guy, which I assume is Trump, is currently killing people because of politics. All right. Anyways, that's enough of that rant. True Zealot says, didn't you just watch Willie Mack's video yesterday where he's looking for people's docs and also wishing he could kill folks? True Zealot, I'm going to ask you a question, okay? I wish I could kill people. All right. This is not appropriate for the Valor Media Network, but I'm going to go ahead and engage with what you're saying. Somebody cuts me off in traffic. I wish I could kill them. Okay. Admiral Gibbs talks smack to me, on a panel. I wish I could, punch him. Right. Does that make me a bad guy? Right. Am I a bad guy because I have homicidal impulses? Or am I a normal human being who's experiencing frustration and anger with people who are attacking me? And as a result, I have anger that I express through hyperbolic and vociferous commentary. Okay. You're acting like if Steven actually had the ability, because I listened to that audio tape, if Steven had the ability to show up on J-Stock's doorsteps and strangle him, or show up to Queenman's doorstep and strangle him, I'm sure he feels that he would want to do that. But if we actually enabled Steven to do that, do you think he would do that? I don't. I'd be happy to be proven wrong. Well, I wouldn't be happy to be proven wrong. I think I could be proven wrong. Maybe Steven is enough of a sociopath that he would actually show up and hurt people. But I don't think that's true. I think he's being hyperbolic. I think he's being edgy. I think he's being crazy. So, True Zealot, do you believe that these are legitimate death threats, or do you think he's being a spurg online? Talking about Nick, cry about Destiny. Yeah, crazy. What about all the women and children raped by coyotes because of Biden's purposeful lack of border policy? You voted for him. Here, Shot, I'm starting to hate you. I know that you're like, we've been together for a long time. I'm starting to hate you. What about the men who are currently stuck in Sukkot permanently because of having the incorrect tattoos, incorrect like clothing? Do you care about them? I guarantee you don't. You can say you do in my chat. I guarantee you don't care about them. And then also about the women raped. Do you want to do anything about it? Because as far as I know, you want to shut down the border, then not let them into the country. But do you want to economically and socially and militarily empower Central American and South American governments against the criminal cartels? Because I do. I'm a neocon. I love interventionism. I love American special forces going overseas in order to train the security forces of other countries. I love soft power. I love when the CIA kills communists. It's my favorite thing in the world. Do you? Or do you just want to let those people be raped in their home countries? Again, it feels like crocodile tears. I'm going to be real. It all feels like crocodile tears. True Zealot, I don't see you caring. Bro, I'm not streaming, nor have I offered any opinion. Chill with that super bad faith. Yo, I'm about to start saying like F slurs, okay? Y'all are being lame is the best that I can say it. Want me in chat complaining about literally everything I want to complain about? You really want me to span that so you don't have to bad faith me? Yo, I'm just going to put it this way, okay? True Zealot, and he, okay. Yeah, you know what? We're good. We're good. We're going to move on. I'm going to let you guys chill out, and I'm going to chill out, and I'm going to move on with the content. But let's just be real. Here, Shot True Zealot, you're kind of fucking annoying. I'll just put it that way. That's the best way that I can say it. Oh. All right. Sorry for cussing, ladies. Sorry for cussing to my mom. Sorry for cussing to Ken. Sorry for cussing to Jesus. I'm just enjoying the stream. Okay, good. Well, continue to enjoy the stream, I guess. We'll get back to it. Content time.
Did TikTok's shelf life, the ban has been suspended for another 70 days as of last week. There's nothing they could really do about it. And the results are demonstrable. There was a poll that came out recently. It said that for the first time in history, a majority of Americans don't support Israel. And attitudes are changing all the time. It's been measured in a variety of surveys and polls. They don't know what to do. We're starting, however, to see some of the strategies they're using. And like I said, I think there is now a major counter revolution underway. There is.
Okay, so we're going to have to fact check real quick. So majority in U.S. now disapprove of Israeli action in Gaza. Okay, for me, this is a separate than support for the state of Israel. I guarantee you I could find a Gallup or Pew Research poll that's still going to show like 50 to 70% still support the state of Israel. It's okay to point out that they don't have support for Gaza, but guess what? I'm a relatively I'm a relatively pro-Israel guy, and I don't support what they're doing in Israel, right? Counterpoint support Israel though because he's such. Okay. Bye. Listen, I'm gonna be real, okay? I'm gonna be real. Hearshot and True Zealot gave me enough to engage with that they're at least giving me ideas to contend with. If you walk in here and you're like, I bet he always loves his wife, blah, 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 blah. You get personal with it, you're gone. Okay? We can talk about interesting things. We can talk about Groyper philosophy. We can talk about Nick the Knife Fuentes. We can talk about censorship. We can talk about all that kind of stuff. I'm happy to talk about all of it. However, if you come in here and you're like, oh, Connor's such a good goy, Banned. See ya. Come at me with an argument or don't come at all. And so what I was saying before I paused was we did a quick fact check. Majority of Americans still support Israel. They just don't support what Israel is doing in Gaza. Neither do I.
To match the mass red pilling, there's now an effort underway to have a mass blue pilling. They're trying to
see you, Christian,
counter these narratives. In the old days, they just censor us. In the old days, they just ban us on Twitter. They ban us from PayPal, credit card processors, cancel you, call you a racist. You'd have to do an apology video. They can't do that anymore. Nobody wants to call for censorship outright, although some still are. But they can't successfully get us to get banned. Nobody can cancel anybody anymore. That's over. So even if you can't get people banned, you can't even really cancel properly understood the way you could in the old days either. So now they have to compete. Now they actually have to go into the marketplace of ideas and answer the contention that Israel's powerful, that the Jews are powerful, that, you know, we don't want all these non-white people living in our country. Now they actually have to come up with an answer. And they're not that persuasive. They're not very convincing. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying the argument that we should live in India. Nobody's buying the argument that Israel's very weak and is under attack all the time and they have no power at all. No one's buying it. So now they're trying these new strategies. Can't cancel, can't ban, can't even win the argument. Now they're trying another layer of subterfuge. And they're now saying that, well, you know, if they can't beat us in the argument, if they can't ban us, now they're just saying we're not real. They're saying that's not happening. If you think there's a mass red pilling going on, you're wrong. It's actually not happening. That's convenient. You can't ban us, can't cancel us, can't win the argument, don't want to argue with the people that are good at it. So now they're just saying, that's not real. That's not happening. Now they're starting to say that anybody criticizing Israel is a bot. Anybody criticizing Israel is getting fake engagement. They're being paid by Qatar. They're being paid by a foreign country.
Hold up. He was making some points. Yeah, thank you, Grassroots Hegemon. You kind of jumped to where I was getting to, okay? So let's contend with what he's saying. Okay, so you used to be censorious. You used to be able to cancel people. You used to have to do an apology tour. Now you have to compete in the actual marketplace of ideas. I would actually say that I've been fighting for this probably for a decade. So I would say that this is a positive development, even though there's obviously some nefarious after effects, okay? This is fine. I like competing in the marketplace of ideas. I like debating. I like considering things. I love all this stuff. It's one of my favorite things to do, okay? Now, that's a good development. I'm okay with that. We can't pretend that Israel isn't powerful. I don't think anybody who is serious would ever contend that Israel wasn't a technologically complex society capable of engaging in warfare at a level that its peers and neighbors haven't been able to. As a matter of fact, like the entire legend of Israel is that it started in the 1940s. They got attacked by all their neighbors. They pushed out, conquered the territory, got more territory, and as a result, they were able to settle and colonize more land. Then that happened again in the 60s and in the 70s, in the 7-Day War. And so as a result, they just kept they would lose temporarily as they were attacked by their neighbors, but then they would turn around and kick the shit out of all their neighbors. Please excuse my profanity to the young ladies at home. Bosses, Ken, my wife, my mother, please forgive me for being profane, but that's the history of it, right? And then also, Israel does have a powerful ally in the United States. As a matter of fact, what I think has been revealed through the historical analysis of the JFK assassination is that Israel wasn't revealed to be the assassin of JFK, but what was revealed was that JFK was questioning the relationship of the United States and Israel, and he was mad. I think it was Ben Gurion, but it could have been somebody else. There was an Israeli prime minister who was dead set on getting nuclear weapons in order to guarantee the survival of his state, and JFK was horribly against it. Whereas LBJ, who had some familial ties to Israel, he was all for it. He loves Israel, right? And so that would be the 60s, right? So in the 60s, there was like a normalization and warming of relationships between the United States and Israel. And that was probably after Israel stopped being so socialist. So again, them moving to free markets, based, them becoming more technologically sophisticated, based, them becoming better at what is it, like microchips and logistics, based. So like what's the problem here, right? That Israel is more powerful. Jews are powerful. I think there was cope 5 years, 10 years ago where they're like, oh, they're like Jews in media, like, you know, there's only so many and they're not even that powerful anyways. And it's like, no, there's plenty of rich Jews. There's plenty of Jews in commentary and news and all that kind of stuff. And there is a slight Zionist bent to media coverage of the conflict in Gaza. We can all acknowledge that. But now there is what would you call it? Competing narrative outlets that aren't just dissident right wing. They're also coming from Qatar, in Oman, in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in Al Jazeera. As we globalize, we're starting to understand alternative perspectives to the Judeo-Christian narrative, right? So we understand these, but that doesn't mean that Israel and Jews don't have the capacity to compete in the marketplace of ideas, right? Or that they should. No one's buying that we should live in India. Grassroots Hegemon points this out in chat. I'm not saying you should live in India, right? There's this thing that dissident right-wing people like to do where they get on Google Maps and then they drop the satellite to any place in India and see if they can spot trash. I don't want to live in a society that's covered in trash, right? However, if there's intelligent, decent, hardworking, tax-paying, kind, family-based Indians, Central Americans, South Americans, Europeans, I would rather take family-based, religiously devout, economically productive, tax-paying immigrants than I would talk to a disaffected, neat, black pill, incel, suicide case on the verge of becoming a mass shooter. Like, no offense, like Groypers, but if you want us, like if you want the American public to like you, you need to be likable. You need to be economically productive. You need to pay your taxes. You need to engage in society. You need to talk to other human beings like you're not a freak. Okay? So maybe start socializing yourself, and I'll prefer you over socialized, decent, hardworking immigrants. Excuse me. Then Israel, more like, is fake, lol. But Hearshot says JFK was arranging for routine inspections of their facilities. Yeah, and apparently him and the prime minister were fighting about whether or not Israel should even have nukes in the months before he was killed. And so Candace Owens and several other dissident right-wing commentators were saying that this was evidence that JFK was killed by Israel, which I think is BS. But anyways. Grassroots Hegemon says, at Razzle Cherry, you can always argue with me. I don't mind it. Yeah, Grassroots Hegemon is a good dude. He loves the fight, okay? Ironside says, as someone who is a normal amount of racist, the terminally online ones disgust me. Exactly. We need a normal amount of racism, okay? Puerto Rican guy. He's blasting music from Puerto Rico. He has a flag in his back window. He throws trash onto the side of the road. You go, hey, buddy, pick up your trash, okay? That's the normal level of bigotry, okay? And you go, dang, you know, you're a little racist in the car. Maybe you say a couple of slurs in your car, right? In the privacy of your own motor vehicle conveyance, okay? That's the normal level of bigotry. But then you see another Puerto Rican guy at the bar, and he's like, yeah, man, I'm coming over from the island. You know, the jobs are bad over there. I just got a job, over here. I'm washing dishes in the back of the house, but I got a little bit of scratch and I'm drinking. You're like, oh, okay, what's your drink? And then you buy drinks and you talk about family and life and all that kind of BS. Be a normal amount of racist, okay? Grassroots Hegemon for $10. We have had a bunch of those people that we didn't have to pay for. They had better jobs. We had more money and a heavier dollar. Yeah, literally, like, no offense. I think I'm going to be pining. I'm going to be pining for, God help me. I'm going to be pining for like the Obama days and the George W. Bush days. Okay. Also, shut up about my personal life. Geez. Razzle Cherry says people make a country. Indians make a whoa. You want to bring them in? You're not understanding what Nick is saying. He's saying that America will be India if they come in mass. Okay, Razzle Cherry, but this is what I need you to understand. Okay, I'm going to take what you said on face value. So Gujarat, Okay, let me find it. Have you noticed that a lot of Indians share similar last names? The reason why is because Gujarat, I'm going to Google it real quick just to make sure I'm not talking totally out of my ass. Does Gujarat, India have a tech sector? Through various incentives. Yes, Gujarat, India has a well-established and growing tech sector, particularly in Mehnabad and Gandhinagar. Okay. Don't clip that one. Gujarat, India maps. Let me show you this. I'm going to pull it over here so I don't dox myself. I'm going to go to maps. And by the way, like I said, I keep that thing on me. So if you come to my house and you're uninvited, be prepared for a surprise. So Gujarat has the city of Ahmedabad and Surendranagar and Rajkot. And this is Western India. And the narrative that I heard is like 70% of Indian immigrants come from this territory. And the reason why they all come from this territory is because this is actually like a fairly developed part of India that has a vibrant tech sector. And so these are the people who can afford visas. These are the people who can afford green cards. These are the people who can afford to wait in line. They can apply for their kids to become immigrants. They can wait 10 or 20 years. Their kids can be working in the tech sector. And then they come to the United States and they work in IT, or they own a business, or they buy a gas station, or they buy, an electronics store or a cell phone store or something like that. And they run a small business in the United States because the United States does have, let's face it, decent infrastructure, decent living conditions, decent houses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're not taking, is like Delhi. We're not taking the untouchables from New Delhi and then bringing them in by the tens of thousands. We're taking in the tech bros and the educated families from Gujarat. So when you say, oh, I'm worried that we're going to be flooded with the lower caste systems of India, you're just wrong. You're just like ignorant. You just don't like Indian people because their food smells weird and they talk weird. And sometimes they can be like rude or abrasive. Okay. Whereas what you should be concerned with, and what I'm concerned with, is Central and South America, because these people can just walk here. But the reason why they're walking here is because these places, no offense to Central and South Americans, oftentimes these places suck. They're filled with violence. They're filled with drug violence. There's not very many economic opportunities. There's not very many educational opportunities. And so they know if they come to the United States, not only will they likely be able to find gainful employment, but they also know that their children will go to decent schools, have access to secondary education. They'll be able to climb up the socioeconomic ladder. They'll have better lives. And so if you want Indians to not come here, I think you're kind of being a moron, because we're not recruiting the lower level people from India. We're recruiting the top tier cream of the crop folks from India. And then if you're worried about Central and South American, mass immigration into the United States, you know what you need to do? You need to stop being an antisocial, I'm just going to say it, apologies to all the women, apologies to my mother, apology to Ken. You need to stop being an antisocial retard. You need to socialize. You need to get a job. You need to get an education. You need to get married. You need to have more than 2 children in order to increase the birth rate. And then we need to internationally go into Central and South America and make these places better to live. Okay? That's what we need to do if you are so concerned with the United States becoming third world. So stop listening to Black Pill. Stop listening to race realist psychos. Focus on improving yourself, getting married, having 3 kids, and then also focus on becoming a member of government or supporting a government that actually improves Central and South America so we don't have all the pull factors into the United States. End of rant. Remarks ended. All right. Let me catch up with chat real quick just because I went on a 5-minute rant. My apologies. K Soko says, I'm usually laughing about the giant Puerto Rican flag hanging out of the sunroof of Latin dance music blast. Yeah, relatively speaking, although I would like it if they shut it off at 11 p.m. so I could go to sleep at a reasonable time. I do have Mexican neighbors. They're very nice. They do shut off their music after 10 p.m. They do play it during the day on weekends, which is kind of annoying. But guess what? I wake up, I go, you know what? That's kind of annoying. And then I keep moving on with my day. That's my anti-Mexican racism in my neighborhood. Is there's a Mexican guy who washes his truck while listening to music and grilling in his front yard, and I go, that's kind of annoying, and then I keep going with my day, right? Grassroots Chechamon says, what % of Indians do you think are actually guiding American politics? Ballpark is good enough for the chat. 7%. Okay, I don't know. But what racism created the giant flooding island of trash in the middle of the Pacific, also called Australia? Brutal. English stuff. JF would be a good guest to talk about replacement theory. I mean, I've already talked to JF about it. I think I have an old video. We did talk about Russia, Ukraine, though, not great replacement theory. I could talk to him, but again, like, you know, who is this? Was that Razzle Cherry who said that? Probably make a country, Indians, Gujarat. Hold on. Make a country. JF. Hearshot says JF. Okay. The fact that you know JF Gary Epi is scary already. JF Gary Epi is a French Canadian who is a libertarian, who is a eugenicist. I don't have problems with eugenics necessarily. I think he takes it too far, but it is what it is. Who married a actually mentally disabled woman in order to have children with her because he was so obsessed with making children. And then I'm not saying he killed his wife. There's video of him dropping off his wife at a gas station. But his mentally disabled wife, who was previously like not incarcerated by the state, but had like a protection order from the state, he let her loose at a gas station, and she's either wandering around in the wilds of Canada surviving off of homeless food, or she's dead. Either dead from exposure or JF killed her. Okay? So why would I go to like, and I'm not saying JF is unintelligent. JF is wildly intelligent. But why would I talk to JF about the future of the world when he's a wildly intelligent sociopath who married a mentally disabled woman and then likely killed her had children with her, and then abandoned her at a gas station and either murdered her or let her die from exposure? Why would that be somebody that like I should take seriously as like a public intellectual? Why is that a statement that you're making? That's crazy pants. Listen to me. I'm married. I have kids. I didn't murder my wife. This actually should be like a really easy contest about who you should listen to more about life. The guy who murdered his wife and had kids with somebody who's actually mentally disabled, or somebody who married like a decent human being and has a compatible relationship, has 2 kids, and isn't suspected of murder. Should be easy, but sometimes it's not. Focus Lady says, it's really difficult to be abnormally racist towards cultures that make food that is both equally delicious and nutritious. I mean, listen, Focus Lady, I'm not going to lie. I have my racist moments, all right? But I try to be like normal levels of racist, right? Razzle Cherry says, I'm honestly not very affected by it. I don't know why you have to call me a tard. All right, I'm sorry, Razzle. My apologies. I don't think it's our responsibility to lift up people who are not American. Okay, but Razzle, that's exactly what I'm saying, all right? I'll try to be more polite. You're right. I'm flying off the handle because I'm not just talking to you. I'm also talking to groypers in general. So my apologies for being rude. However, if you don't want waves of mass immigration to come up from Central America or South America, guess what? Central America and South America have to be part of your political focus. Sorry for being rude. As far as I know, she's a free woman of the woods. Yeah. Well, QC John says, you're racist against Indians because they are brown. I'm racist against Indians because they call me saying they need my credit card number because it was hacked. We are not the same. That's an okay reason, okay? JF probably did kill her. I have no idea, right? I have no idea. So how is he intelligent? He was working in a research lab. He actually has like a PhD. He got a grant from Jeffrey Epstein to start his YouTube channel. He's an overall like a very intelligent guy. He's like a geneticist. He actually studies all that stuff. Yeah, you guys are agreeing with me. Focus Lady says, Gary Epi friended with me on Twitter because I posted about scientific research. When I found out what he was about, I blocked him. Wow, small world. Small world. That's amazing. All right. Anyways. We got my apologies. We got one guide. We got multi-guide. We got 3 guide, okay? Razzle, I don't know if you're still around, but I'm calling for I'm sorry for calling you retarded. Or we impose a temporary immigration moratorium like a serious country. Yeah, but okay, Razzle, that's fine. All right. So boom, let's do this. Let's address this as a policy thing. Okay, so we impose a immigration moratorium. We now have food rotting in the fields. It's going to cause inflation because we don't have as much food as we did because we deported all the Central American migrant immigrant labor. Construction isn't being done, and the construction that is being done way more expensively. So that's going on. So we've effectively put like a boulder around our economy. And then on top of that, the birth rate doesn't increase because we are using contraceptions and we enjoy our materialistically high quality of life. Now what? Okay. Food's more expensive. Construction is more expensive. Central America and South America are still not doing great. The United States does not have a replacement birth rate. Now what? Right? A temporary immigration moratorium is like slapping a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. I don't know what you're achieving. Anyways, sorry. Content.
They're getting paid by Iran. That's the new line they're going with. They say that if you're out there pushing these, again, a truly alternative narrative, a true alternative, that's an important word. In other words, we're not looking at the mainstream and saying, yeah, we agree with the mainstream, just a couple criticisms. No, we're saying we want a complete alternative. We want something completely different. We want to deconstruct it and have different fundamentals and construct something new. Important distinction. So they say everybody that is pushing this true alternative right, alternative thinking, they're just fake. That's just fake engagements, foreign money, it's botted, it's not real. And simultaneously, they're also promoting other people that are pushing the mainstream narrative and saying, you know, I don't like the bots and the Qataris, and I don't like these, controlled opposition. They're from the feds. They're from the global.
The accusation of Nick Fuentes being a Fed is he encouraged his audience to participate in January 6th. However, he was not caught inside the building. He received hundreds of thousands of dollars from foreign donors. And so as a result, there are people with a similar history to him who did go to jail during January 6th, but he didn't. And so the accusation is that he received leniency from the feds in order to be controlled opposition of the dissident right. Now, I'm not sure I necessarily believe that. He says some stuff that's kind of fetty every now and then, but he also could just be schizo posting. I have no idea, right? Razzle says, other policy would supplement the immigration moratorium. Of course, we would have to flip the entire chessboard in the United States to get back on track. Well, that's kind of my point, man. So if you can't flip the chessboard, then we're kind of just talking about like idealist nonsense, like things that have nothing to do with reality. On top of that, like, what's the flipping the chessboard, right? So if we were to follow Nick, we would become like a patriarchal, and I'm not saying these things to be negative. I'm saying these things to be descriptive. We would flip to a patriarchal, traditionalist, Christian nationalist society that was race realist. So we would have segregation return. Most people don't want that. We would have authoritative marriages that don't have divorce. Women don't want that. We would have gays and trans people going back in the closet. They don't want that. We would have black folk and Hispanics cut off from some of the most prestigious organizations in the country. They don't want that. And neither do liberals or Democrats or progressives or moderate conservatives. So what do you actually want to do? Right? What do you actually want? What do you want that could happen?
They're trying to divide us. They're saying anyone pushing the alternative is fake. We have someone from our camp, someone that's pushing the mainstream, that person's all right. That person's okay. To illustrate this, I'll give you some examples that I saw just today. Few examples. So in the first place, I saw the interview with Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson. And I like Alex.
Grassroots, I see your monstrous donation and I appreciate it, but I literally just took a bite of trail mix. So I'm going to let Nick talk for a second while I chew my trail mix. And then I'm going to get to your monstrous donation.
Jones, I've known him a long time. And Alex Jones has always subtly implied this about me, which is really ironic. For as long as I've known Alex Jones, he's never trusted me, and he's always implied or insinuated that I'm controlled opposition. And his staff has done the same thing. He used to have a girl working for him named Millie Weaver. She's totally crazy. She used to do the same thing. And especially after I met Alex Jones with Ye, with Kanye West, formerly known as, a few years ago, and we did a show with him. Me and Ye did a show with Alex Jones where Ye said he loved Hitler. Alex Jones thinks that that was an attack on his show.
Okay. Grassroots Hegemon with the monstrous $100 donation said, being a eugenicist can potentially be fine, one loser at a time. Being a communist can be fine, one loser at a time. Being a fascist can be survivable, one loser at a time. What I'd prefer is not to be surrounded by people who aren't losers. I mean, that's the main thing, right? So I would say that I'm not a eugenicist in the we should, what do you call it? I'm thinking of the word vasectomy, but there's another word that covers vasectomy and tubal ligation, right? And so it's not castration. Somebody help me. But anyways, somebody help me in chat for whatever the term is where you basically make people sterilize. Sterilize. That's what I was looking for. So I'm not for the mandatory sterilization of like, whatever you would call them, undesirables in society, right? I'm not for that. However, I would be for the voluntary sterilization of undesirables in society. If there were people who said like, oh yeah, I have this horrible genetic disorder. There's like a 60% chance that I'm going to give it to my kids. As a result, I'm worried that I'm going to. I'm not interested in having children as a result. Therefore, if you paid for my vasectomy or paid for my tubal ligation, I would do that. I would 100% be okay with that. Same thing with, let's say that we had like a black pill cult. All the groypers decided that society was no longer worth defending or supporting. And so as a result, they all decided that they were going to get vasectomies in order to not, be a part of society. Okay. Free vasectomies for you as well. I pretty much would like provide free vasectomies and tubal ligation to anyone who thought that it was a good idea, because they're effectively eliminating themselves from the gene pool. Also, from a eugenicist perspective, I think that we should be supporting mothers and supporting families during pregnancy and during early childhood in order to maximize their nutrition. So we maximize the environmental factors that cause high IQ, right? So effectively, like if you're pregnant, I don't care if you're Black, Hispanic, white, Asian, whatever, you should effectively get like a temporary assistance for needy families supplement that is just like berries and fruit and antioxidants and all that kind of stuff. Like you should be able to like walk in as a pregnant woman and we'll just give you unlimited produce, not just for the 9 months that you're pregnant, but also for like the first like 2 years of your child's life, because there's correlative indications that like childhood nutrition can plus or minus like 5 to 10 IQ points in either direction. And so as a result, 5 to 10 IQ points can be quite a bit. So if we're talking about young Black families being able to get excellent nutrition while they're pregnant and get excellent nutrition for their babies when they're very young, that could literally like, as a matter of fact, let's just make sure that I'm not full of baloney real quick. How much does nutrition affect IQ? Nutrition effect on IQ. Iodine deficiency can cause a decrease of 12 IQ points. Now, the good news is that iodine and iron are found in like meat and salt. So, that's already a substantive part about the vitamin. That's already a substantive part of the American diet. However, the point is that we could literally increase IQ by like 5 to 10 points just based off of increases in nutrition. That's what I would do, right? So that's like a eugenicist, because eugenicist means good origin. That's a eugenicist perspective. But obviously there's a massive difference between, I don't know, the mass slaughter of industrial, on an industrial scale of social undesirables. There's a huge difference between that and allowing for voluntary sterilization and trying to support pregnancies to be maximally healthy, right? Obviously, there's a huge difference. Sacred's Now 2 says, I think what Connor is getting at, it doesn't deal with the underlying cause. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I'm poking at. Razzle Cherry says, that's too general of a question. The country is not truly right-wing, as you rightly point out. I'll leave it for Nick to figure out. Well, dude, but that's like, I'm assuming you're a young man and you watch Nick Fuentes for entertainment purposes, and you're kind enough to show up into this stream to watch for entertainment purposes and hopefully have some of your perspectives challenged. You can watch this guy for another decade, and I don't care. If he's still entertaining a decade from now and you're watching him, I don't care. But he's obviously trying to sell you on something. He's trying to sell you on being a Christian nationalist. He's trying to sell you on being black pill or red pill. He's trying to sell you on finding a debt-free tattoo virgin who's 19 years old. And so as a result of trying to convince you of all of these ideas, you might be hostile to people who don't agree with these ideas. And you might be hostile to women in your life who could be your potential mate, who might be your partner, who might be your wife, who might give you children. And you'll say, no, thank you. I want a debt-free virgin with no tattoos. And then you'll miss out on your life, right? Regardless of whether or not it's you or someone else, that's my concern. My concern is that you will miss out on your life by listening to morons. Thank you, Kesoko. Sabian Green says, but why not? The last time we did eugenics, we barely knew anything. Think about how much better we could do it this time. Nice. Nice, Sapien Green. Nice. That was crazy. The weird thing is about the more questionable aspects of eugenics is that the most of the modern people who are vocal about it would be the targets of it. I mean, that's true. I'm not okay with the state deciding who gets to procreate. I do not trust any government. Agreed. Iodine is only found in table salt. Agreed. Not all salt. True. When I think about how smart I'd be if my mother had better produce access, I become confused and lose my train of thought. Chat's being wild. Chat's being wild. Pachydermis Absurdus says, oh, wait, hold on. I just read that. I just laughed at it because it was so good. Yeah. Grassroots Hegemon says, this country is incredibly right-wing. It's just not toddler Hitler. Yeah, I agree. IQ is almost entirely racial, of course. There are other factors, but it's not even close. I'm talking about averages. I know there are black, Asian, white, Hispanic geniuses. Yeah, Razzle. And I'm not going to do the thing where I argue that like, oh, there's this Hispanic guy and he's a genius. But I'm not going to do that to you, okay? I have a more coherent argument. I'm going to show you this real quick. So there's something called the Flynn effect. I'll be very brief because I've been yapping for a while, but I'm getting... I think once I hit like 4 or 5 hours, I start to get delirious. We've been live for 4 hours, so I'm starting to get delulu, as they would say. So there's something called the Flynn effect. And the Flynn effect is an average raise in IQ by 15 points. So the Flynn effect is general phenomena in which the average intelligence quotient scores have been found to increase across time in developed countries at a startling consistent rate of approximately 0.33 points per year, or 0.33 points per decade, or 3.3 points per decade. Okay. So we're seeing an average IQ increase of 3.3 points per decade. And as a matter of fact, over the past century, we've seen a 15-point increase in the highest like echelons of population, right? 1932 to 1997, we effectively got from 100 to 120. We went up 20 points in 70 years. Now, the Flynn, the psychologist who discovered this thing, he stated that there is an upper ceiling to this because effectively it's environment. It's having less threats. It's having better nutrition. It's being in a stable society. It's having more industrial work. It's considering hypotheticals, right? And so as a result, this 20-point increase has happened. But guess what? If we had a 20-point increase in IQ over the past 100 years, that means that it's not racial. It's not genetic. It's correlated. 100% it's correlated with genetics. I'm not saying that it isn't genetic. Of course it's genetic. But there's a 20-point environmental gap that we can demonstrate just within the past, like within the 70 years from 1932 to 1997. And then not just that, but apparently this is a continuing effect according to the summary. According to the summary, we get 3 points smarter every decade. So if you're being a race realist and you're saying that the average IQ, let's take a look at it. Black average IQ, now, I guess. So sub-Saharan black specifically have a IQ of 68. But that is pretty stinking low. What's American black folk? American or African American. That would be the best way to do it. African American average IQ. Why do black people have an average IQ of 85? Let's just use Cora for a second. So if it's 85, in America, it's 85, okay? So, and worldwide, it's 68, all right? So we already know that we can increase it by 15 points or 20 points through environmental factors. So you could get black folk in sub-Saharan Africa, just off of environmental factors alone, up to 88. And you could get black Americans in the United States up to 105. And if you wanted to put this on a decade scale where we're assuming that we still increase average IQ by 3 points every decade, this would be 3.3 in order to get 85 up to 100. That would be 15, right? So it would be 50 years, right? So it's 2025 right now. By 2075, you could get, and by the way, like, I'm not trying to be insulting specifically to African Americans. I'm trying to like effectively debunk or at least make an environmental case for supporting like increases in education and increases in thinking and hypotheticals and increases in nutrition and increases in environmental stuff, right? If this is true, if the Flynn effect is true, then we could make average African American IQ the same as the norm population now. Why wouldn't you want that? Why would you just constantly complain about how all other races are evil or not like us when, one, it's demonstrably untrue, and two, we could do something about it? That's actually, I'm not going to lie, this isn't you. I'm not trying to yell at you specifically, but I think it's infinitely easier to improve America than it is to do an immigration moratorium and then we'll just have more white babies. I think my solution is infinitely more likely than yours. Razzle Cherry says, Groypers are people. We follow the example of Nick, but we're also making decisions in the real world. This is now ideal for sure, but we make do. The shooters and freaks are Bappists. Is that a Bronze Age pervert? I wouldn't be surprised. Well, thank you for sharing that nuance. I appreciate it. K-Sogo says, education that increases seems to coincide with improvements, education in the education systems. Education will save us all. I mean, I don't want to put all my eggs in the education basket, but it's obviously a basket that we should be heavily investing in. Find education, expand access to it, and look at that 15-point baseline increase. Yes. Okay. Bronze Age pervert is a freak. Okay, good. It's good to learn things about the dissident right wing as we engage with it. Okay. Anyways, I've been yapping for long enough. Let's let Nick yap. Okay. My apologies for going on a tangent, but it is important. Sapien Green, sorry, before we get back into it, when taking a country's average IQ, you also have to consider that especially a country like the US has attracted intelligent people, which one would assume would increase average IQ. Agreed.
We were deployed there to bring down InfoWars. We were sent there to take him down by saying that we don't hate Hitler, that Hitler did a lot of good things. And I've been on a show since then, and it's always been a little subtext. There's always been a little subtext, which is You were sent here by the SPLC. You were deployed here to take down my show. He's insinuated that privately. He's insinuated it publicly, which is ironic because everyone calls him an Israeli shill. And he doesn't talk so much about Israel these days. Sometimes he does, but not often. And he went on the show with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson has said the same about me in the past as well. He collaborated with Max Blumenthal on a hit piece about me for the Gray Zone, which says that I was deployed to take down his buddy Joe Kent. And we've talked about that on the show before. We could talk about it tonight also. But they do a show together, Alex Jones and Tucker, and it's a normal show. Alex doesn't seem as happy as he used to be. He's not joking around as much as he used to. It's a very serious show, unusually serious. And they do a little clip about an hour and 40 minutes into the show. And Tucker says that he knows for a fact that there are big actors online pushing racial hatred. He said, and it's not real, it's fake. He said, it's like Charlottesville, it's fake. It's like Patriot Front, it's fake. They're feds, or they're working with the enemy. They're working with the enemy to make the right look bad, or they're working with the enemy for some nebulous five-dimensional chess strategic goal. Tucker says he knows for a fact big actors pushing ethnic hatred, just like Charlottesville, they're not real. Alex Jones says, yup, I've seen the documents. I know what you're talking about. But they won't name who that is. They won't name who's the big actor. And let's see, Tucker has done a show with Candace Owens. He's done a show with, some of the Christian nationalists like Isker and other people. Who are the let's think, who are the big actors at Charlottesville pushing hatred that are accused of being inorganic? I wonder who that could be. Someone that they won't name either, by the way. They won't name the person. They won't give the evidence. They know for a fact they've seen the documents. Oh, well, if there's documents, then let's blow the lid wide open. If we've seen the documents, well, don't you have an obligation to share them? I've seen the Where are the documents? Show them, please. Please, this is my call for full transparency. Give us the documents. Name the names. If I'm the name, say my name. If I'm on the documents, let's see the documents. I got nothing to hide. Wouldn't that be irresponsible to allow astroturfed, artificial hate mongers to continue to poison the well for public discussion if you know for a fact, you have evidence, you have documents that prove they're not who they say they are? Let's see them. But it's really interesting. We neither get the name nor the evidence. We get a vague insinuation that some people somewhere are not being sincere. They don't believe the things they're saying. And we also don't even really get who's backing them or why. The enemy is backing them. Alex makes some vague reference to Hegelian dialectic. He always says that.
Okay, so hold up. Razzle Cherry says, speaking of InfoWars, this Friday, Nick will be on Alex Jones, W content, also the Hodge twins. I hate the Hodge twins, but maybe we should react to them because I could, engage in an hour of hate. That would be fun. And then also I haven't engaged with a lot of InfoWars content, and I actually asked one of my relatives who is not a groiper, but he's one of these disaffected young men. He's in his late 20s. He's in his late 20s. He isn't married. He's working a job that's stable. He actually has a job that has quite a lot of purpose in it. But I asked him who he consumes, and he said Alex Jones. And I was like, man, I don't even know if I could do that. That's too crazy for me. And he's like, no, it's actually pretty funny. It's actually pretty entertaining. So that might be something that I want to do. And then, K-Soko, I will answer your question momentarily, but I do kind of want to break this down real quick before I engage with chat. So Kanye, Nick's friend and former very popular hip-hop artist, went on to Alex Jones and started talking about how they don't hate Hitler and Hitler did a lot of good things. I would understand if other right-wing figures are like, that's a bad look. Most Americans hate Hitler. Most Americans understand that he was responsible for mass slaughter. Most Americans understand that, like, in general, he caused World War II, which was one of the most destructive world events in all of history. So even if they only know that on a subconscious level, you sweeping for him effectively makes it so you are politically toxic. You're radioactive. You're a piece of garbage. That's how I feel about Candace Owens, by the way. I think she's a piece of garbage who plays with fire all the time for attention. Then, like Charlottesville and Patriot Front is all fake. And Nick basically says, well, show us why it's fake. And I'll tell you why they actually say that Charlottesville and Patriot Front is fake, okay? They say Charlottesville is fake because if they say that it's not the real right that did that, they don't have to take responsibility for the homicide that happened in Charlottesville. If they say that Patriot Front is all feds, they're all federal employees ginning up the numbers of Patriot Front so there aren't masked racist European supremacist ethno-nationalists in the United States, well, then that's kind of like an assuaging narrative of the rest of the right wing who'd be like, well, I don't have to say that there's actual racists in my movement because all the racists are federal operatives anyways. So it gives plausible deniability to the far right to say like, oh, we're not like them. We don't have to apologize for them. We don't have to defend them. We don't have to make excuses for them because they're not even really a part of our organization anyway. So it's a really like, I don't think that they're trying to call Nick Fuentes fake or a fed, although I do understand why he thinks that. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to give their audience plausible deniability for why they don't have to accept that parts of their movement are legitimately ethno-religiously and racially hateful. That's why they say that, right? And the reason why they're not presenting evidence is either because it would be destructive for a whole bunch of people to be exposed in that way, or because it allows them to appeal to conspiracy where they don't have to provide evidence. Their audience doesn't demand evidence. The insinuation is enough, right? Kate Soko says, Connor, I was meaning to ask, what kind of branding have you done for the new Rhino brand? You're expanding. I was curious what you're doing on that front. I'm probably not. To be honest, we're probably just sticking with counterpoints. Just being real, kind of abandoned that. It's not that I don't like it. I do like it a lot. I just don't know. I feel like counterpoints is more centrist, I guess. And so as a result, we can welcome people from all political persuasions, whereas Rhino is obviously exclusively going after never Trump Republicans. Maybe that would be advantageous in a way, but you know, dude, I've been counterpoints online for 5 years. I've been the guy who debated with Lauren Southern, who embarrassed that Native American guy. That was the way. Can I have this refill, please? That's kind of like, you know, if people know me from the Lauren Southern debate, that's how they know me, right? They know counterpoints. Oh, he's that guy who destroyed the serfs and his Native American friend, right? You guys remember when K-Soko again? You guys remember when Kanye before the Kardashians? Man, I miss those days. Yeah, I miss his fire music. He's made a lot of bangers over the years. Brazzle Cherry says, Candace Owens snubs Nick and makes us look stupid. She's talking about how landing on the moon was fake and how NASA is satanic, totally unhinged. Yeah, Candace Owens is legitimately a lunatic. I've reviewed some of her content. She's a psycho, for sure. Sapien Green says, that Native American guy embarrassed himself. You didn't play that big of a role. Well, thanks, Sapien. Listen, I was at least smart enough to let him jump on his own rakes and break his own nose in public, right? Jay dropped off musically after Donda 2. Probably. Are you okay?
Has he read Hegel? I'm not sure. He likes to say that. I've never heard him actually elaborate on that outside of just name dropping that, maybe to sound smart or something, to sound cool. But Hegel doesn't talk about that at all, actually. When Hegel talks about dialectic, it has nothing to do with what Alex is saying. In any case, so they say the reason that people apparently are being astroturfed to push hate is, I'm not really even sure. There's not actually an end goal mentioned. We don't even know who's doing it or how it's being done or anything like this. But I thought it was very interesting that they pushed that idea today. So Tucker says people are pushing hatred, but they're not real. And it's some vague reference to me. The same day, Tim Pool meets with Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, Tim Pool from Timcast Live, Timcast IRL. You all know him. Tim Pool has a closed-door meeting with Dave Rubin and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, where during the meeting, Tim Pool raises the point that all the anti-Israel content is fake. It's all being astroturfed. Anyone criticizing Israel's being astroturfed, botted, it's all fake. This was reported in the press, and Tim Pool addressed it on his show. And the first thing Tim Pool said is, this should have never gotten out. He said the meeting has rules, and the rules are no one can say who was at the meeting and no one can say what was said, which is really strange. He seems almost mad that it got out. He seems flustered and angry that it was revealed that he and Dave Rubin met with Netanyahu and discussed whether Qatar was influencing Twitter to be anti-Semitic or not. And he addresses this on his show and says, I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Fuentes was Mossad. I'm working for Israel, apparently, because he says when Nick Fuentes goes online and accuses people of working for Israel, he says that makes people think you're crazy and it makes you pro-Israel. Really? So let's say, for the sake of argument, let's just say as a crazy hypothetical.
This is actually awesome. I love this. Grassroots, you are being too kind today. Thank you kindly. Pace yourself, sir, okay? You know, a little bit of love every day is better than all of your love on one day, okay? I'm a very timid soul. I need a long-term thing, not a fling, okay? So hold on, let me address this real quick before I check out chat in the comments. So Tim meets with Dave Rubin and Bibi Netanyahu. I do find that strange, but I think you need to know that alternative media it's not going away, right? Even if I go away, let's say in 6 months, I'm not streaming anymore. I'm just doing editing work for other people. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. That doesn't mean that somebody isn't taking my place. That doesn't mean that liberals, progressive, never Trumpers or whatever, they're not going to try to continue to create never Trump, anti-MAGA pieces, because effectively, like, this is the new battlefield, right? So even if I'm not its strongest warrior, this is where the soul of America will be fought for, okay? So Tim meets with, and I was on Tim's show a few weeks ago, Tim meets with Dave Rubin and Bibi Netanyahu. Bibi is literally the leader of one of the most controversial states at the center of the most controversial conflict on the planet right now. And Tim allegedly says that anti-Israel sentiment is astroturfed and that it's, you know, Qatar or Oman or the UAE who's botting and fake. Now, that statement, I'm not saying that Tim is saying that Nick is fake, okay? Although I guess he says it a little bit later. But what I get suspicious of is when there's anti-Israel statements that have 100,000 likes and 12 comments, okay? The reason why I suspect botting in those kind of things is because if you have 12 comments, typically if you have something that's popping off, I've had comments that have broken 5,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. I think I had one that was like 175,000. I think it was like in reference to like the Minecraft movie or something. It was a huge post. It blew up way outside of my audience. I was saying that the Minecraft movie is for kids and not for adults, and I got blown up. Well, not only did I have like 175,000 likes and like millions of views because tons of people were quote tweeting me, but I also had like hundreds of comments, both passionate pro my position and passionate against. And so you would think that with 100,000 likes, more than 12 people would comment on that Twitter post, right? So that's where I think the botting against Israel is real. The thing that Timp Israel, if you will, where the Chatham House rules, I think Tim Pool literally misunderstood it. Chatham House rules I was introduced to for my meeting in DC, and Chatham House rules effectively says that you can discuss what was discussed in the meeting, but you can't say who said it. So Tim Pool, because I heard him say that it was supposed to be Chatham House rules, him saying that it was never supposed to be known that he was meeting with Bibi Netanyahu and Dave Rubin, that's inaccurate. The only thing that was agreed was that you would not specifically assign what was said to which party. That way people can speak their mind in confidence, because meeting with people is not bad, but you can get in trouble for the spicy things you say. So it's not that big of a deal, right? I think Tim's being a little bit of a wuss in reference to that. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Nick was Mossad. I think this is cope. Nick Fuentes is probably the biggest lightning rod of anti-Semitic sentiment in the United States. He's one of the biggest ones, besides what, like Andrew Tate, SNEAKO, maybe Muhammad Hijab, or a few other like Muslim creators. He's probably one of the biggest ones. And so as a result, why would Mossad prop him up in order to be the lightning rod? Because to be honest, Nick has a coherent argument. He appeals to a disaffected tens of thousands of Christian nationalists. He appeals to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of young men. I don't see the operation, basically. So I'm actually with Nick in this regard, that I don't understand how what he's doing would be beneficial to the state of Israel or Mossad. Except for maybe hanging out with Ye and then making such a fool of himself, so to speak, that that he's no longer taken seriously. That's the only thing that I could possibly think of. Bud123 says, may the memes be with you, and also with you. Grocery Treasure Bond, another $5. Why it's good to suck Ooh, getting a little spicy here. And Nick can promise you that he's only done it twice. Yeah, in reference to Stalin, right? He was a big Stalin simp for a while. He read a few biographies about Stalin, and he was like, yeah, this is the guy. Razzle Cherry says, okay, so here's my theory. Twitter has botting built into the system. I've seen the far right, far left, and the center botted like crazy. There's botting going on. That's not controversial. Yeah, I agree. I just wouldn't be surprised if they were paid for, if the bots were paid for by different groups. I agree. Yeah, Jack-o'-lantern. It was funny seeing that tweet being brought up in the wild. I was on a stand-up comedy show. There's a show, Minecraft movie, Twitter, what was it? Stand-up comedy show with like Tommy something. Oh, I need to find it. I'm not going to waste your guys' time. But effectively, there's a female stand-up comedian who's really popular, and she's hosting a show, and she used my tweet in a segment. Kind of funny.
What if Nick Fuentes called Tim Pool an agent of Israel? That is indicative of me being fake and controlled, because to make a wild allegation like that, for me to make a fake accusation like that, something so crazy, who could ever believe it? It would actually make anyone who heard it pro-Israel for hearing that.
Thanks, buddy.
Would it make someone pro-Israel to know that he left a meeting with Netanyahu and Dave Rubin on Tuesday, that he had a meltdown because people found out about it? And inside the meeting, they talked about the crisis of everyone criticizing Israel on Twitter. If you found out that, would it sound so crazy? Would that make someone more pro-Israel or less pro-Israel? Would that make someone more trusting of those that are pro-Israel or more distrusting and skeptical of those that are pro-Israel after having heard that? Wait a second, you're telling me that Tim Pool not only got millions of dollars from Russia, him and Benny Johnson and Dave Rubin were not only all getting paid a conspicuously large amount of money from Russia through Tenet Media, but also they're secretly meeting with Bibi Netanyahu to discuss how to fight anti-Semitism? Does that make someone more trusting or less trusting of the options that we're getting? Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson and Charlie Kirk and, I mean, you name them. That happened. And then on the same day, Joe Rogan hosted a debate between Dave Smith and Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray is a super pro-Israel guy. Dave Smith is a Jewish libertarian. And Douglas Murray excoriates Joe Rogan and Dave Smith and says, how dare you criticize Israel without being an expert? How dare you criticize the war in Ukraine? You're not a historian. And criticizes other people that weren't even in the room. Daryl Cooper, Ian Carroll. And Dave Smith says, hey, man, I'm not a hater. As a matter of fact, I'm not a racist, and I hate Hitler, he says. Hitler was one of the most evil people. I'm a German Jew, and I hate Hitler, and I hate all the racial stuff, and we need to push back against the racial stuff, but we can criticize that my money's going to Israel. That's a little weird. That's kind of a weird, it almost seems like a fake debate.
No. Now he's going crazy. With it. That's bananas. Grassroots Hegemon says, and as a wage cager, if a few grand goes missing, I'm not going homeless over it. Well, your support is very much appreciated. Obviously, thank you kindly to Grassroots Hegemon, who has been more than generous to the channel. Honestly, parasocial love to you and yours deeply. But also Sapient Green, who has given a substantive amount of money to the channel and is a kind fella. And also Christian Valeris, who is a kind fella and who just got a big boy job, and he is kind enough to give us some of his big boy earnings. So seriously, thank you guys. Your support for the channel, it means the world to me. Even just showing up in chat and liking the stream and all that kind of stuff, it does mean a lot. And then the donations obviously help. Jack-o'-lantern says, Qatar absolutely astroturfs anti-Israel sentiment. They just put their money into universities. Agreed. And then Jonah Boy says, I saw you mention in a meme on the Leftoid 40K subreddit. They didn't appreciate your taste on female custodies. I had 3 or 4 people come over to my Warhammer channel and comment on my custodies video saying, hey, this video / your takes are popping off on Reddit and people hate this video, but I love it. But that's all that happened. I saw a slight increase in the views. And then I got 3 comments from people who liked the video and knew that it was popping off on Reddit. I didn't get any hate comments. I really didn't. Or if the hate comments were so bad that they got auto-modded. I haven't seen any hate comments. So whatever. If my stuff pops off on Reddit, God bless them. So with Nick, he's going too far right here. Okay. Dave Smith, you can call Dave Smith a moron if you want. But he's responsive on Twitter. He legitimately responds to a healthy chunk of people that he doesn't need to. I think that he earnestly believes what he believes. It's just that his opinions suck, right? And I think Douglas Murray, same thing. You can like him or hate him, but I think that his position is only capable of being held if he had genuine contempt for what he basically did. Is he said that Joe Rogan and Dave Smith are useful idiots for dissident right-wing actors who are trying to propagate an anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli message, and they are too dumb and cucked in order to challenge them in a conversation or a debate. And so if they're going to talk to schizophrenic, dissident right-wing conspiracy theorists, then you also need to have experts on. So categorizing that as how dare you criticize Israel is not what Douglas said. What Douglas said is, if you're going to talk to Ian Carroll and Daryl Cooper, then you should also have on Zionist historians, and you should also have on Churchill historians so they can set the record straight, because a lot of what they said is debunkable, right? And then Dave Smith said, I hate Hitler and I hate racism. He's a libertarian. Of course he hates Hitler. Hitler was an authoritarian. Of course he hates racism. He wants all human beings to have individual rights and live without the authority of the government. So just because, I don't like Dave Smith either. I think Dave Smith is kind of a dummy, okay? The fact that Nick is insinuating that this was like a fake debate where Joe Rogan, a multimillionaire, Dave Smith, probably a multimillionaire, Douglas Murray, definitely a multimillionaire, who are all involved in media, they needed money so bad that they set up a fake debate. That's crazy pants. I know Nick doesn't smoke pot, but honestly, that's like weed smoking epiphany, dumb levels of idea. That is actually not even close to reality. And I feel like he's trying to appeal to the schizos in his audience in order to make that a part of the reality. Razzle says, it's not, though. It's called a limited hangout. They're throwing us a bone because the word is getting out. They want to appear reasonable as though they're in fact alternative. Well, I don't use alternative to describe alternative thoughts. Plenty of my thoughts are mainstream. When I say alternative media, I mean that they're not legacy media products, MSNBC, NBC, Fox News, all those like corporate establishments. I'm not a part of a corporate media company. I'm a part of a alternative media company. So just because I'm a part of an alternative media company doesn't mean that I don't share overlap with like a legacy, right? I get what you're saying, though. You're saying that it's insufficiently alternative. It's astroturfed. It's actually mainstream media pretending to be alternative media, if I'm tracking you okay. Bud123 says, Douglas's reasoning is if you've never been there, you can't criticize Israel as bad. Yeah, that's dumb. Bud123, I agree with you that it's dumb. If I was to try to steelman that position, the position is that if you're going to criticize Israel, then you should also have on Zionist historians. The position is that Dave Smith has been talking about Israel for 2 years and says wildly inconsistent things with like boots on the ground. He has the wealth and influence and power to go talk to, I don't know, IDF, Palestinian Authority, Omanis, Qataris. He could talk to anybody that he wanted to effectively just because he has the money and clout to do so. And yet he doesn't because it's inconvenient to his narrative. I think that's like the bigger criticism. Douglas Murray obviously did make that point, and that point is very stupid. You can absolutely talk about world events without having physically been there. And it's a bad point because it effectively limits discourse in a way that I don't think is good. Sacreds Now says, I don't agree with a lot of what Murray says, but I'm glad someone intelligent called Rogan out for heavily pushing proven disinformation and held his feet to the fire for it. Yeah, I agree. Like the whole JRE interaction with Flint Dibble is a ridiculous amount of anti-science. Yeah, there you go. And so what Douglas Murray's perspective, in my opinion, would be is you can have Flint Dibble on and talk to him, but you should either have an expert there so they can debate in person, or you should have an expert on afterwards. That way, if there's a bunch of misinformation, then you can effectively have an expert go over why it's misinformation or disinformation or malinformation. Bud123 says, Douglas argued for the Iraq war. He is the useful idiot for the wars that ended up in the regional instability. Listen, I'm the useful idiot for the regional instability. Ask me for my Iraq takes sometime. You'll absolutely hate them. So the same thing is true of Joe Rogan, though, and probably of Dave Smith. Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right, let's continue.
It almost seems like a fake debate between two people that don't even really disagree. You have one.
Wrong. They disagree on whether or not Joe Rogan and Dave Smith are useful idiots for platforming dissident right-wing thought. That's what they disagreed with, not whether or not it's okay to be racist or whether or not it's okay to be anti-Israel.
Person saying, oh, no one can criticize Israel unless you're an expert.
No one said that.
You're pushing ideas that might tend towards extremism.
That's true.
And Dave Smith, apparently the representative of that, says, I'm not an extremist. Extremism is bad and we should condemn it.
I don't even think he said that. He said that he's extreme in the case of liberty. He said that he's an extremist in reference to libertarianism. So again, this is more like, I don't know, man. I don't feel like this is an accurate representation of the debate. I think this is like a vibes-based assessment where you can kind of assign people the worst positions possible. I actually don't think that this is a factual assessment of the conversation.
I'm a moderate. I just have some questions. So you're telling me our options are you have the mainstream narrative and then you have the mainstream narrative, but with some hyperbolic observations.
No, that's me. I'm the mainstream narrative with hyperbolic observations. He's talking about me. He's not talking about Dave Smith. Dave Smith is actually, no offense, Dave, my apologies to Ken, my apologies to my mother, my apologies to Christ, my apologies to the women in the room. Dave Smith is actually a retarded libertarian. So Nick is describing me, but he's calling out Dave Smith, and his call out is inaccurate. Did the one guy stop? Not really, but we've consumed a healthy chunk of content since our last one guy.
The mainstream narrative, but we're not going to go all the way and say that, maybe Hitler wasn't the devil incarnate or.
Okay. I watched this debate, so it's unfortunate that I know as much as I know. I also have like a decent short-term and long-term memory, so I know that Nick is just wrong. Dave Smith actually made this point early in the debate. He said that Hitler is so descriptively evil in history that he has taken the place of Satan as a description for evil incarnate, and he finds that ridiculous because he does want to be able to talk to people who have a more subtle analysis of history of Hitler that treats him like a human being instead of like the metaphysical incarnation of evil, right? So it's actually weird because Nick Fuentes is criticizing Dave Smith specifically on a point that Dave Smith himself made in the debate. So again, this is like an incorrect analysis of the actual conversation. I feel like he wasn't paying attention.
Or that, maybe there's a racial dimension to any of this.
I got to let the dogs out. 1 second.
And so I take all these three things together, and Tucker has promoted Dave Smith, and Tim Pool in the same show, he said Nick Fuentes is an extremist, but Dave Smith's really reasonable. So you have the three of them. And I don't know that Dave Smith has ever said this himself, but you've got people like Tucker, people like Alex Jones, Tim Pool, among others. Candace Owens has accused me of being a Fed. You have these people that are all promoting each other, and they're all saying anyone that's really pushing an alternative is not real. Anyone that is not in our club, anyone that is not cross-promoting each other, anyone that isn't still on YouTube, anyone that actually got censored, anyone that's actually independent, never got a contract from Fox or Daily Wire, anyone that's actually pushing an alternative on race and Jews, they're fake. They're botted. They're not real. We've seen the documents. They're with the SPLC. They're with the feds. Instead, look at the reasonable people. Look at the reasonable voices like Tucker, who says we should support Israel. I love Israel. I love going there. Jerusalem's my favorite city to go. And, you know, we're not extremists and we're not white nationalists. We don't have any criticisms. We're against racialism. We just don't like this. We just don't like that.
Yeah, by the way, this is conservatism. So conservatism is progressivism or liberalism doing the speed limit. That is conservatism. That's what I support. That is a description of Burke, Edmund Burke's analysis of politics. He's the father of conservatism. That's what he says. So Nick is saying that mainstream conservatives and even alternative media conservatives or right-wingers are insufficiently extreme to his taste, and therefore they're fake because they all play footsie with each other. But I'm just going to go ahead and describe it for you guys. I'll let him finish in a second, and then we'll probably be wrapping up. But the point is that there's a game of clout that everyone is playing. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to go full screen. It's fine. We're going to go full screen. There's a game of clout that every media creator plays, okay? There are creators who are talented enough in order to be successfully independent. They're just so charismatic, so intelligent, so rhetorically gifted, so this, so that they are able to take a very small platform and blow it up. They're just that talented, okay? Then there is everyone else. I would say that's 1% of the population, and that's 1% of creators you know. There are just some creators who are so talented that they will blow up no matter what, okay? The rest of the creators, when it comes to political commentary or drama commentary, what they do is cross-pollination. They create good content, but they also interact with or comment on other creators within their niche who then enrich their algorithmic access. And what's even more fire, right? What's even more good for your career is collaborations or debates. Because what happens is if you're competing for the same audience, like Steven Crowder, Candace Owens, conservatives wake up and they can watch any of these creators. They could watch Alex Jones. They could watch Steven Crowder. They could watch Candace Owens. And so what they're hoping for when they refer to each other and when they debate each other, when they collaborate each other, not only are they upping the amount of people who are within the space, but they are also getting cross-pollination ripoffs where there's somebody who used to be or still is a fan of Crowder, but they prefer Candace. Or there used to be a person that was a fan of Candace, but then she said something crazy, so then they bounce over to Alex Jones. And Alex Jones was really funny this one day, but then Alex Jones said something that's too far, and so as a result, they bounce over to Tucker. So it's simultaneously trying to cross-pollinate an audience, so you guys all kind of get each other's viewers, but it's also growing the total amount of content consumed. Right? The reason why I viciously disagree with Tim Pool on so many things that probably 6 months ago I was cussing at him on Twitter. The dude legitimately pisses me off with some of his takes. But the second I got an invitation where it was like, hey, why don't you come on Tim Pool's show and debate? I was like, hell yeah, because there's centrists and disaffected liberals and moderate conservatives who watch Tim Pool, and I want them to see me make arguments that they probably haven't heard in years, and then maybe we'll get 3 or 4 or half a dozen or a few dozen who come over and check out our other content. So you have to understand the content game, and Nick is describing this as a conspiracy, whereas if you think about the self-interested motivations of all these people, it's more explanatory than his accusations of conspiracy. That's what I have to say. And honestly, I'm going to check in with chat, just because we are hitting 5 hours and I want to do a 5-hour day. I still have back-end work to do. I still need to meet with other people. I still need to talk with other people either via email or DM. I think 25 hours a week in order to produce content and cut up segments is good enough in order to get out segments. So I'm pretty excited about the new schedule. I think I'm going to keep doing 9:30 to 2:30. To be honest, I think it's good for me and it's good for you, because effectively it feels like my day just started and I still have energy to go do other projects. So I think that this stream setup is better in my opinion. So Razzle says, Nick is commenting on what we refer to as deep politics. What we're watching is not just a debate between three normal guys. It's a debate that is intended to create a false dichotomy. Well, I don't think there is a false dichotomy. I think there's a dichotomy. The dichotomy between Douglas Murray and Dave Smith is that Douglas Murray wants Dave Smith to talk to serious people, and Dave Smith does not think that that is part of his responsibility as an entertainer and a political pundit. Douglas Murray disagrees. And then the dichotomy between all of these creators and Nick Fuentes is whether or not Hitler is good and whether or not racialism or racism is good. And no offense, but we're like, the United States of America is a civic nationalist country, meaning paperwork nationalism, meaning that as long as you work your job, pay your taxes, don't commit crimes, and care for your family and community, the state is going to leave you alone. That's America. Sorry. Also, our military, our law enforcement, our first response, our doctors is multiracial. We have people from Asia. We have European descended folks. We have African-American folks. We got Hispanic folks. Sorry if that's not to your taste. It's the way that it is. If you want to live in a white ethno state, we watched a video on stream a few weeks ago that was effectively talking about like, I don't know, a dude bought a ranch and he's turning it into a white only HOA. You can go live with that guy, right? If racialism and race realism is that important to you, you can go live with some dudes in Missouri on a compound with an HOA that excludes blacks and Jews and Hispanics. The rest of America is going to move on without you. And I do find that sad, by the way. I really would like it if tens of thousands of black-pilled men or hundreds of thousands of black-pilled men weren't sucked into cults of personality around people like this. But the truth is, he's charismatic and he's funny, right? Nick, regardless of all my criticisms of Nick, he's intelligent, he's charismatic, he's funny, he's articulate, and he's rhetorically gifted. I just hate his politics, right? Hate his politics with a passion. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank Grassroots Hegemon again. You're the financial cornerstone of the channel in reference to Super Chats. The rest of you are the financial cornerstone and algorithmic cornerstone for engaging with the content. So you are beautiful souls as well. But thank you, Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you, Christian Valeris. Thank you, Sapient Green, for giving me some of your hard-earned money. It's deeply appreciated. To all the people who liked the stream, thank you for your service as well. For all the people who watched, engaged, commented, engaged in the chat, engaged in the comment section, thank you as well. You are parasocially loved. I do not know what you look like. I only know your handles if you pop into chat, or I know your handles if you pop into the comment section. But I do appreciate you engaging with the content, having a good time, joking in chat, making me spurg out, making me freak out, making me, one guying me. It's fun, and I appreciate it. Will you be streaming the Alex Jones on Friday? If I can. So Razzle, stream sniping can sometimes cause copyright issues. So if somebody else is live, oh, hi, Brooklyn, my favorite lurker. What was I talking about? I think I was talking about psychology students. And I was like, hey, women who are psychology majors are often crazy. And I think Brooklyn said, I don't know if it was her. It could have been somebody else. But Brooklyn was like, I resemble that remark. That's awesome. Christian Valeris said, Alex Jones is having Nick Fuentes on Thursday or Friday, I guess. So Razzle, sorry, just to answer your question. I can watch pre-recorded content and do commentary, and if it gets copyright struck, I can challenge it under fair use. Okay, that's easy to do. I do it all the time. When it comes to stream content, if I'm streaming it and the other person has a content ID claim where they effectively say everything from this stream is my intellectual property and nobody can watch it without my permission, this happens with sports shows, then what'll happen is after like 10 minutes of watching it, the stream will get taken down. So I don't have a problem with that. We could give it a shot. So if I start stream sniping it and I'm reacting to it and we don't get taken down, yeah, 100%. I would love to see Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes interact and hopefully have like a really complex debate. The cool thing about the SNEAKO content was that was infinitely more deep than I was going to give it credit for. We watched a SNEAKO video the other week that was terrible. It was like thoughtless, stupid, myopic, ahistorical, like just kind of like a rant out of nowhere. It was bad. And then we watched the first SNEAKO video and it was totally vapid. And then we watched the second SNEAKO video and it was like brilliant content. He was like insightful and curious and humble. And he was talking to a Hasidic Jew, which is someone who, like, based off of his content, you would assume that he hates him, but he's being like tactful and polite and curious while still trying to debate bro him a little bit. Dude, I loved it. So I have every suspicion that Nick can be as intelligent, insightful, and interesting during a debate as SNEAKO can. If SNEAKO can do that, Nick can definitely do that. 100%. 100%. Razzle says, Alex Jones doesn't have a problem with restreaming to my knowledge, even when it's not transformative, but especially when it's transformative. Okay, cool. We'll give it a shot. And then hopefully we don't get taken out. But we did do 5 hours. We did have a beautiful day. I think I'm going to talk to Ken and I'm going to argue that we should switch to a morning stream. And then I'll cut up VODs. And if you can't catch the whole video, then just go check out the VODs on Valor Media Network and on my Counterpoints channel. And if there was a segment that you missed that you want to enjoy, it'll be posted to both of those channels. I am going to run for now. Go enjoy another one of your favorite streamers or YouTubers. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Have a great day. Bye for now. Thanks, Razzle. I appreciate you. Sorry for spurging on you.